Test, test.
Snap. Good.
Yeah, we're getting good.
Okay. Hello, hello, hello.
One more time.
Hello, hello, hello.
I can't hear the player mic at all on this one.
That's fine.
Try it again.
Hello, hello, hello.
That
one can't hear anything.
Yeah. I can't hear the player mic at all through these. Do it one more time.
I love the gremlins we got.
So I'm looking at the all the book stuff is too.
Can you say something into the...
Hello, 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 hello.
That one I'm hearing. Try
So this one's having the feedback issue. So this one makes noise, this one doesn't. I'm gonna figure this one out.
Okay. We're gonna hook up the scooter first.
Make sure it is low enough that it is not in his beard. He is loud enough that it will not be a problem getting sounds.
I believe it.
Yo,
One thing to know about the microphones,
We're gonna hook you up, but don't put this in your beard. Put it low because you're already loud enough.
feedback issues that when they hit beards, it's like real bad.
I know when I do it at home. And then just clip this where you want, like if you have a belt or something.
put it in my pocket. I'm not a belt kind of guy.
Your Bluetooth, so you get the charge after.
Oh, we going in. We having us some fun. Or I'll do what I do to everyone else and not go and just sit back and be like, oh, your turn.
That's the last thing to mention. One thing that really helps us up here,
Just not like this.
when you end a turn, just make sure you announce, what the score for that turn was really loudly, because we missed it a couple of times.
Okay.
You had to interrupt to get that score.
All right, Emma, you want a drink? I'm gonna get my other one from Caleb. What do you want?
Aha, we got that.
Let me know.
We did.
Oh yeah, that's working.
You did it. And we got the Jacob's grandma in there. That's amazing. The timing is impeccable. Okay, so let me talk to you a little bit about our lovely lapel mic. So the lapel mic has a couple of issues. One is that it relies on radio frequency, and it's very sensitive, so it can't be near a cell phone. If it's in the same pocket as a cell phone, we'll get a bad feedback. So it's fine if your cell phone's in the opposite pocket, or you hold it, or it's on the table, or whatever. Just make sure that the two do not get too close to it. The other thing is it's going to go in a pocket, hell, wherever, and then this is going to clip right up here, because it's directional, so that it is facing your mouth. If you can't get it so it's facing your mouth exactly, that is totally fine. Just kind of tilt it a little bit so it's facing horizontal too. And that's it for the microphone.
I knew you'd be like this. That's why I named my deck.
Can I get a Gatorade and 2 waters? Can you start taking the bolters if he doesn't? Oh, this is
All right.
buckets of orange.
Welcome back. We are live. We have Emma running Soulblight Gravelords and Scooter running his Iron Jaws. We brought you some destruction. We brought you a premium destruction player. Scooter is probably the best Iron Jaws player that there is.
Never run double battle.
And Emma is a very, very strong player as well, running the new hotness, the Soulblight zombies. It's going to be a really fun game where we have on one side a very grindy, defensive zombie list, and on the other is this massive hammer of orcs riding on pigs.
It's gonna be fun either way. You're a fun player. We're both good players, so it'll be fun to play.
So we'll sit and see how they're starting up deployment.
But there's some merit to that, you know what I mean?
And we'll see where we go. I'm very interested to see how this plays out because I have not had a chance to play into the new Soulblight book yet. And currently, in our top 8 players, we have 3 players running Soulblight lists. So they are very strong right now.
What is that, 20?
40.
40 zombies. Hell yeah.
So, pig's base is about like 2 inches wide or so. Okay. All right. Cool. Can't fit.
Why would I want to go past them? They're my friends. There's no leaving them. They're friends. They're buddies.
I don't want you handed gorking them and borking me.
I don't have to hand a Gork. I can get to you on my charge. I very rarely actually cast hand a Gork anymore, so it's kind of like, I wonder why I take it. And being 70 points down, it hasn't really come into effect at all. Because I haven't played against Gits since I did it. But I know the moment I take away the thing, it's going to, here's Gits 4 times this tournament. Like, all right, cool.
I don't know what I'm doing. I really don't know what I'm doing this game.
You're bracing for impact.
That's really what it is. And you've got me questioning whether or not I want to take first or second.
Ooh. 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 Oh, dang it. What's that holder with a 9 for?
It's a sport tracker of a 3-inch.
To move 3 inches thing? Okay. How fast are zombies?
4.
Okay, so same
Every
as me.
bit helps.
Same as me.
Let's do.
So joining me on comms for a little bit today, we've got Nick, one of the head TO for this event.
The head TO. Hello, everybody.
Gorgeous radio voice.
Sometimes. Depends on the mood, depends on the time of day.
So we just got started here.
The buckets are labeled, so that way I know where I'm.
We're starting deployment based off of how many drops the two armies have.
340s, 120.
Both of our players know that Emma gets to choose who goes first.
Oh, yeah.
And so Emma said that she's a little bit worried that
They come in squads of 20.
she doesn't know who she wants to make go first.
Zombies.
We've seen some good moves, like pre-measuring with one of the Gorgruntas to make sure they can't just scoot past the zombies on the side, around the side of the board.
I gotta know where everything starts, ends.
It should be an interesting
going through the
setup.
door,
We haven't talked about the mission here.
I'm a fan of
This
watching
mission is called Presence of Idols,
see a
and
door.
it might actually matter
But
for
there's
Emma.
no run up the spiral staircase.
Basically,
right?
how this works is
Are we saying
You've
like,
got
impassable
this
kind of
is-
stuff?
this is-
3
This
units
is
that you get to pick
passive. This is-
after
you're not
deployment
going through, like,
that are on the
but I'm
board,
not, like-
and
Yes,
those are
I'm
your
doing logic.
idols units.
Yes.
I'm not-
Impassable.
I'm not going-
And I want to say it's wholly within 6 inches
I'm not
of
landing
the
my guy
the
right
idols.
Correct.
Any unit that's wholly within 6 inches of those idol
All right, that'll
units
be my first.
halves the number of models that runs away
And
from
then I'll
battle
oh, wait,
shock.
no, I have a
That's
course.
I thought you had to have
Plus,
yeah,
if a
first
unit of
person.
idols kills another unit of idols, you get an extra
person thing
victory
that does
point
the-
for that round.
Yes, and it's very specific to an idol on idol fight, right? It can't be an idol killed something. It can't be, oh, I killed your idol. It is my idol unit that I picked kills your idol unit, and you're going to be able to score that extra victory point. So potentially for both players, you have 3 VPs that are up for grabs.
Let me drop a drop.
Exactly. And so sometimes you want to play to be like, all right, I've got this massive unit. So Emma's got
no, I just
2
have the
40 zombie
bring
units.
summon from the
It's
grave.
whole unit,
And
12
Death
oh, yeah, I can
has
put
across
it
the
in the
board
grave,
10
and
bravery,
not fully
which
put
means
on
you
the
need to
grave.
kill a lot of them for
9
bravery to matter.
But
And
not
then when I
like the.
bring back
So she
units-
makes those
yeah, I can't,
zombies
like,
idols units.
Okay, so I'm safe if I
It
go
can
like
be
here.
for the
Minus
plan
that person jumping here to come get me.
to have the
Yeah, then that
zombies
dies.
have some recursion, and then hopefully the zombie
I would-
It's like 5
recursion
wounds with like 5
just
attacks,
gets
red,
worse,
one
and then
Yeah.
you can take down
damage.
the
Bro, man,
idols
he's
of
beefy. I was
Scooter's
kinda impressed.
major
I was
pig
like, wow.
hammers and his maw crusher hammer,
I
which
saw
are
one of you
most
guys
likely going to be
clap
his
like
Most
idols
likely
coming
his
in.
idols. Something he might choose something that he can protect, but it's very unlikely for Iron Jaws. You know, Iron Jaws. This is kind of their favorite mission in a lot of ways
I'm gonna-
because they can pick a good idol, and if you give them a great opening to an idol, they have the damage to do it.
And they also have low bravery, so that
This is also a big help, right?
that expensive 6-man unit of pigs, instead of losing 2 or 3
Yeah.
on a bad battle shock from losing 1 model, you only lose 1.
It does not feel good when 2 5-wound units, or models rather, run away.
Also-
And it happens in multiple units a lot of times when you play Iron Jaws.
Manny, love to see you back here
Yeah, I
in
wonder what
chat.
I'm gonna do
It's been great
I got it
having you
down.
here,
Put it down next.
Oh, that was
following along yesterday and here with us
Awesome.
today. Happy to see you back again.
Yeah, thank you, Manny. We miss you here, buddy.
Yep.
Miss you, Manny.
That Scooter calling?
I miss my fellow Walters.
He says, let's go, Scooter. After we get deployment up, we'll get the poll up. You guys were 100% correct yesterday on your predictions, which means that the AOS crowd is objectively better than the 40K crowd because, well, as was said yesterday, the last 40K tournament that was streamed, they had a 0% correct prediction rating.
Ooh.
So,
I mean, it's clear AOS fans are better than 40K fans. Not just players, fans as well.
That being said, I am, unrelated to this tournament, I am pretty excited about 10th edition, and I will be getting my Thousand Suns back out for at least a few games.
The whole free points available, there's so many things that we're watching over that's happening to 40K that is making AOS players excited. There's just the whole idea of points are available to everybody, rules are available to everybody. just the interaction changes, because that's one of the things that we really don't have in AOS. We say we have interactions, but we technically don't have interactions. And standardized, like what, stratagems and standardized abilities?
The keywords. The keywords on weapons is something that I really would love to see in the next edition of Age of Sigmar. Them do something with, where any ability that gives 6s to hit explode is a standardized keyword. That'll solve some of the, and bodyguards are a standard ability where it just says bodyguard 3-up, and you just know that the bodyguard is 3-up.
100%. I got pulled over to a table before sitting down, and we had to talk about what happens when Slanesh gives you the tricky D6 dice and you have something that triggers on a 6. And I said, well, let's look at your exact rules, because most likely it says unmodified roll of 6 triggers, and then I have to see your Slanesh rule, and does it say that when you give the 6 to your opponent, is it actually a roll? And if both keywords are there, but if these were standardized rules in some regard, we would, I wouldn't have to say, let me see your war scroll, let me see your army book. We have to actually go over the exact syntax.
Are we recording?
Yeah, we're recording.
I got a damned deadly check I got to make for you. In case.
Yeah, all good.
I didn't see it. Got to re-roll it.
Now, I'm actually surprised. So Emma is I didn't take a closer look at her list. Is she a 4-drop? A 5-drop?
I think she's a 5-drop.
She's a 5-drop. So
got,
when her Scooter tie?
I want to say she won the roll-off.
She won the roll-off, so this is an interesting choice, A lot of times I was expecting her army to be a much higher drop.
I think it's Command Entourage and 2 Battle Regs, but I'm going to pull that up right now. It would help if I had the list up.
Yes. I sat down to start talking. I didn't sit down to be completely prepared. Let's see here.
So we haven't gone over lists yet. Emma is running... we got 2 battle regiments and a command entourage with Magnificent.
Make a charge.
So I see 40, 40, 40, and 20 zombies.
We'll pull in the grave guard.
A unit of dire wolves, 2 corpse carts, a 20 block of grave guard.
Have the reach. Hit the grave guard.
Torgilius the Chamberlain, who I don't actually know what he does. I'm going to have to look him up for you guys. A Necromancer, Belladamma Volga, and 2 Vampire Lords. A whole bunch of interesting stuff on there. We'll start walking through it in a little bit as it comes up. But I'm going to talk through Scooter's list really quickly. We've got Bloodtooth's Iron Jaws with Weird Knob Shaman that has the great big green hand of Gork, which is a teleport spell. A Mega Boss on Maw Crusher with the Vial of Manticore Venom to boost the damage of his rider by 1, and Fasten to give him a free move in the hero phase. Some War Chantas, 2 of them, and a Destroyer Mega Boss with Tunnel Master to get a free teleport. Then you've got 2 6-man units of Gorgruntas and a 10-man unit of Orc Brutes. A Warlord and a Galatian Command, so that those Brutes are bodyguarding the Mega Boss. It's a pretty nasty list with 3 very fast units, and those Brutes, they're slow, but if you get that teleport off, they can do a ton of work. His grand strategy is Wah, which means he has to have, I believe, I'm going to have to double check that because it's been a little bit since I played my Iron Jaws, but he's just got to be in your zone.
I'm going to put 40 in the grave.
Just because you can't deploy him?
I just don't feel like there's any need to really put him out right now, because there's some spots I could put him, but I just don't feel like I need to, because you're so far back that I don't think you're going to crack.
I'm as far forward as I can be, all right? I can't be any closer to you than I am right now.
I don't think you're going to crack 40 wounds on a 5-up word right now.
Oh, they have naturally a 5 ward right now, or?
Belladamma.
Oh, it just gives it out.
Yeah, she's got the aura of add 1.
Okay.
My entire army always a 6-up word.
Okay.
Her aura is my summonable, adds 1 to their death list.
That's right.
His aura is the ones holier than 12 have a 5-up word.
Just have a 5-up ward.
Yeah.
Yeah, Scooter's grand strategy is he has to have either his general,
So she's actually better covering the grave guard because then they can get 5s rerolling 1s.
which is the mega boss,
Yeah.
or
hers is
any
add
of
1 to the
his
Deathless Weapon
3
save, and the
battle
Banners
line
get 3 roll
units,
1
which
to
are
Deathless
the
Minions.
2 6-man pigs or the 10-man brutes, wholly within Emma's
The coffee has
terrain, which is the square that she's built out with that wall of
they're gonna
zombies.
go there, and then my last dogs, I think I'll just put over here just in case. And that's me. I'm just gonna finish popping down the old dogs. Oh yeah, hold on, this corpse cart's gotta. Just gonna adjust this. Corpse cart can fit in here.
So, as we're getting closer to being done with deployment here, I've put a poll up. Who do we think is going to win? The Auric Hammers or the Zombie Tsunami?
Where's the camera at up there? Is there a camera up top?
There is an overhead camera. Unfortunately, there were some issues with it, and it was not able to be set up for this event.
Mom, can you see me?
Hello?
Not in that direction.
There's no camera up top?
There's no overhead camera. Unfortunately, we had some technical issues. Hold up. Do that again, Emma.
Hello?
All right, I'm done.
Oh my gosh, are you done yet?
Yeah, just finished.
Wow, you got so many models put down. No. Enjoy your top of 1.
All right. Who are your idols, by the way?
What happened?
Which units are your idols?
Scooter's my idol.
Yeah, I just choose Emma. So my idols obviously are just going to be Pig, and Big Guy.
Pig, and big guy, as expected.
I'm gonna do Belladama. Oh, this guy's overlapping. Let's do the Grave Guard. That'll be fun. And then Torgilius.
Awesome.
The shooting attack is pretty epic.
I still want to pick up any zombies. That's points for you.
All right. Well, good luck, both of you.
So for you, we got 1, 2, 3. For me, we got 1, 2, 3 for Desecrate, so we're even there. I think I forgot to even look at that.
Oh yeah, we're good.
All right. Booze and booze. We'll do.
How unexpected.
So one of the major Iron Jaw's abilities is they have these heroes called
The
War
only really
Chanters.
can do is.
The War Chanters can pick units that are wholly within 15 inches of them and give them what's called a violent fury. They play their drums and whip the other orcs into a big rage, and it boosts all of their damage by 1. So he's just done that to his 2 big units of pigs, and he's going to be using a command ability that he gets to use 3 times a turn for 1 command point from his Maw Crusher, to make those 2 pig units get to move in the hero phase and then move again in the movement phase for a whopping total of 18 inches of movement before getting to charge.
I can roll 5-ups.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Board.
So what's interesting
5
here
board on both
is
of them,
I would
both
probably
zombies.
go
Yeah, I got
fully
40
in
there. I've got
and
20
just
here,
send it to see
but
if I
they're in
can
a
grind
way
through
that,
these zombies. But
like,
I
you're
don't
gonna pull
actually
in the
think that's
graveyard
the
if you charge
greatest
that unit
idea.
up here. And then the
I think
graveyard is
Scooter's
mostly,
probably
like, basically
approaching
out of the 2-inch reach.
somewhere between 300 to 400 games over the last 6 or so years with Iron Jaws, some variation of this army. So he is by far and away the most experienced Iron Jaws player there is. And if you want to play Iron Jaws, watching any of his games are absolutely a great way to learn how to play this army. It seems simple. It seems like, okay, move pigs forward, hit people. But there's a lot of fun positioning techniques and
So need assistance.
tactical decisions on when you actually want to choose to go in that can really make the difference as to whether or not you win or not. Also, I'm only seeing one vote on the poll. There's got to be some more of you in here to make some more votes. Who do you guys think will win? We had a 100% win rate yesterday. So I expect you guys to predict who's going to win this game equally as successfully.
When you split back on a 5-up, is it anything within an inch or is it whatever?
There's no
within?
range on it.
So if I kill 40 guys, you can take 40 to that one guy over there.
If you go in here and you kill him, I can pull all of these and do 5-ups too.
To that one. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like Games Workshop's turning to, where it's like it doesn't matter, it's just gonna hit.
That needs a change because like
It
most
does.
of the other ones
It's all like
are all like within
you're right
3.
here. Yeah,
Like,
it needs a change, but that's all right. We all got to figure out how to play it, so it's just that simple. So I can attack you with everything I got turn 1 and have a world of fun. Who's gonna get there? That's if I get a spell off. This train is at craziness.
So the reason that Scooter's sitting here and taking some time to think and trying to actually decide whether or not he wants to just send it into these massive units
Let's
of
do
zombies is they have a special rule called drag
cunning maneuver.
down and torn apart, which is every time you kill one of these zombies with a melee attack,
So I got you at 3. I get me at 2.
the player gets to roll
My
a die
heroic action will be
on
to
a
get a
5
command
up.
point with my
You
big
take
guy.
a mortal wound back.
I got it.
yeah.
So Emma has
Belladama. She's a War Master. She's got one. CP there.
what, 40, 40, 40, and 20. So that is 140 zombies in the list. There's 140 dice to do mortal wounds back for melee attacks on a 5-up. It is a massive, massive amount of damage that you get to do just by dying. It means you have to pick your fights into zombies
they're playing the
very,
trees, it's just there.
very carefully.
It's fucking crazy. It's
We've
freaking
heard that
crazy.
Scooter's first tactic is going to be cunning maneuver, which means he's got to get one of his foot heroes onto an objective that is outside of his territory.
Do my warlord, so I go up to 3.
Using his
I'll give
warlord
the
ability
alcohol
to
where the
get an extra
alcohol
command
is.
point.
And we'll do +1 armor save. Or no, we'll try teleport.
Your wizards are back there, right?
Yep.
Do I even bother trying to measure that? I got it. Oh, yeah. He's over there playing 4th edition.
Actually, I can do it regardless. So all mighty first. So got 3 to give out. I'll give it to this squad. I'll give it to my guy. And I'll give it to this squad. him.
You can Tunnel Master in your face?
Yep. It counts a normal move. That's how people are doing the 5-inch charge with him.
So, after having to step away to go do his job as a judge, Nick has just rejoined us.
Yeah, I didn't know about it at all.
Scooter's
Until,
got first. He
did it to me.
he took
I was
a,
like,
a
how the hell did
nice
you just do that?
amount of
he
time
was showing me, I was like,
thinking
oh,
through,
it's a
thinking
normal
through his
move. Yeah,
strategy.
That's freaking
He's got
awesome.
Violent
I was like,
Fury
cool.
on the
I
2
don't know.
units of pigs, which are
Took
some of
me
his
by
idols.
surprise. I was like,
He's got Cunning Maneuver going on.
Figuring out. There's no way he's figuring out everything. in combat
He used
turn one.
the fun trick of Mighty Destroyers with Tunnel Master
Yeah.
to pop one of his heroes over.
Most likely the Mega, I'm assuming.
Well, no, it's not the Mega. It's the Foot Boss.
The Foot Boss, the Mega Boss.
The Foot Boss. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I think Mega.
Not the Maul. Yeah, you
think-
you default to Maul Crusher
think
because it's
Mega-
been
I
so
think
long
Maul
since we've
Crusher
seen this
for me,
cool
because
model
I
have
want that.
playability.
Well, am I teleporting my big guy or am I casting?
It is a fun maneuver. There's a lot of long in the tooth that Iron Jaws has, but that Tunnel Master with Mighty Destroyers is definitely a nice little sweet addition to this GHB.
It is.
Delphine over here.
And we're also so glad to GW for actually FAQing it, because
Now fast.
if you were an Iron Jaws player, you had to explain it every single game why
Yeah.
you could do this seemingly ridiculous thing. And if I am correct, it kind of looks like Scooter has decided that he's just going to send
So
it.
hero face stuff.
He is sending it.
Oh, Emma, do you mind?
It could be a bluff, but it looks like a send.
Yeah.
It looks like he used both his Fasten
mind if I
and
take
Mighty
3 more
Destroyer
wounds before I
to
go
move
anywhere?
that distance.
Do you mind if I do that?
Be my guest.
I could be wrong about using the Fasten then.
And then because he's gonna try to heal it. Nope. So I just take the D3 mortal wounds. It's fine. It's fine.
Take as many more moves
Totally
as you
thought I
want.
was gonna heal it too. That's all right. All right. So I'm gonna hero face stuff. I did my command, did the heroics. You did your heroics. I moved on my shiz. I passed out my booze. I did my damage and funked myself. That's all right. Sometimes just do silly stuff. Because I will forget. So now that's all done, we're going to go ahead and move.
So one of the things that's really fun about the Iron Jaws
I'm
army,
checking to see
all
if
of
I
that
can fit
movement
I
was
don't
done
think I
in
can.
the hero phase. We are now
This
into
side
the
and
movement
without
phase.
No, I can't.
It is a.
Yes, there, there.
This army only plays
was
in 2
curious to know
phases.
if
One
I
of the
could
things we were
slide some
talking
more.
about in some of the games yesterday. There are many armies that
nine, so
choose
those
which
are three
phases they
stuff,
play
yeah.
in. This army gets to take the
one,
movement
three
phase
stuff,
and
yeah.
put it into the hero phase,
Be three stuff,
and they
yeah.
also get to
This one,
they fight,
this
they
one.
charge, and they move, and then their hero phase stuff is they get to
guys.
move and charge.
Yes. It's the true alpha army. When this came out in 3.0, we had never seen blazing movement like this before.
Right.
It's still, of course, blazing fast. It's just a lot of other armies got blazing fast, but it's still, if you don't have a plan for Iron Jaws, and most top players at this point do, but if you don't have a plan for it, you are going to be completely caught off guard by just how utterly fast they are. You can
Yeah.
see he moved from one corner of the board just in case he was going second, because it was up to Emma's choice. And now that he's going first, he is just able to get as close as possible before charging. And Emma is so bunched, you see there, so you're not seeing any redeploys, because what's the point? She's got her screens all in the front. She has no reason to redeploy.
Any redeploys would either make Scooter's charges better
Better?
or expose the things that Emma has specifically deployed to protect.
And you also, in this case, a redeploy could be advantageous if you had a misstep in your deployment, like an aura was just outside, you needed to get them over. But at this level, I don't expect these type of players to make those kind of misdeployments, but it happens.
These players are both world-class players, and, you know, everybody makes mistakes, but both of these players are here to win.
Oh, yeah.
They
absolutely.
know that the top 8 is absolutely stacked with players. And any one of which I would say could take this. And we were saying last night after the event, the top 8 looks like the top 4 for most events.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's funny. Apparently, if you play a lot of a game and you play a lot of competitive games and you do a lot of practice to prepare for said competitive games, apparently that translates into noticeable skill difference. It's a weird thing. Even though we play a dice game, so we do play a dice game any given Saturday or Sunday, right? But
or Friday or Tuesday.
Or Friday or Tuesday, whenever tournaments may be.
But whenever we get a chance to play with our
The
toys.
good thing about that right there is
These players can get diced, but very unlikely for them to get diced well enough for it to change their positions in the game.
So we did think I got shot.
But we still have a lot of top-tier players who commonly 4-1, commonly 5-0 are invited to there. Also, I mean, we've got a couple over in the other room right now that are 2-1. We've got 2 players that are commonly top players that are at 1 and 2. So we have seen some outsets. But yes, this is the top 8 players here are almost the betting ring of what you would probably gamble to see as the top players in this round.
Yeah. Who's that into? Zombies?
But we've also got a lot of success stories. We have one player who's undefeated playing right now. This is his first GT ever. He's only played a couple of RTTs. He's having the best time ever. So all things are possible, but yes, practice makes the difference.
Yeah.
I'm ready.
I honestly, personally hoping he wins his game,
yes.
so we can get him on stream for you guys. I would love to see somebody whose first GT is playing against these top tier players.
At a 4-0, it would
Going
be
4-0 into the final.
It would be wild. We're all rooting for him. I think everybody in their hearts loves to see these type of success stories.
You want to see an underdog story go.
You do, and you also want to see someone just stay so super excited about the game.
Yeah.
There's no camera above us. How do they see our dice rolls anyway?
I can zoom in and get pretty good definition on it.
Either way.
So right here, we've got the Mega Boss on foot.
7.
Has just got into the zombies. This guy's got an artifact called the Destroyer. So once again, at the start of the combat phase,
One more wound.
he can declare that he's activating the Destroyer, and it adds 3 to the damage of his weapon.
Correct. And it's a natural 8 attack profile with it's 3s and 3s. You could possibly easily get it to 2s and 2s, but most likely 2s and 3s. But here's the more wonderful part about that War Scroll is it has one of the first built-ins fight on death. Now, of course, you couldn't have fought beforehand, but at the start of the combat phase, if he really thinks that he's just going to lose his Mega Boss, he could pop Destroyer, not fight with that unit at all, and if Emma accidentally picks it up, he still gets to fight with all 8 of his attacks with that extra damage.
Right, and it's 2 damage normally.
Yes, so it's going to be 5.
8 attacks, 3s,
5 mortal wounds.
1 rend on their...
How dare you?
How dare
How
you?
dare you?
We have first blood. We have first blood.
what's happening?
The ward saves can be broken.
1, 2.
Are we losing some zombies?
We officially hit zombies.
Excellent.
And this squad. 6.
And so hitting with the charge mortals on the zombies is really important here, because the zombies' mortal wound reflection
Personal space.
only matters on damage done in melee combat. So all of these mortal wounds that are done by the pigs charging in are chances for Emma to throw back damage for free that are being ignored. So, Scooter rolling these mortal wounds to pick up zombies does matter. So now that we're getting into it, we don't have a ton of votes in, but I think I'm going to go ahead and end the poll now. We got 3 of you who joined in. Let's see who we think is going to win. It looks like the poll thinks that Scooter is going to take it 2-1, Oryx over zombies. We'll have to see what happens. The stream was 100% correct yesterday, so we'll see what happens.
So go boom, get the 2, stay outside the 3. Do the half-inch truffle shuffle.
Are you slow playing me?
I don't slow play anyone, Emma. I think you know that about me. There's no chance I'm slow playing a damn soul. It's just that, the first turn is always the most important turn, in my opinion. All right, 2 guys, 2 guys, 2 guys. I'm gonna lose 2 pigs. Okay. Lose some pigs. 4 impact hits because I didn't get them all. 3 mortal wounds to them.
We have 2 inch reach. 3 impact hits. I'm gonna pull these 3.
Okay.
And then that'll keep them out of combat.
No.
Out of range, I should say.
It's all good. All right, so let's do monstrous reactions. Stomp you. D3.
And a shout out to Room 2 of our tournament having the fewest amount of questions compared to Room 1.
You know what I mean? Like, you had a chance.
We've got
1 inch.
1 inch.
So we did a stomp from the Mega Boss on Crusher into the zombies. Trying to get more damage off because they only reflect mortals back on melee attacks. Emma's doing some tactical pulls to try and make sure as few attacks come in from Gore-Gruntas and as few attacks come in to try and maybe take the Maw Crusher out of
into a bracket.
Not the Maw Crusher,
The Mega Boss on foot.
The Mega Boss on foot outside of range.
Ooh.
Because if he declares the Destroyer and then goes with something else.
Yeah, he could accidentally pick up, and then he's more than 3 inches. Well, he'd have to be a lot more than that because he did make a charge.
Let me check the range on that model again. But it's
2.
It's 2 inches on the.
2 inches.
No, it is 1 inch on the Footboy.
Is it?
It is 1 inch.
Oh, that's rough.
So if Emma can pull.
What's that?
Say 1 inch, 1 ladder, because I don't want to mess up.
We're just looking at the war scroll of your Mega Boss on foot. Not your gameplay, but the Mega Boss on foot.
We're not talking about anything else.
I would hate to all of a sudden what I do.
Hey, you guys just play your game. Don't worry about us. We'll stop you if we need to.
So for people who don't know, the big thing about what Scooter has to do here with smashing and bashing is particularly he wants to be able to pick his best targets that he thinks that he can pick up so that he can just keep declaring more units to attack one after another, and he just goes through a chain of all of his stuff gets to fight before any of you get to fight.
So we haven't actually talked about smashing and bashing at all.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to go through what the rule is?
Yeah, no, it's something particular to Iron Jaws, And it is simply any combat phase, theirs or yours, anytime he picks a unit to fight and he picks up a unit in any way, shape, or form, any particular unit whatsoever, he gets the next priority of choosing a unit to fight.
Right. So normally the game is whoever's turn it is gets to fight first, and then the other one gets to fight again.
Yes.
The other player gets to choose. If that Iron Jaws player does their math right and picks the correct targets, they can go, I'm going to fight with this unit, then this unit, then this unit, then this unit, and all of a sudden,
yes,
the Iron Jaws opponent doesn't get to kick back in anything.
Yeah.
So
Scooter has done it to me.
Scooter's done it to me.
Scooter has done it to everybody.
The only time Scooter hasn't done it to you is if you haven't played Scooter. The man is good at Warhammer, and the man is good at orcs.
Yes, he is.
One of the negatives right now of the Iron Jaws battle tome, their army is unfortunately the list has effectively been solved. When you talk about a solved game, it's like tic-tac-toe.
Mm-hmm.
If you know the correct procedure to tic-tac-toe, and both players know, you get a draw 100% of the time.
Yes.
Scooter has played this army. I see you there, Steve. Yep. All of us know that pain. But the army and that list has been solved mostly due to this man's work and effort and playing it over and over again.
Yeah.
Which tends to be Maw Crusher, a couple of units of 6 pigs, some War Chanters, and then depending on the current state of the meta, we're running 10 brutes in this list right now, which is different than we normally see. And but normally it's just more and more pigs. One of the things that I'm really excited about as someone who owns 15 pigs, a Maw Crusher, a bunch of Ard Boys, and 10 Brutes, is that we're getting a new Iron Jaws model.
Oh, yes.
I'm pretty sure it's unofficially named Big Pig.
Unofficially, but I think it's Maulboar? Maulgrunta, but giant pig, big pig.
Oh, yeah. I'll talk a minute about Emma's zombie management because her system is fantastic. But
it's why she could give away the first turn, knowing that Scooter can just do exactly what he's doing.
But also paint scheme and what she's done with her army to enable her to be able to play this list and get, her hour and a half of gameplay and be able to actually play her army through 5 turns in an hour and a half.
Yeah, which is very difficult with Soulblight right now. We have a lot of players struggling at this tournament with it.
150 models that recur and have to move. But the new Maw Grunta looks amazing. It's another, it's sort of a middle-level hero that's not going to be a quarter of your points, or you can build it as just a monster that's not a hero. And then
honestly, if it was, there's a big advantage.
I got from here last time.
And for those who haven't played Scooter before, Scooter is a fan of collecting as many different dice as possible. So if you give him a new dice, nothing excites him more. It's literally the easiest way to make him smile. But yeah, on the Maw Grunta, if it has an availability to not be hero but to go into the Behemoth slot, that's going to be a big deal for Iron Jaws, who would really love to get to be a one-drop army, which has a struggling point. Now, there are some list options, but if you gave Scooter over here the availability to drop some Brutes and this Mega and go up to having a one-drop with a Maw Grunta, I think you're going to see it. I think it's going to be major played.
The other thing that they've implied is that there is a chance that there's a chance that it interacts with Ard Boys, who have been in a really bad state where they are somewhat durable, but they're not quite durable enough for their points.
Yes.
And they just don't do enough damage.
And they don't do enough damage, even with all the decent buffs. And if you're an old fantasy player, and I think both of us are.
Well, I actually never was.
Oh, you never were? Well, Scooter definitely was, and he'll remember these days. But Black Orcs, which is what Ard Boys are based off of, the actual models that shipped over from Fantasy over to AOS, were probably the most elite unit in the game of Fantasy. It was, there's other things that had tricks, but when you came down to brutal defense and brutal attacks, Black Orcs were best in slot. To the point that it, when you saw them, you generally just avoided them or threw trash at them. So to see the current state of affairs with Ard Boys and just them not living up to that, I'm the biggest orc here because everything else is now bigger than me, it's kind of sad. But maybe one day, you know, with that Maw Crusher that you're talking about, all of us, the Maw Grunta.
Just call it Big Pig because we will forget the.
Well, yeah, Big Pig, because there's too many things that are similar. We already had a mistake with the Mega of which unit we were talking about. Too many simple words, but that's very orky. But all of us that own 50 Ard Boys plus just sitting around that we never use, it might be an exciting day.
So one thing I want to point out here, we've got a bunch of zombies dead. The Mortal Wounds did 7 back to the pigs. So that is a dead pig and almost a half from the pigs attacking into the zombies. But one of the cool things I want to talk about with what Emma's done with her army. So if you see in this little bucket here, there's a bunch of tubs. Each of those tubs is assigned to a block of 20 zombies.
Oh, nice.
She painted her army in 2 halves, so there's 2 different sort of vague color schemes. And then let me see if I can zoom in. And I'm not seeing them on here. I'll get a better view in a minute. She's got little orange rubber bands around some of them to differentiate which zombies go in which bucket.
Yeah.
So that
They got to go in a properly marked bucket.
as she's saying,
Stay organized.
that's how, you know, as high-level players going, I can't actually play this list properly without a system.
Yes.
So, because, you know, going and looking at it and saying, this is a strong list, but I need a system to make it work. Designing systems like this that are not part of the game to give you that ability to play the army you want to do.
It's also a giant courtesy to your opponent, because if you just painted all your zombies the same, at what point do you remember where one unit ended and one unit began? And, you know, is that up to your opponent to try to sit there and remember everything? So she's not just doing this for herself. This is also a giant bow and courtesy to your opponent who's like, I don't know what I'm looking at because you've got 120 zombies.
Yeah. So,
2 in there.
you know,
Right.
and the other thing is,
2 in there.
so she dumps 20 zombies in one bucket, 20 zombies in another bucket, 20 zombies in another bucket, 20 zombies in another bucket. When it comes time to deploy, she knows there are 20 zombies in this bucket, 20 zombies in this bucket, 20 zombies in this bucket.
How many were lost?
So-
I know right here. Yep.
And when it comes to deploy the next game and move, all of those dead zombies are already in the right bucket.
Yep.
When it comes time to put zombies back in a unit because
Yes.
of the recursion, she takes from the correct bucket.
Yeah.
And there's no, wait, how many do I have to have? How many are left?
Yes.
How many are going on?
You want to concede? And then
What just died?
He did a wounds in my Maw Crusher with a wolf.
Love it.
So
into your pigs.
you were incredibly right, Nicholas, on that solid zombie management. And I love being able to show off this high class gameplay from these high tier players, because it lets us showcase these things that take the little extra steps that you can take to take your game up a notch. Even if it doesn't change any of your gameplay, building a system to manage your units. That system will make you just a little bit better at the game.
Yep.
And it's a game of inches in not just measurement, but like how you prepare for your events.
There is a big thing that you learn as you keep playing in competitive is how are you going to set up quicker? You might have a plan in your head for how you're going to set up for almost every single scenario, but were your guys on the tray ready to go? If you've got a ton of units, a ton of models, you know, if your sons, who cares? There's no system. You got 4 units, right? But if you're Soul Blight, you're Gits, you're anybody where you have a ton of models, what is your Are you ready to go? There's also another, like, a system that I like to use with dice, which is I use color-coded dice based off of the max amount of attacks of a full unit that's fully buffed. So when someone goes, okay, this is fully buffed, how many attacks can I possibly get? And the answer is it's 31. So I already have 31 yellow dice, and I go, here's the pool for this unit that is 31. And I think a lot of high tier, that way you're not sitting here every single time and going, here it is. You've already explained to your opponent, here's 31 dice. I'm just going to keep it right here, and I'll only roll it for this unit, or I have this. Things that make the game go faster, because in the reality of a 3-hour game, and some tournaments you go to, and it's 2.5 hours, it could be as low. That's rough. This game becomes hard to play when you're trying to agree upon terrain in the beginning. Set up your terrain dice, your mysterious rolls on all the terrain.
Army is when you've never played.
Yeah, if you go into them,
brand new book.
These players, they don't have to ask too much about each other's army. They just have to go, give me the tidbits about what's different about this. I've played it before. But not every opponent has that. They come to a GT and RT and they go, hey, this is my first time ever seeing Seraphon. Can you give me the rundown? And that rundown probably is going to take 10, 15 minutes, depending on how big that rundown is. You're going to run out of game time if you don't have a big or a better execution plan for how you're going to get things off of your tray onto this board. And also, if you've got recursion like Emma does, how are you bringing back things that you've already removed from play? So you have to, I do love her system. I know we're talking an awful lot about it, but it's obviously unique. We're not seeing it anywhere else. No one else is playing it this way. And honestly, every Soulblade player should be given a pamphlet that says, use Emma's system.
Yeah. And here's the other thing about some of these, like,
So 4 failed saves, I'll just roll this
high-tier competitive systems that these players are designing. They are not just competitive systems. They are not just Warhammer Age of Sigmar systems.
Yeah. Correct.
If you go and paint your units for this, and you just want a fun narrative game with friends, this is helpful for that. If you're just playing the models that you've had on your shelf for years and you just want to get back into it, and you don't care about coming to tournaments, and you don't want to do events, or you go and do some of the, like, insane, massive narrative events.
Oh, yes.
Like the narrative event at Nova Open.
Yeah.
Where they do, like, a 30-person game where it's 30 people on 2 sides of a wall doing a big siege, and it's like 8 tables stacked side by side.
It's so incredible.
Having a system where even if you're not trying to be competitive, you're not trying to win, you're trying to have fun with your friends, it makes it easier to have fun. You have to think less about the, like, minutia of the game, and you can take this towards other systems. For instance, one of the things I do, I'm not always the best at keeping dice stacked in the correct number, but whenever my opponent's doing something, if I don't have something I'm actively thinking about, I am taking dice and I'm lining dice up that I've gotten out on the table and doing sets of 5 dice at a time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So I'm creating a little row along my side of the board of a group of 5 dice, 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 so that when I go and I say, all right, I've got 17 dudes here that have 2 attacks each, I can go, all right, well, 17 times 2. I take a minute to think of the math because it's game 4 and I don't have a brain anymore.
Yep.
It's game
you probably
4.
had a lot of good times the night before, so yeah, you're going to have a...
So it's, what, 34?
34 is the correct answer. 34 is the correct answer.
I think that's right. And I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, take one out, go, wait, there's a leader, put it back in, grab those, roll the dice. And instead of going 34, 1, 2, 3, and I'm not going to do the rest of it because it would take too long, having that system is better. And any dice game I do that with, any game I play, I'll do that. Even if it's a dice game where I only need 3 dice.
Yes.
I'm going to line them up.
Yep.
You know, like Battletech.
Battletech, Legion, you don't really have that many dice to deal with, but still you're thinking about it and you're like, it's going to be 5 dice this time. Oh, it's going to be this. Oh, this unit's going to go next. I need a blue, I need a yellow, I need a white. Boom, you know.
Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah.
I'll set up my D6s. So I've got like a couple of different groups depending on if if I crit or not.
Yeah.
Or which dice have maddened me.
Yeah, but I think the current state of the meta right now This isn't like Monster Mash from a year ago where everybody was running like really simple. It made the game simpler and games did go faster, but I think the current meta right now is you need to have a management system to be able to deal with your time. And I think that's part of the big advantage that Scooter has, which is they're not using a clock right now, but honestly, that's only because of Scooter's respect for Emma. In any other case, he'd probably be like, this is a clock because I understand my army so simply. I can definitely do it within an hour and a half because I use the same list for, like, how many years is he going on Iron Jaws at this point?
A large number.
Yeah.
So hit on 5s.
Oh. Okay, that's news.
That's where actually.
Now we want this. We want this next. Here we go.
On 4s. 6s are mortal wound in addition.
That is not correct.
So just 5 saves, no rend.
5 saves, no rend. So 5 4-ups and a 6-up.
We're just trying to correct things on the screen, folks.
Go with my big guy.
Yep.
Not my little big guy. My big guy. So 7.
We've got a lot of happy people in the room here, in room 2. It's good to see people this early in the morning. It's not that early, but it's good to see people early in the morning just having a ton of fun.
It feels early in the morning.
It feels early morning.
Is anybody in chat got any questions for us while you have us here? Anybody new to Age of Sigmar? Anybody playing it for a long time? Any armies you're excited about? Are you sitting and doing any hobby today? If so, what are you building? What are you working on? I was saying yesterday, I just finally got the new fancy Croak model, and I'm picking up my Seraphon box this week because I am super excited to get back to my first army, space dinosaurs on dinosaurs on dinosaurs.
4 times 3 is 12. 12 damage. I killed 4.
Yeah. Well, no, you killed 2 with that. You only did
4 damage.
Yeah.
Well, you know what I'm really excited about is, even though we're kind of in this mystery veil of what's happening with Cities of Sigmar, there's been a narrative list that I've been toying with for quite some time. I've never really thought that it had any play, but sure enough, a very close version of it has just showed up on a Worlds list that's supposed to happen at the end of this month. So I am beyond excited to see how that does, because this is something that I've been too afraid to put on the table because it doesn't have wards. The damage isn't that spectacular, but it is teleporty and annoying, and movement and teleports win games.
I love to hear it, Steve.
On a 2-up?
I haven't gotten my box yet. It's been it's at the store on hold for me, and I just could not get there last week. But I am picking it up either tomorrow or Tuesday, depending on how
Oh, yes.
how my schedule goes, getting back into the week.
Have you picked up your box yet?
I have not picked up my box.
There's 3 of them here.
No, I have the box.
Oh, you have the box.
Paid for.
It's paid for. Got you.
I don't need a second one because I'm not doing Croak, Slon, Trog in Starborn.
Well,
that list is a 4-1 list at best because it just instantly loses to Khorne and.
Oh no, not a 4-1 list.
I'm not Frank. And I want to play Sauruses.
The model refresh that is taking place on Seraphon is so excited. It's very hard for non-Seraphon players to be excited for Seraphon because of how awful they've been to everybody and touched them in the wrong places for so long. But it is exciting to see these gorgeous, beautiful models coming out in the range. It's a long time coming.
And the sculptors did such a good job of making the new stuff fit with the old stuff that they didn't replace. The Agrodon's looking very similar in scale design to the Carnosaur kit, which the Carnosaur kit aged very, very well.
Yeah.
That kit does not need a refresh for a long time coming. It holds up. It really holds up. The one drawback with it is if they ever give us a good reason to bring 4 of them in a list, All of them will be looking to the left.
More than 3.
That's it. That's the only drawback that I have with the Carnosaur. Other than that, you're still not seeing more than 2, but there's lists that have 2 in there.
If you were to tell me that, Emma, do you realize how many of these KO have to remake for people?
Just trying to blast this.
What was the question?
We're good.
Okay.
That would have been. I'm like, Caleb.
I'm gonna definitely vacate these. So they'll get 3 back, and then because they're holding control of the gray site, they get an additional 1 back.
Okay. So 4 Joes.
Yep.
What's up?
They all gotta come back within an inch. Existing models, so I'll put them there,
Yeah.
and we'll drop this guy. And
Glad you know that. I've watched people string them. I'm like, you can't do that.
no.
They took that away like 2 years ago.
Get that. Heroic action. Do I want to bring on dogs?
Five.
So my blast is Season of War. Oop.
I'm gonna bring on 10 dogs. Back here, 9 inches. Your heroic action.
I'm gonna make him a cast.
So updating the round, because it was not round 3, it was round 1. So we got a 5-point turn.
It's just 4 inches, but I don't think that gets within range of any of your casters. So.
Interrupting for a second. Hey guys, what was the? Did we pick a battle tactic for the round yet, or for the turn?
Gaining momentum for Emma, and I took cunning maneuver for my.
Yep.
What's up?
I'm gonna
Thank
kill
you.
that unit, by the way.
Appreciate it, Scooter.
Am I within 18 of the mock rush? Okay, he's gonna cast Waste Away.
What's that mean?
It's a -1 to wound and -1 to your damage profiles. So.
Ooh, that's really good, and that is what Iron Jaws hates to hear.
I don't know if you caught Scooter's face when he was told that.
So the big heat that Iron Jaws brings. So the Maw Crusher and the Foot Mega Boss have multiple. They do more than 1 damage on their attacks, but they've got their War Chanters, which are their drummers I talked about earlier in the game.
Yes.
That have an ability to give out +1 to damage.
Yes.
And that is where a lot of their heat comes from. Their units are good and solid for their points, but they don't do they can't delete and just wreck what they go into if they don't have that buff. And so anything that takes that buff away or makes it so that you need to have that buff to get back to baseline on something big like your Maw Crusher really just takes the wind out of any Iron
Yeah,
Jaws
the
player.
Gruntas and the Maw Crusher. I'll tell you also, the big thing that I heard in there that I think was almost worse than the damage was hearing the -1 to wound. So one of the big later changes, this is something Iron Jaw struggles to get to. Okay. This is something that Iron Jaw struggles to get to in the current meta, which is they're always wounding on 3s. So it's hard for them to get to their Inspireds. Most of them are taking Indomitable these days because the Inspired isn't just working for them the same way that they need to. But one of the big changes that just recently happened with Arcane Tome is they don't have an easy way to get to Bash 'em, which is a spell that gives them +1 to wound. So when you tell an army that is now no longer able to get to a 2 to wound and you just made them 4 to wound, that's an even bigger deal. And I could just see the grimace in Scooter's face. It's a hard one to hear.
Another reason why I'm really excited about the new Big Pig or Maw Grunta. And the sculpt looks great.
Yes.
That thing looks terrifying.
The brutes on the side with
the glazed
it's got that Mad Max feel to a little bit, like, and
Mad
that's
Max, some of the Lord of the Rings stuff.
Yes, actually, that's a really good reference. I can't remember the name of that beast that we saw in movie 3.
Man.
I know
Grand.
Grand.
No. Grand.
No, Grand was the ram, which was named after the weapon of Now we're not even talking about the right IP here.
No. GW still has the rights. We're good.
Yeah, we're good. Oh, it's still a GW product. We're good.
Also, Wallace walked away, so, you know.
Can't stop us. We're running free. Oh.
But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Scooter chose to go in round 1, so I believe his hope is to try and pin Emma in,
3 wounds left on that figure, 2
take
wounds
as much down as possible, even though he knows he'll be trading into it, and trading out, and then
Lightning curse. What's this one do? Actually, doesn't matter. Roll
and
your
then
11.
hope he gets up in points enough for it to matter.
What's wrong with your dice?
I figure unit within 18. I'll do.
Was that boxcars?
Boxcars
I'll do
twice,
this unit.
11.
I've just been rolling like
Oh.
12s for all my, pluses for all my guessing, with all the bonuses too.
Oh.
D3 mortal wounds to this unit. If I kill pig, I get a dog.
Was that 3?
It's 3 mortal wounds.
Kills pig, gets a dog?
I get a dog.
I love and hate that spell. I love that spell because it's amazing, and I hate that spell because it always gets dogs against me. So the spell we're talking about here is
That unit.
it's really cool. It summons.
And then one last
it just
spell.
turns one of the models it kills into a
Into
direwolf, which means that
Soul
unit that you do it to is instantly trapped in combat, and you can put it on the far end of the unit so that whatever you hit can't pile in very well
I actually don't
and
know what it
get
does
onto
on the
objectives more.
modifier, but I actually don't know what the modifier is.
What are we looking for?
So. Check. Whoop. Wait a minute. Soul Pipe. Here we go. Unit within 24. I can pick 2 different enemy units instead. Okay. Might be out of tokens for this.
I think there's some more of the white tokens over on the left that are the dry erase
Here,
tokens.
I'll use these. You within 24? Yes, you are. So I'm gonna put 1 on the brutes. So whenever they charge, I roll number of dice equal to what you roll for your charge, and every 4 up is a mortal wound. Cool.
So this is
And I'm gonna put 1 on your little guy here.
This is a nasty, nasty spell, particularly into Iron Jaws who
So
want to be charging
that's
to
it
get
for my-
into combat.
my hero phase.
Um,
So I'll go into
as
movement,
Emma said,
stealth, and all that other jazz.
this means that Scooter wants to, you know, he still needs to make charges to keep doing work in this game. But it means that he wants to do short charges and roll low. Because if he gets a charge, even if it's a, you know, even if he only needs a 3, if he rolls a 12, that's 12 dice for Emma to roll, looking for 4s to do mortal wounds. That's a rough position to be in. Having been hit with that spell before, it has
Zombies.
absolutely done work to me
We're gonna roll
in the
out like
past.
Autobots. And these guys are just gonna have to shove into this hole. Corpse cart's gonna move up. This corpse cart will run. Go 5. Pull it back a little bit. Just want to keep that zombie unit in range. Go there. Necromancer is going to retreat out. Boop. Run this Vampire Lord. So 10, it's got fly. Here can get me. Oop. This one. out there. I'm gonna leave Belladama in. She can tango. End of my movement phase. First, I'll roll to see if I get 20 zombies back, and then I'll pop up 40 out of the grave. Okay, 3 up for 20 zombies. Yep. So, no, not 10. It's 10 zombies. It's of that unit. So they're gonna pop down. Oh, hold on. Do you mind if I move the wolf?
No.
He's just gonna shuffle over here. 10 inches.
Okay.
So, and then I'll have 10 zombies over here.
So will we
Take
get a
this
second?
objective.
We can get a little bit of a better look at what's going on. We've got a whole bunch in here, some corpse carts, some other stuff that's going on. The pigs have done some work and have made a dent, but
Cornelius will shoot
unfortunately,
2d6 shots.
Yeah.
For 7.
there's
He's
still
going
a
into those pigs
lot of meat
All
to
just-
chew
all just
through.
shots.
All his shots.
What's his Ren 1?
Ren 1, 2 damage each.
All out defense.
Do I get a command point?
Sure.
Nope. All right, force. All right.
It was because I scared you.
Yeah, I was terrified.
The all out defense was horrifying.
Graveguard charge. 7.
Yeah.
It's a big charge from the Graveguard, and
So
they are one of the
20,
idle
right?
units.
Yeah. They gonna fuck.
Oh, our tally's up to 2.
Well,
Oh.
as long as I don't
New
pay attention.
record! Oh my gosh, this tree.
All I said before the stream was do your best, and I know you guys are doing very good. I'm proud of you. You both win a gold medal in my heart.
Alright, 7 can get them well into there. That's a Graveguard. There's more. Him. Then I'm going to roll this charge here with this 40-man block. 5. Which does get them in barely. And you've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on that.
Having just come back from doing his job judging, giving Nick a little bit of an update here and an update to anybody who's just joining in. We're doing gaining momentum for this round. We've gotten a bunch of really big spells off, including, got to double check the name on this, a massive 10+ cast on Soul Pike, which is the spell that you roll a number of dice equal to the charge roll, and on a 4-up you do a mortal wound to the unit that just charged. Put that on the brutes and the foot boss, because if that mortals on the charge kills the foot boss does not get to fight.
Oh my.
I believe. I might have to double check that rule if it happens. Got 10 zombies back from the 20 block of zombies that died. The Graveguard just got charged in, which they're in idols into the pigs.
I got my Vampire Lords are both going to
The spell from, I believe is Belladama's War Scroll spell, turned a pig into a wolf.
61 attacks because of the champ.
20 guys?
20. 3 attacks.
It does D3 mortal wounds.
Oh, and if you pick it up, you get a wolf.
And if you pick it up, you get a wolf. It killed a pig.
Wow.
So it turned into a wolf. Gaining momentum is looking very likely, and unfortunately for Scooter, you can definitely see a change in his demeanor. I don't know if he's out of it yet, but there's a lot of pain to get through.
Yes.
Before
2 damage, 6 is wound or mortal wound, and then I have 6 to hit or 2 hits.
Yeah.
that is a lot.
And you know the thing is when he hurled his entire army in, this is what you pay, right? You're now in the danger zone.
So here's something that is funny. Having done this by accident in a game against Soulblight before, this was on the old books. The rules are a little bit different. But
Just a little bit.
when you're looking at the rule to bring back a unit at half strength that has fully died for Soulblight, You roll the die, and you add a value equal to the number of units that have died. If you have a lot of cheap chaff units die very quickly in the game and are left with maybe 1 or 2 big hammers, and that's your entire list, even if you're just taking a Blade of Wounds and the hammers are getting a little bit weaker but are still sticking around, you can go and have that roll be harder and harder for your opponent to get because it counts about your opponent's units that die. So you can actually get into a position with Soulblight that is not great by killing too much too fast.
Yes.
Because you get a guaranteed resummon, which in this case was 10 zombies instead of potentially 20.
Yes.
Or the Grave Guard.
Yep.
Or the Wolves for extra mobility.
That was 22.
And then
25,
if we're left with a big block of Brutes
30.
and the Maw Crusher,
Yeah.
and then some foot heroes that Scooter's able to keep away from some of the honestly slower zombies and
Yes.
things like that. There is a chance. There's always a chance to come back, but
All right, 5.
you hate to be in a position where the chance to come back is
So
rough.
5.
I would not count him out yet, but it's rough. It's
Yeah.
looking rough. There's a lot of meat to chew through.
I mean, he is also a wound-dense army himself. So, and he's already locked in combat, so whatever survives starts hitting. He'll start to get some smashing and bashing. Eventually, he has a capability of chewing through this. I mean, the Brutes just can't move as fast as he needs them, but they're in a place where they can defend the middle pretty easily.
Yeah.
He went for a big gamble here on a turn 1 send it. But the good news is why we're looking at round 1 and saying, hey, we're already an hour and a half into the game. We have no problem seeing we're going to be. We're not at the halfway point in this game. Yes.
This table got started a little bit late due to technical difficulties.
Yes.
So we're at about an hour 15 of the game.
Yeah, but the thing is I have a feeling we're going to have a decision on this game round 3. When you send it, you kind of find out about it. Now, of course, if Scooter is able to withstand a resiliency against the onslaught that's coming to him and held out and then just keeps chewing through, this could take for a while for him to chew through. But, the big problem with the big struggle right now with Iron Jaws is no ward, right? So as he kills those zombies, they're always going to be blowing up on him. And he doesn't have the recursion or the healing. She does. So
He actually does have Fix and Beat on one of his
He does. It does.
fortresses, which is a 3-up to heal D3.
Correct, but when you send your Maw Crusher to the other side of the board, it
So-
takes a while to get that War Chanter over there.
A couple things I do want to talk about. He does have access to some wards. I believe the closer trees to us is mystical terrain.
Ooh. So that's why he's over there.
That's why he's there. Part of the reason that it didn't matter is because he rolled no 6s in his turn on that mystical wards,
Yeah.
which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
Emma's been rolling some spicy, multiple boxcar casts, multiple things like that. Scooter has been failing all of his ward saves from being near those trees, which you hate to see. But both of these are experienced players; they know that this happens. And one of the things that we have not talked about is the threat of the Maw Crusher. If you have not played against it, the Maw Crusher, the big cabbage winged red and green thing at the bottom of the board right here in the screen, has a really, really cool rule that I absolutely love. Every time it kills a model in the at the end of a combat phase, if it killed any models in that combat phase, it gets angrier and madder and buffer.
Yeah. More wound.
It gets an extra wound, which means it takes one more wound to kill it, effectively healing it one. And the rider gets an extra attack. The mount attacks are better at the start. They're higher quality attacks, but that rider can do a lot of work, especially later in the game.
Yeah.
Once you get that up to 10, 11, 12 attacks, especially if you send it in on round 1, turn 1.
Each combat phase, you're just getting that buff, and by round 3, you're getting +4.
+5.
+5, depending on which round, yeah, which turn.
You know, if he manages to get that stuck in so that Emma can't actually pull out or pull models out and get out from it,
Yeah.
then it's possible it's going to start leveling up on
Yeah.
Emma's turn. So if he is able to get that flying, monstrous, big boy in to things that are not zombies, that are not throwing mortals back, it was not hit with the spell that does mortal wounds to it on the charge. So if Scooter is able to trade his infantry units, his battle line units into the zombies and take those down, well, the Maw Crusher levels up and takes out the other things that are running around. Emma's big buffers, the casters, the heroes, the dogs, all of those things. The Grave Guard, if you can kill the Grave Guard with that, that's a big deal.
Yeah.
It might actually have the beef and the muscle. It'll definitely have the weight and the power to get through a unit of 40 zombies. It can get that strong.
Yeah.
But it might have the beef to be able to withstand the mortal wounds that are thrown back at it. It's a really key unit to stay in the game. Emma, of course, knows this, which is why she pulled the models to make sure it can't fight in that
So 9 to 27 attacks.
in her turn.
Yeah.
Very reasonable.
So that's a big way to get back into the game.
10, 15.
It's
20.
he's not out of it. He's really not.
No, there's a lot of wounds there. There's still a lot of wounds because
a lot of muscle.
it's while it doesn't have the wards built in, it doesn't have extremely good saves. What it does have is a lot of wounds and
a lot of power.
And a lot of power. When you don't pick that stuff up, he guns back and picks you up. He's not out, for sure.
5s, 6s for multiple hits.
Looks like Emma is putting out a lot of dice here. Looks like a unit of zombies based off of how. This is absolutely zombies based off of just how many things did not hit at all. Now we're about to see very few wounds happen.
Oh, so I think this is Grave Guard. I heard 4s to wound, 6s are mortals.
Saves at no rend.
Oh, then that's an unfortunate roll.
Pretty good.
No, no rend. This was zombies.
It was zombies. Yeah, for grave guards to have
it's
70.
it's the corpse cart that gives mortal wounds on a 6s to
Oh, yes.
hit. Which is the small bony thing just to the right of the house there.
Clearly overpowered.
So I got one command point left, so I'll just inspire them. I think they lost like 6.
Yeah, no problem. I'll just inspire mine.
And then I got my battle tactic, and I've got 2.
So that is a 5-point turn for Emma. We are going into priority for round 2.
It's not a 5-point turn for Emma.
Yeah, it is.
It's a 6-point turn for Emma. It's a 6-point turn.
Killed the idols and the idols.
Oh yeah, my grave guard. I'm glad you remembered that.
And Emma is excited. She did not even realize that she scored the extra point.
You mess up, but it's like whatever. Like, who cares? Good luck, babe. I have to take it. I can't give it to you.
Honestly, correct choice.
Eye for an eye.
Yeah.
Eye for an eye.
Everything.
Always.
I mean, no, but I'll still talk shit the whole time. I'm gonna kill something. Something's evaporating. I don't know what's evaporating. I have no clue what will evaporate, but something will evaporate.
Yeah.
So we're looking good going into 2.
We'll let these players decide. I'm going to do a quick brief walk around to this area and make sure that people are okay, and I'll be right back.
One other thing before you head out that we didn't talk about.
Oh my god. These guys are in the grave.
Doing some heals.
Oh, yes, now we get to watch the Soul Blade heal.
No.
Brigade.
The Maw Crusher healed with heroic action.
Oh, yes, but with their bravery, yes.
No.
It's always
successful.
fun. Oh, he did it. Good for him.
Yeah.
I didn't realize he got completely out of combat. Yep, because there's no zombies there anymore.
Because Emma piled it away. And Emma also forgot to deploy 40 zombies that are in the grave.
I missed it. It might have been in your ear. Who won the priority? Was it Scooter?
Scooter won the priority and took it.
Okay, great.
Because he, I think, correctly guessed that he had to take it.
He has to. Absolutely. I hope when I come back, this has gotten
Nice and spicy. With a
very spicy. I would like some spice.
Finest hour Belladama.
Ooh, very spicy.
I'll update you when you come back.
Okay. Good luck, folks.
I have There?
Technically touching, yeah.
Denied.
Alcohol this squad. Alcohol himself.
This guy.
Stuff.
Long graveyard. Any more mix in there? No.
Oh, sorry. Since I fought in the combat.
So one of the things that Bloodtooth, Scooter's sub-faction gets
So these
is that
are the
if
-1
the
damage thing,
pigs
-1 wound thing.
fight in the combat,
Yeah, they both have
they
minus
can
1 to wound and
either
damage.
get a free
and then these
pile-in
two both have,
after
when you
the
charge
combat
them,
phase
get
is
the
done,
bonus.
or if everything around them is dead, they can either charge to try and get into combat for the
Cast my spell, give him
start
a
of the
boost,
next
heal my
turn and
shit.
do a little bit of mortal wounds on the impact
my
hits,
rogue
or just
action,
take a
you did
free
your
move,
rogue
which
action,
at
find
9
sour.
inches of
Yep.
free movement is a
James Con,
massive
50.
deal. In this case,
Yeah.
he's
didn't
mostly
go.
just moved them
Someone else
out
gave
of
it to me.
way of
Really? We usually go every year. but
of the
we've
Maul
been
Crush to
having
let
issues
that get in. And,
Some of the
you know, these players know each other. They played each other a bunch of times. And that, you know, that change doesn't matter that much. So even though it's a little bit out of phase and a little bit of forget, you know, this is the kind of sportsmanship we'd like to see.
Hero phase over. So let's do some movie moves.
So looking at the
Awesome
board
moves.
state a little bit, we've got a nice little hero block with some corpse cards right here in the middle, some zombies and graveguard right over there, flanked with some heroes, some dogs in the back to prevent some teleports in, and a single dog holding that objective, which is going to force Scooter, if he wants to take it, to actually commit something back there. The hero squad over on the right.
Would you like to move off the objective?
No, they don't have a champ. I can't issue commands.
Brute's over there, and then when we flip back, we
What's
can
the zombie?
see
I don't know if they would listen to me anyway.
that resurrected unit of zombies and the aura.
You're not the boss of me.
I moved them.
You're not the boss of me.
Emma, that was an illegal movement. I'm gonna have to yellow card you for it.
Fault.
And we've got the war chanter moving in to try and deal with some of those zombies. As you know,
I hope you clap them and I kill them to the wound with the mortar wounds back, and we just
Explode.
explode, and then I keep the objective.
so what's funny about this is, most support heroes and casters are not
How many
that
wounds does she
fighty.
have?
9.
But because these are orcs and they're all about
Yeah.
being the
And I
biggest and
finest
best and
powder,
punchiest,
so-
So she's a 3-up now.
they're
Three up.
surprisingly
And
durable
he's
and
minus 1 to wound, minus
powerful.
1 to damage.
And a 4-up save?
She's base 4 up.
Base 4-up save?
Yeah.
I mean ward save, sorry.
Oh, 6 up.
6-up.
Yeah.
You don't have a 4 ward save yet.
No, like he can pass off on 4s. She can pass on 3 ups to dogs. But, if I made a charge.
Yeah, it's too far away right now.
So Emma's done what you hope to do, as any in any strong or competitive game, is she's given Scooter a bunch of bad choices. He's got the foot boss that might be able to take Belladonna down, but will hurt itself when it charges. The Mega Boss, which is severely debuffed, but should normally be able to take Belladonna down. He needs to kill something for his battle tactic, eye for an eye.
Right.
And Belladonna's finest hour, which means it's going to do all
him
the work
after
it
the
can.
wolves or do I want him after the wolves? I don't know how I want after the wolves.
Emma, you were saying something about a successful charge. Do the wolves have a charge on your opponent's turn ability, or was it just a failed charge earlier? I think Emma's thinking about some other stuff, and it wasn't an important question.
They're always
so.
everything's 6 up all
Everything's
the time.
always, oh, they
Everything
took that
is always
12-inch
6 up.
thing. Okay,
Yeah, even the zombies over here.
Okay, so everything's 6 up ward. They just
Yeah.
don't have 5 up. They're so far away.
Yeah, they're too far for the 5 up. So it's still 20 wounds on a 6 up ward.
Okay, so. Well, I went in 3 and 3 at both. Right. And then I will measure this because he's not 5 inches. So there you go. So looks like at least a 4-inch charge for him. All right, so shooting.
On a 4 up, I get 5 wolves back. I do.
So this is one of the
Your
new.
5 was back for. Oh, in the movement phase stuff.
'Cause they died. I said
Yeah,
your
in
movement
the
phase.
movement phase stuff.
This is one of the new changes to Soul Blight.
But they won't get that. Or will
No,
they?
they
get
will
it?
when they die. Technically, it's not in my starting army. So if that unit dies on a 4 up, I can get a wolf back. So it has to be 3 from you. Because they did a terrific job.
So this is one of the big changes. One of the reasons that Soul Blight is so powerful right now is that the
He counts those 2, right?
Yep, I already got that one back.
I think I'm going to put him over there.
Okay.
the
And hope that you can't break the zombie
Resurrection was changed to be, instead of
great
at the
sight right
end
there.
of a turn, it's at the end of a movement phase they come in.
unit. Best. The best.
And
So they can come all the way out to like here-ish. So I'll just...
it's very, very strong.
keep you from the brutes. There we go.
Cool.
You can proceed.
My turn.
You're in trouble next time when I remember the 40 zombies to bring out.
Always in trouble.
Did you want to move your caster too?
I just did.
Okay.
I moved them up 4.
All right, commence your yelling.
Yeah, we'll roar at you. I'll roar at the zombies. So 2s and 4s. It's the whole thing's -1 to wound, right?
No, it's a melee.
Only melee. So, well, either way, 3 -1.
So 5 upwards. All right, lose 3. Just pop 3.
Try to 3-6 charge my guys.
That was a no.
That's unfortunate.
So that dice has gone back in the bag for the
My
rest
guy
of
over there
the
is going to charge
game
in
at
the
least.
zombies.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll just attack that one. So it's not a... Actually, it doesn't matter because you're going to be able to swarm me anyway. Charge my squad.
Okay.
8. I think that's actually enough.
And here we go, the power of that spell. These brutes have 3 wounds apiece. So looking for 4-ups. Emma could actually take one of these models off,
So
and
everyone's
they
gonna
do
be
a
able to just gotta
sizable amount of damage.
Move my Joes. And 8 4-ups, right?
And we've got another person joining me for commentary.
It's just 3 mortal wounds.
This is Jeremy, who was joining in.
I can't hear you.
So this one dies, and then
He's the other main judge here for the turn.
yeah.
So have you been
Little
following
Big Man's
along
gonna
with the game at all? Have you been able to catch the stream, or you want to know what's going
A lot
on?
of times I just
Yeah,
wanted
catch me
full.
up to speed, Pete. What's going on here?
Okay, so
You're
Scooter,
at 7. This would be good 'cause the last
Emma
one-
made Scooter go first.
5.
Did some damage, got a full 5-point turn, had a bunch of big pain because,
got left?
as we know, those zombies
if you kill a model,
explode.
you gain
Oh,
one.
absolutely.
Yeah.
It's devastating. Especially when
I
you
forget how
have
many
that
it's-
Yep.
quantity
7, I guess.
of them.
you're just talking about tons of mortal wounds. I think they explode on a 5-up, and she's got 120. So.
Yep.
All right, so the big guy, what are you thinking, dude?
It's just a ton.
It's a ton.
I think the wolves are shit.
She did a bunch of great casualty pulls to pull the foot boss out of being able to fight. I didn't actually catch if Destroyer was used or not. We'll have to see later on in the game. He's still around and kicking, but has taken a little bit of damage.
This is one of those things, and if you've ever watched Emma play, she is a really tactful expert of micro play, so where you've got your pile-ins, you're pulling away during death. Anything in the minutia of the game, she's just, the mastery of the rules that she has is really interesting to watch, and much to my chagrin because I've played her several times.
One of the things that's really important that just happened, you know the Soul Blight spell that does.
I'm having fun over here. No, I realized you said 9 wounds.
That does mortal wounds based off of the charge you did.
Yeah, Soul Pike.
Soul Pike. It was on the brutes, the 10-man brutes, and the foot boss.
Oh, because she cast it on a 10+.
Cast it on a 10+.
So she was able to put it applied to 2 units.
The foot boss took the charge, even though it had damage on it, lived through the charge into Belladama, because the Mega Boss has -1 to wound and -1 to damage right now, the Maw Crusher, and the foot Mega Boss went in. We've done eye for an eye as the battle tactic.
Okay.
Scooter won priority going into 2.
Okay.
And took it. And he's trying to kill Belladama even though she's finest outward.
I understand. Does Scooter have control? It's hard for me to see. Does he have control of any objectives right now?
He's got the center objective. He's got the 10-man unit of brutes that went on it.
But he doesn't have the north or south objective.
Doesn't have the north or south objective because Emma was able to kill a pig with the spell that turns
you into a wolf. I almost said a skeleton.
And then the wolf.
Yeah, there's another spell that Soul Blight has access to that can actually turn them into a vampire, but I think that's on a specific model. I'd have to double check.
The wolf retreated out onto an unheld objective.
No.
Stole it. Scooter, using his end of turn pylon, took it back, but the resurrected zombies from the 20 block that Scooter killed in turn 1 was already resummoned back onto the the far objective. So instead of having all 3, Emma only had 2. And then Emma summoned another unit of 5 dogs in Scooter's movement phase to take the objective that Scooter had put a pig unit on.
This is
it's been really back and forth.
This is one of those things that you have to be ever present with when you're fighting into Soul Blight, just how they can recur, how they can manipulate the battlefield in your turn and their turn, and just that level of dominance that they have over the ability to deny. Now, Scooter's obviously an expert general, as we all know, and maybe he's taken that into account with his gameplay, but no matter what, a lot of this is just overwhelming for even the best players.
What the shit? Go ahead.
Oh, no.
It's so stupid.
I thought you were hoping to wipe them and smash it back.
I didn't even think about it.
Major tactical error from Scooter here.
Really bad error right there.
He meant to attack the Graveguard first.
Because none of that mattered. That doesn't matter if I went over there.
I mean,
And the brutes, his big unit that's left,
are about to get mollywopped.
charged the
Yeah, because it's
Graveguard.
floating 6 or stuff, and I'm going to attack them.
Is that a full unit of 20?
Yes, it is.
You can anticipate 40 plus damage coming out of that unit, because if I'm correct, I think they have 2 attacks each, mortal wounds on 6s in addition on the wounds.
3 attacks each.
3 attacks each. 61 attacks, Emma's saying. That's a tremendous amount of damage. I don't know if Emma has the
dice for it.
No, she has the dice. She's come prepared, but I don't know if she has the artifact or the command trait that lets them hit on unmodified 2s instead of 4s. Yeah, Soul Blight's a hell of a book, Pete.
Yeah,
it's menacing.
It makes you feel better.
Hey, good to see you back again. We were, happy to have you here last time. We're top of 2. Unfortunately, real big misstep. That could have not mattered if he'd gotten his smashing and bashing, which is kill a full unit and
of
go.
course,
but it looks like the zombies survived on a model or 2.
Only 2 mortal wounds.
If you can get right into where that Maw Crusher is. It might be obfuscated by the building,
13
but
on the first
I'm
zombie.
seeing. I mean, I'm seeing quite
I'm
a
not seeing
few
a lot
models,
of
but I can't
zombies
see the
here.
clarity.
So
here.
unfortunately,
here
so we've
for
got the
champ.
full unit there, and the brutes are here.
name?
We've got the whole hero squad is right behind this
attack
building, with both corpse carts
my
there.
3 up.
Making the -1 to wound, yeah?
Yep. Over here we've got a chunk of zombies that have been really eaten into by a 6-man unit of pigs that have been taken off for the extra point by Emma from the idols. And then up top,
7
that
extra hits.
beefed up War Chanter up in the on top of the objective. In order for Scooter to get 1-2 more, that War Chanter has to kill almost all of those zombies and not die to the Mortal Wounds back.
I like it, the little War Chanter that could.
Fortunately, it Violent Furied itself. Down here, the Maw Crusher is
you got
in
5
on
more Mortal
Belladama,
Wounds.
and the Foot
And
Boss
another 20 saves.
got a charge.
So it's going to be 33
Okay, fantastic.
saves total.
33 saves from the Graveguard
And
into
that's
the
at
Brutes.
That's at Rend 1,
At
yeah. So
Rend
that'll be
1.
on 5s.
That's
Maybe
gonna
he
be-
used all out defense. I'm not sure.
We were too busy talking about it to listen.
And I think you get 4 here with Mystical.
So-
or
And they're-
5. We'll just stay
Your
here.
best case scenario, if you're on 4s, is saving half
guys
of
on
them,
mystical.
and they're 2 damage apiece.
Saving Grace, a small Saving Grace. Those trees are mystical. He does have a ward.
Okay, okay. Maybe Scooter can recover here. Just
Let's
a
see if we
little
can get a good view of these dice. Oh, that might be game right there. That's rough. That is 300 plus points of brutes gone. Not what you want to see. Not what you want to see. So let's look here at what we've got. This is our wound counters. So the good news is. Do you want to comment? The good news is the Foot Boss is still alive.
Yeah.
So who are you swinging into?
And as they continue to kill,
Yeah, 2 in range.
which into Emma's
Okay, all
army
defense
isn't really a
Belladama.
particular problem,
Yeah.
they gain wounds. So if Scooter can, heroically recover, or if he has a War Chanter
it's
near
got
enough
round,
with
right?
the Fix 'em beat, he can keep these really pivotal pieces alive and continue to chip away
dies.
at Emma's control and Emma's wound count. We're just gonna have to see if that's enough right now. What I'm worried about is these dogs down here in the bottom left hand of the corner. Did they come back this turn, or are they?
They were the free summoned ones. They have not come back.
Okay,
So-
here's what Scooter's not gonna like. Those things get a 6-inch pile in. Right now, she's within her rights to just pile right into that Maw Crusher and tap it, and it's already attacked.
I think
locking it up for the
You get
next
the swing
turn.
then? 'Cause you
I-
can-
He killed the zombie unit.
Oh, okay, fantastic.
He gets smashed and bashing.
All right,
Smart.
a little bit of
Apparently,
gas
there's
for his list.
1 or 2 zombies left in that unit, which would have been the difference between those brutes living and dying.
That's one of the, you can't underestimate how big of a
So he's
detriment
-1
-1 to hit
damage
and wound is. It's just so impactful for a melee focused force like Ironjaws. I've certainly been on the receiving end of that treatment, and I'm not a fan.
Rent.
So here's the other thing.
So
I
3 up.
think the Maw Crusher only has 1 damage on it.
Oh, he's all defense.
All defense and
Oh,
five.
okay,
Dealt-
yeah,
dealt
no,
to it.
that's what it looks like to me as well.
2s.
So a Maw Crusher can be an army by itself. That is doable. A Maw Crusher is
So 9 damage.
a Maw Crusher is absolutely
this.
an army by itself.
fix this.
It just has to not die. It has to not take
got
those
her.
things, and you can absolutely do it. The Maw Crusher just picked up Belladama despite the debuffs. That is massive.
What a-
massive, which means that
Think you pulled anything
What
else?
a big swing!
which
What a big
means that
swing!
Scooter gets to
Did you
go
mean to pull the
again
Vampire Lord?
with something else.
Okay. So, I guess interact a
So,
little bit.
actually, I believe it might have been
I'm just saying if
the
I have anything else. Oh, I
4
can do
grunges
the
that went into
fireworks.
Belladama.
Okay,
Filing.
and here's Emma
Oh,
making
here's
that
the wolves.
6-inch pile-in that I
Oh wait.
said.
Oh,
Before she does
Smash
that,
and
she's
bashing.
going to go over here.
Here's the other thing.
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah,
sorry.
You can smash and bash again, right?
Yeah, so they're remembering that they have Smash and Bash in here. Scooter, you said, needs to pick these models up that has a chance of reclaiming this objective.
Rend on it, right? No Rend? 6 damage.
Oh, that's not enough.
3 plus 1, right?
No.
Yeah.
So 4. 6s. And then mortal wounds. You take 2 mortal wounds.
So it doesn't look like Scooter's going to be able to reclaim that southern objective.
No.
So swung. Oh, you have a brute here, model.
Oh, no, he's dead.
Yeah.
Belladama was
So
an
everything
idol.
that can fight
Okay.
is swung.
That is
All right, I'll take my.
something.
That'll help out with his score here, even as he struggles to hold objectives. If
I
he's
believe
winning,
still has the middle objective.
yeah, if he can hold
That's 4
to
point
battle tactics, and he can hold on the bonus points as well, then Scooter can stay in this game.
Oh yeah.
And this is the top of the round, Scooter's turn.
This is the top of the round.
Give me one
So we're
save.
gonna have to watch Emma's turn in the next
Oh,
round and
we
see
got
how
him.
things go.
All right, now we'll pile in the dire wolves.
No,
Alright.
she's like I said, I
here.
mentioned she's piling in those dire wolves. Lock that Maw Crusher up for the next turn, so it doesn't get to go anywhere that she doesn't want it to go.
So I'll
This
just
is
take 4 of these guys.
just one of those attributes of Soulblade where I said they're just so punishing to melee focused armies.
And here's the thing that you don't often see
Oh,
at these high tier
Consistent,
games.
So 3 at
At
no rend.
one, everybody makes mistakes.
Oh, of course.
Every single person makes mistakes. These caliber
And
of
I think you
players
guys can do a pile in.
don't make mistakes often,
No,
but they also
These
know
guys
how to
can't fail
capitalize
on
on
4
it.
every time.
absolutely.
So when you make a single mistake in a game like
And
this,
then
you know that you are on
you'll
such a
get-
back foot.
Well,
one
that's
and
why
eye
I
for
want
eye.
to highlight not necessarily mistakes, but the expertise of players.
wait,
Where
oh.
Emma knew to
my
summon
guy
that
killed
unit
Dodo.
He was an
and
idol, right?
keep it where Scooter was going to be most interested in charging into where she was weaker on that side. So almost like a
So I'm in combat with.
like a rat trap, like a glue trap. As soon as he gets in, he steps into that
The
and
wolves
gets
at
stuck
the
right
bottom.
there. Yeah, absolutely.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
I think
But the other thing is,
she
he's-
gives a little up
he's
to
also-
gain a lot.
He's also forced to deal with that because
I'll
he
get a command
doesn't
point.
deal with
My
the
general's
wolves.
my
The
necromancer.
wolves will move in, but
alive.
they also have I want to say 10-inch movement. So auto run those for 16 because they have an alpha wolf. They can give themselves
Oh,
command points,
absolutely.
which most wolf units can't do. But that
Yeah.
16-inch move means that even though that 10-man unit that you only get one of a game is stuck in the back
I definitely see the
corner,
power in the army.
Yeah, just
He's
just
gonna
another
use the
just
rogue
another
action to add
inflection
D3
point
models
of the
to this.
power of the Soulblade army here is that all of their units are autonomous. They're not
just
reliant
that's all
on
it is.
having
the,
a leader.
the zombies don't. But the zombies,
It's like summoning
they
But
just
that's
want
not their. But
They
that's not
get
their,
another
their
summoning
Yes.
point
unit.
anyway. You're not spending command points into them. Why would you?
Because
They're
I'll
there
I'm
to
gonna
die.
summon
They're
you
there
to
to
go on that
explode. They're
objective.
there to do these things.
Now I gotta go that way
It would be.
That's my starting hero phase.
It's not in your best interest to
Rogue
all out
action.
defend on the zombies.
what was the battle tactic, guys?
Nope. Huh?
Battle tactic?
Eye
Eye for an eye.
We both went eye for an eye.
Got it.
Fantastic.
And 4-point round?
4.
Yeah.
Alright, so that takes Scooter up to 9 points.
You've got just the one caster over there, right? I still have 4 casts. Let's do a Spirit Gale.
What's that do?
It's the mortal wound everything. Doesn't get it. I'm
That's a
gonna do
big
waste
deal.
away.
Anytime Emma fails to do mortal wounds, it's a
Doesn't
massive
get it.
deal because Scooter has lost a lot of the meat of his army.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the game is about the Maw Crusher now for
I
him.
just want to double
For
check.
sure. And if Emma's
I
able to
can Von
contain
Hell's
that
the
beast,
Graveguard,
and
or if there's
she
another.
doesn't have to kill it, she
Is
just
that like a limited thing? Like skeleton?
can't let it
Graveguard's
be
summonable unit.
unleashed
So
into her
Von
power
Hell's
point. She
from them.
can't let it continue
Make
to
them fight in
eat
the hero phase.
into her heavy damage dealing casters, wizards. She can't let it get into things like her Graveguard, which she needs to use to clear the board and be a power point for her in the middle of the board there.
So the one other
got 2
thing
wins left?
that could be the spicy way for Scooter to get back in this, and I know they've changed the rule, is that is a
That's the fight.
6-man unit of
that the
pigs
one that hits
that we're
everything?
down to 2. If he's able to extricate them
units.
in any way, with
put it on him.
with one of them
That's the
left,
charging thing.
Yeah, if you charge, mortal
he
wound.
can roll
They use
a
these
rally at
then
the start of the hero phase.
Absolutely.
Roll dice equal to the number
Okay.
that are gone, and 6s add a pig back.
And then I can pick a
Every pig is 5 wounds. Every pig is a lot of damage.
Absolutely.
And it's an idle unit, which means it earns him points.
The only thing I don't know about Emma's list if she has any ways to shut off rally or inspiring presence.
I'm not sure.
That's a
off the top
list.
of my
That's a
head.
list tech question that we'd have to go to Emma for. I just don't know.
The problem is, I think Emma's got a full strength idle
Then with their pile-ins,
graveguard unit right next to the pigs.
Oh,
2 on there.
that's
We're looking for a failed charge.
yeah.
Pigs picking up whatever they're next to. Another priority win for Scooter.
Yeah, with their pile-ins.
6s on
they
4
can
dice.
Kind of go little sideways and just get
You
it.
know,
It's a
But I'm hoping that
massive statistical long
now this
bomb,
is
but
this is an interesting technical question. Let me go to the board here for something because I'm interested.
Looks like we got some zombies moving up. I think they may have just tagged the point. Or at least are guarding a flank against some other stuff.
Give them words.
Do you have a GHB in front of you?
I don't have the current one. Give me 1 second here.
Can you pull up the unique heroic action for this season where a
fight in
hero
the
can
hero
fight
phase?
in the hero phase? And I'm interested
I
if...
believe you can do it.
So
on
I'd
both
be
turns.
curious if Scooter could fight in the hero phase with that foot hero and then trigger smashing and bashing. I'm looking at smashing and bashing now.
Pull up Smashing and Bashing. I will
because
get-
this is... I don't know if he would continue to benefit for smashing and bashing in the hero
If I were to
phase.
run,
All right.
and
Iron Jaws.
you get just over.
So it's a moot point because smashing and bashing is limited
Only
to the
the
combat
combat
phase. So that's a moot point. Unless Scooter had sworn bodyguards, then he wouldn't be able to do that, and that's
He
only.
does have sworn bodyguards.
Ah, interesting. So Scooter is definitely aware of this. tech.
Unfortunately, the bodyguards
Mancer's gonna run.
are the brutes.
Okay, that is unfortunate.
Yeah.
Here.
So he wouldn't be able to benefit from smashing and bashing, but maybe Scooter could get a little bit more damage in out of phase sequencing, and that would maybe keep him in this game.
Something else that we haven't talked about, there's a special spell for this GHB, which if you don't know, the GHB is the General's Handbook. It's a
thank
set of
you.
competitive rules that they update every 6 months to sort of highlight and specialize the competitive scene on different factions. Previous ones have been
contains
Monsters Matter, and then Foot Infantry Matter, and then right
now we're
now
on to
it's
unnamed
Foot Heroes
Foot
that don't have a
Heroes.
name matter.
I'm gonna get one.
So the General's Handbook, as Peter was alluding to, contains special rules, as well as all of your
I got 5 command
your
points
mission
now. You
pack
better watch out.
and your realm rules. Is what we call these. These realm rules have unique enhancements, unique battalions, unique spells that are available to everyone.
Which is the one I want to touch on.
yeah.
Grinding Teeth of Galay. Galay is the realm that we're fighting in right now, in the plane of monsters, which is the narrative
Treat them out.
setting for all of the competitive games that we've played for the last year and a half. Because there's an overarching story of what's
what
been
do you get for
happening
Yeah, in the
even
realm
in the
of-
competitive
what,
tournaments.
in the realm of Gur.
And
Oh, to be
basically what happens is you cast the spell, it goes off on a 6, rolling 2 dice for it, and you pick an objective, which is the center point on any of these big purple circles within 12 inches of the range of your caster, which for Scooter is the orc with the big blue smoke above his head. And then every single unit, if you get that spell off, that is on that objective, you roll a die on a 4 up, it's d6 mortal wounds.
I mean, you're looking at a lot of damage into something like Soulblight that just packs units in there.
That single wolf unit that's been summoned in, trying to clip it with like a big block of zombies and then the thing of other things.
If you're able to cast that spell successfully into these types of armies, it's just
you can do a lot. It can matter.
Do a
and
lot.
as we've said multiple times in this stream,
the limiting factor on that spell, though, unfortunately, is that it's only 12 inches. So you have to be pretty close to use it with a wizard in the first place.
All the graveyard, but I brought you down to 5 or
But so the other thing is the he's got to be danger close. He's got to take big risks to have any chance.
Yeah,
and,
for sure.
You know, it all matters. You're
all right, I'm gonna have to
you're
set
hiding
all of these back here.
Scooter, you're hiding your pig
and
from the
then roll
camera
9
now.
inch charge and then reset them up.
Wait, could y'all see it before?
Yeah.
Okay.
So one of the things that Scooter has is this is his lucky totem. I'll zoom in on it for y'all. His little pig that has brought him luck in so many tournaments. He's been sitting there the whole game, watching over the fight, trying to bring him luck.
Yeah, we've witnessed Scooter go be the runner-up champion at Nova Open and at LVO, both accompanied by that little lucky pig he's got there. You know, everybody's got their superstitions, but I like this one probably my most
like
favorite.
that a lot.
It's just
zombie it up.
It just screams Scooter.
Yeah.
Did I lose anything else since the last time we discussed? I have this unit died, right? I haven't brought them back. So, end of my movement phase on a 3-up. Yep.
Sure.
All right,
3 away from you.
I'm going to go check on some tables. I'll be back in a little bit. I think Nick might sit down with you and watch a little bit more of the game. Thanks for having me. I'm sure I'll be back.
Yeah,
thanks, bud.
Glad to have you back.
I'm just going to reform my screen.
I hope we can get some more people jumping in
against all of this
in the next
nonsense.
round as well.
With 20 of these.
You know, as I keep people up to date with the event, let's take a look at where our standings are moving into the 5th round of the game.
We're about 2 hours in now, right?
So we've got about, what have we been, a half hour left in the round? Is that right?
No, we started at
10.
We started. I thought we started about 10:15.
10:15. That's right.
We're a bit behind on this.
That's
on
right.
this game.
So we're going to give them an extra 15 minutes. So we're looking to end around 1:30 would be my.
So
guess.
we've got about an hour left.
in
Any
the round.
big results that have showed up? Any of the other 3-4-0 tables that have ended their games yet?
So yeah, there has been other expert death player, other Soulblight Grave player, Soulblight Gravelord player. William Hatch has also gone 4-0 at this point.
Will has gone 4-0,
taking down his teammate Charles
it's
Wilson.
Really dumb. I think I can
decided to lead. You've got Bill Hennessy. I think moving into the 3-1 bracket, I'll have to double check on Bill.
Yeah, Bill was 2-1 going into today.
Caleb Walters, Scooter's brother, also moving into 4-0. Big table right now. We
had him on round 1, so that
right.
He's one of the OBR players,
match.
The winner of that first match.
One of the big ones we're looking at right now is Jacob Brandon versus Thomas Ling of Tough Crowd.
It's been like this all
Jacob Brandon.
Jacob Brandon was our round 2 winner on here.
We were able to watch him
Chaos. Going into Soulblight Gravelord, a very, very similar list to this one.
Yeah, so he's prepared for the meta, and I think he's taken, just a ton of bodies on the board. He's slugging it out with Thomas right now. Whoever comes out on top of that has a really good chance to end up high placed in the tournament. Other than that, moving into the potential 4-1 bracket, Mike Vaginos has just posted a win as well. So he has the potential to go 4-1, maybe take down Best Chaos, something like that.
Do we have any big? So the Best Death Award is likely to be the second place death, because the first place death is looking very likely to be best overall.
There's a lot. We're looking at a situation.
The top bracket is stacked with death. I think
it absolutely is. If Emma were poised to win this game, and she's,
I'm just gonna use the 9 to just be
we'll see what happens at the end of
here.
this turn. But if Emma were to take this game down,
This unit here.
we're looking at Caleb Walters,
need.
William Hatch, and Emma Mengels all being undefeated moving into 5.
With either chaos or death coming in.
All, yeah, and then their opponents would likely be chaos players.
It's not about killing
or
them, it's
death
about
as
getting in
well.
there, so.
Yeah.
So we're looking into a very commanding death meta.
Your zombies.
Just
Who's fighting through
a
that?
lot of
Okay.
recursion, a lot of wound density, and I think armies have forgotten how valuable it is to have strong damage dealers to deal with these wound dense units.
Alright, I don't even really care about the rest. Not much gonna be just pile into Graveguard.
It's gonna hurt so good.
I don't care if he swings. Let's just get as many in there as we can.
All right.
They have an armor save of 3 now.
Caleb
Think about
always
armor
with,
save of 3
excuse me,
every
Scooter.
time you swung at me.
Jeez, that's fine.
okay.
Scooter always with a smile on his face, winning or losing.
It's a 3
One of my absolute favorite things about him as a opponent.
And that's mystical.
you know,
It's so juicy.
look at that smile. We're able to play against him.
I'm concerned I might not kill them.
Yeah, because I got
so
3 up
regularly.
saved.
Yeah,
practice
and I don't
against
have all
him.
the extra
It's really
bonuses.
rather
Got the
bells and
enjoyable.
whistles.
3 up.
They're gonna all attack 100%.
So you have,
They're plus 1
have
attack from the
6
Vampire Lord.
You have 6 command points now? 7? How many do you have now?
I had 5, so now I'm down to 4.
Oh, okay. All right,
And then
that's
I'm gonna plus 1 attack this zombie unit too.
Hell, yeah, you are. You're gonna need it because
So-
that's boppers
1,
right
2,
there.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like 8 of these
Hey,
Graveguard.
boppers killed Marathi. So be scared. Oh, who are you going with first though?
Graveguard, 100%.
Damn it. How many did you had?
It looks like 8.
8. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
7, 8.
So 3s and 3s.
Come on, mystical gods, save me. Your 6 explode, or is that gone?
No, it's gone as Belladama. Yeah, that's why
I did something. I stopped something.
my 6 is a wound or still a mortal wound.
Well, that sucks.
To the 4 scroll.
I see 1 unless one's hidden somewhere. 1.
Just 1.
Mortal wound.
And then we've got 10, 12 saves at -1.
I'm not even slightly scared right now. 12 saves.
12 saves, -1, 2
Minus
damage.
1. Let me crack my back. Hold on. 4s. Here we go. Jesus, take the will. Not bad. It's only 5.
5, so that's 10 damage,
That's a lot.
plus the mortal wound for 11.
I need it. 4, 6. Like 4, 5, 6. That's not 1, 6. It's not 1, 6. All right, these all go away. All right, that's fine. Whatever. We don't care. Pigs are made for bacon.
They were your other idol unit, right?
Yes, yeah.
So I got +1 for that.
Yeah.
And then I got my battle tactic off that.
Obviously,
Yeah, you've got your
Little Bo Peep.
Klappas and your boss.
little Bo Peep over there is gonna go. So I need 3s and 3s. Oh, okay, it's better than the other time. If you just hit with all of these, I'll take 3. I'll take 3.
3?
Minus nothing.
Alright.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 wounds.
That's more than 2.
More than 2.
6 upwards. So save 1.
7 wounds.
So 7 are gonna die. And you will take 2.
So you're saying I'm still living?
Caleb and Scooter, as usual, is having the time of his life. Always a happy man. And Kilkenny Cat, yes, actually, this is, the Emma
guess
that
I'll go,
wins a ton
over
of
here.
tournaments.
All right.
But that's also, she's playing Scooter, who also
Range.
wins a ton of
Gets me out
tournaments
to
as
here.
well.
Check my
Sorry, I'm
Cornelius
just joining
range.
chat. I don't know if your
Only gets me out
question
to about
is that
here.
old, or if someone has already answered you.
So only gonna be like 7 zombies, because I'm trying to stay within my Twigilius 12-inch aura of 5 upwards.
I could take 7 zombies. I could do it.
7 zombies.
I could do
That's
it.
gonna be 21 attacks.
I can't do it.
14. 5s and 4s.
All right.
And then my 6 is 2 wound or mortal wound.
To hit or to wound?
To wound. I'll just pick up those hits.
Yeah. Yeah. Is it 2
2
mortal
mortal
wounds?
wounds and 4 saves at no rend.
2 more wounds, 'cause that's all that matters. I saved none. All right, we'll go with Little Poppy.
He's just out of range, so they only have 6 upwards. I thought it would be out of range when I piled in full, but I felt like I needed to do the full pile in to kill your pigs. So.
3s and that's the charge then. 3s and 3s. Come on, open the bag, buddy. 3s and 3s. Give me 6 minus uno.
6 minus nose?
Uno, 1.
Oh, 1?
Yep.
So it'll be 6 ups. Okay. Save 1.
10 damage of doom.
10 damage of doom?
10 damages of doom. That's half your squad.
That's like more than 3. So 6s rerolling 1s.
Oh, that's cock for sure.
Cock for sure?
For sure.
Alright. And then rerolling 1s.
No.
So.
Keep reroll.
Huh?
Keep rerolling. So 9?
9.
All right, I'll take that. And I think you did good not putting him in combat. Yeah, you did good not putting him in combat.
Good, good.
You did so good.
Oh, you did a good job.
You did a good job.
I did a good job.
You did a good job. All right, so
Pull this little dude over here.
eye for an eye. You not only killed one thing. Oh no, wait, we're not done.
You
We're
got
not done.
I
You
think that
didn't
clap
swing
over there.
Yep. My beat, I was rushing. I should have probably just like piled into these guys. It's just attacked the.
Oh no, you did attack with him because I pulled those. So I
I'm
have
saying
these
you
attacked.
haven't attacked.
Oh yeah,
That's what I was saying.
All right. 4 no rent.
4. That could do it. Oh. 4 no rent, so 4 forps. Oh, son of a gun. Shoots kebabs.
So student lost 7.
Yeah, they did.
They're good. And
What?
then I was going to spend a command point to ignore their battle shot.
One of your 58.
Yeah. So.
So you got eye for an eye. You control 1, 2 more. And you killed my thing, so 4 again.
So it's a 6 point, right?
Yep.
Okay.
I just do it different than everyone else. I just check the yes and then extra points.
Perfect. Your choice.
I'll take it. Yay.
I'm really glad I gave you first since I'm losing every priority.
This is
I was not confident in my ability to outroll you on priority.
brain fudgingly crazy.
Do you still have 3 models left? Yeah.
Kevin's gonna say how it goes. I'm gonna say it's each. Your whole army's each, except you actually have bodies. I don't know what his each army can do against this.
I think Zinch can do pretty well because they at least have like horde clearing spells and stuff.
But yeah, I guess they could target out this.
And they can
target out
deny
that.
a lot of my spell cast.
It's like insane. I did eye for an eye, so
Good luck getting Desecrate off me on this.
I get desperate easy. I kill a graveyard.
I still have all of these bodies.
And they ain't nothing. I'm 7. You only got like 58 guys over there.
Maybe like 27 now.
Yeah. 2.
I've got 40, 40,
You know this is
40,
happening.
40, 10, 20. I do have nothing to bring back right now, so I'll let you know that. that I cannot bring anything back from the grave because nothing is dead.
So jumping back on here, I had to step away for a second. I'm here with Joe from Tough Crowd, one of the premier Warhammer Age of Sigmar teams that's out there. They,
it's a stretch.
I mean, you guys are always threats on the table and always fun to play against.
Yeah, that's the goal, is to balance the fun much harder than the competition. So what's going on here? We got Emma playing Scooter.
Emma's playing Scooter. It was a close game, and there was one big game-defining moment where Scooter unfortunately mischose.
Can we give you the play-by-play?
Yeah, well, he mischose his order of activations. Did not put the brutes into the Graveguard first on his turn.
And lost the brutes to the
and
Graveguard?
Didn't kill zombies by 1 or 2 models.
Oh, so he couldn't even
smash
smash and bash.
So he couldn't even smash and bash. And Graveguard did what Graveguard do. Picked up the entire 10-man unit of brutes.
Ah, yes.
You still would have won
So,
because of all the stupid
I think it's also a
teleporting
tough matchup because no matter what, an Iron Jaw's army is going to be pretty low model count, and right now with the recursion ability of Soulblight, it's so hard to do what Iron Jaws do, which is a style of play I really enjoy.
Yeah.
I've been playing Karazai this weekend with Annihilators.
Oh, nice.
And the style is the wave. You're hitting your opponent's army in a wave, you're removing assets as you're progressing, and it's basically supposed to be like this tsunami, but now that Soulblight, it's just so easy for them to be like, back up, right behind you.
And they,
so
come back behind you. So even though you're trying to get that trade-off of I'm going to do damage, and I know I'm going to lose stuff in return because I'm going into your front lines, your stuff that you care less about that dies. The goal is to go up in points, kill more of your stuff than I lose of mine, and then make it hard for you to come back, and Soulblight really plays well in it.
Yeah, and then on top of that, most of the attrition that Emma will suffer is going to be based on zombie wounds. And the zombies die, they proc mortals back. And unfortunately, like with these elite armies, it's hard to suffer the mortals back and continue on that pressure.
This one's mine or Matter of Honor. 'Cause this is a GC, right? Or this is a Sworn Bodyguard? Or no?
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Oh, they're not.
Now there's too much good-looking people on the screen. Can we zoom back in? If I look at Scooter's beard, I'm going to be too aroused to think.
Nah, man, I can't do that to you.
It's such a nice beard.
He's a good beard.
Yeah. Do you think he uses a straightener?
Should be able to kill it.
One of those beard straightening combs?
You
This one's
know,
mine. Just
I don't think so.
Peter, you have a really impressive beard.
Thank you very much.
I really enjoy it. I've always wanted to be able to get to the point. I've grown my beard out. I've had it like to here, but I can't ever get the whole braid going. You have it really full. It's nice. It looks great.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got it in 2 braids right now. I'll walk on camera at some point today so you can get a glance at it. But I found that the best thing to do to make a beard nice is literally buy a nice beard-specific conditioner for it.
Well, yeah, so I have such bad. This is really not Warhammer conversations,
It's
but
not. So I hope none of you mind. If you do mind, please tell us, and we will probably not change the topic, or we might if all of you say stop it.
I get bad psoriasis on my face, particularly. So if my beard is long, like any longer than it is right now, my skin cracks. So I'll use like a Head and Shoulders on my face. I have to use them. Otherwise, my black shirts will just be like snow covered. Man, this is a tough matchup for Scooter. You know, and it's interesting because Scooter usually has to play into hard matchups and fight his way out, whereas Caleb just gets the best matchups in the world at every tournament, and that's just the luck of the two brothers, the yin and the yang. I'm really excited to see how Soulblight pans out. I think there are going to be some really interesting things that either need to get fact or everyone's going to have to completely adjust their play style. And my play style is never to take that many models. What's coming in off the table?
Give me 1 second. They're asking some rules questions.
I can attack in the hero phase with my little guy, right?
Using the heroic action?
Blast, yeah.
Yes, because you can order your start of the hero phase abilities in the order you want, and picking your battle tactic is one of the start of the hero phase actions, so you can do your heroic action before you're choosing your tactic, and then you'll strike last in the combat phase.
I'll do that real quick. Let's see what happens here.
One of the other fun interactions you can do with that is in Beast of Chaos.
Oh, but that means
you
I
can do
can't
all of
find
your
a tower,
rituals
right?
of ruin
No.
before
No
you.
finest hour.
You don't get finest hour if you do that.
Unless you're going.
Unless you're going second.
If you're
in
going,
the round.
if it's
Yeah.
second and it's bottom of turn.
Yeah. I didn't quite get Emma's score updated for round 2 because I'd had to step away, but
Would you like me to go table boss real quick so I can relay the score to you?
I know it's in the
I'm
Instead
assuming.
of, because you just look at their
She
little score
definitely-
tracker.
Oh yeah, if you want to go up.
Yeah,
and,
I'll go up and I'll take a look real
take
quick.
a look really quickly.
Does anybody have the actual GHP?
Yeah, right.
I can't find it now.
Here you go.
What are you looking for?
Well, I haven't
Just
played
to
in like
know you
6
can do it.
months, so I have no idea what this rule is.
Yep.
A lot of when you go second, it's like finest
I
hour.
believe in
If
you,
do that,
Manny.
I'm losing.
It's the power of dreams.
I made a massive mistake.
Yeah, it's.
Emma got 12.
I'm up by
and I
3.
got 9. So
Got it.
items, give me 7. I mean 6.
Heroic actions. We've one Galatian champion within 3 of an enemy unit that hero can fight, but they cannot fight again that phase, and they strike last until the end of 3. Okay. Alright, I'm taking what you put down. What'd you do?
6 minus 1.
Why?
It wasn't enough. I don't think it's enough.
Is that guy
Pretty
covered?
exciting. I'm
Yeah.
just really enjoying this GT. I'd like to talk a little bit about that, my experience.
Yeah, well, I'd
I'm-
love to hear it because this is our first GT that we're
yes.
running.
So I
Yes.
don't really.
Okay. It's a
So I'm,
definitive
I'm
6.
from
So then I've got.
I'm from Queens, New York. So I'm from the city. So we don't have GTs that are relatively close to me. So this is one of the closer ones. This is my first time ever really being in Maryland. Like I've driven through Maryland a lot. I've never stayed. So Westminster is a town that is maybe not equipped to have a sudden influx of like 50 gamers. You know,
60.
60. Yeah, 60.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking more like there are people who live
Yeah.
here. So, but like, the hotel was okay. I'll be honest. The hotel was rough. But aside from that, you have this mall is awesome.
Yeah. I'll
It,
put now.
it feels
You got
like
items left?
I went and walked around.
That's
There's a
what I'm checking
collectible
right now.
toy
Right now,
store
it's
here.
3
Yeah.
And when I walked around there, and they have
That's what
all
I'm
sorts of
checking right
cool
now. The
stuff
thing,
ranging
I don't
from
know if I
wrestling.
did.
They have
I
comic
didn't even
books.
notice
They have
yet.
all
Oh,
this.
I was
And there's
questioning if I
just
get
really
another
cool
one,
little
or
in between
is that-
round
I'm gonna
things
pull
to
that
do.
comment 'cause I
And then
still
this
like on
What's that mean?
That's
the space is
charge, I roll
massive.
number that
It's
equals
so
your charge.
big.
So my favorite thing in a tournament is when we have what we have here is
So I'm just
individual
gonna bank that I kill
tables.
him with that.
When it's the long row, it kills me. You
The
know?
long row. If you're doing the long row, at
So,
maximum
now
it
we both
can
had
be
a
3
combat.
tables long.
Yeah,
In some event spaces, they need it to be more than that.
Well, I mean, like, at LVO, you're at like there's 20 tables in a row, and you're in the middle, and you have to run to the other side for your opponent. It's really hard.
You have to crawl under or tell your opponent what to do. And as the opponent going into that, one of the things I pride
any
myself
more,
on is being
stuff
very
your
good
face?
at
Like, you gotta do your route
maximizing my
tactics.
pile-ins
tactics, right.
and that like very minute moving 3 inches to maximize the number of models I can get into combat or to minimize the number of models you can attack me.
Yeah.
Because I used to play skinks when they couldn't do anything, and it was all about just the movement.
Yeah.
And so, knowing that that is something that I pride myself on being
It would be funny if you killed
know,
them all and then I just brought back.
better than average. I'm not going to say the best because I'm not that confident in myself, but like I put a lot of work into like learning that skill. And so when my opponent says, "Hey, can you just pile my models in?" I look at it and I go, "I can get all 10 of that unit in."
Alright, battle tactic. We'll do.
And I want to just be nice
one's
and move them
mine
in for
on
him.
the graveyard.
But I know that if my opponent does it, they're going to go and get 7. Or if
like-
I do it, I'm going to get 10.
Is that all your
And so
starting
on the
hero?
one hand, it feels
I'm gonna spend a command point and rally the
it
graveyard.
puts me in that position where I have to choose
So
between
I only got.
my
looks like I only
opponent
got
saying,
5
"Hey,
left.
can you help me hurt you the most?"
You don't rally on 4.
And I don't want to do that. But if my
really.
if my opponent says, "Hey, can you pile them in
wouldn't put it past
so
you.
that they're all
I'm not gonna
within
get a single
perfect
graveyard here.
triangles and I get all 10 in?" Then I know,
Oh
they
my
know what
God,
they're doing with
4.
pile-ins as well, and I'll just do that.
Monster.
But if they're a new player, I don't want to not help them.
Watch out!
It's
Right,
like
and it's a
it's a
weird-
weird conflict of interest, right?
It's
Like,
it's a weird conflict of interest, and it's not fun to be in.
Alright.
it's even for me, like I always give my opponent the best case that I can
Exactly.
apply for them. But at the same time, like in your head, you're like,
She's over there.
like, is this?
Right.
Or also, sometimes I might think this is the best case, and it's not for them.
Because they have a specific rule
Yeah.
where there's an aura that'll accidentally pile them out of, and then it feels worse if you
Yeah.
if you
Soul Pike.
if you hurt them, it feels worse than hurting yourself and your
So
devil's bargain.
For me, when I ask my opponent to do something for me, like I'll be like, "Can you move that unit that way?" I'll say like straight line. I use language where you're like, this is what I want. I want this. And then like if they do it good enough, I'm cool with it. I don't even need to do it absolutely perfect. Is the way I would. It has to be good enough. But if they like do it, I'll be like, no, that's not right. You know what I mean? Like, and that's just how it is. It's because something that my good friend Darren Watson says is he doesn't want to beat you on you making a mistake.
Yes.
He wants to beat you on him playing better. And like I know that it's like almost the same thing, but he wants to actually beat you. He doesn't want to beat you because you forgot a rule. He doesn't want to beat you because you made a pile on mistake. And he'll be playing you, and he'll be like, you actually want to move that more like this. You want to do this.
You want to. The way I like to phrase it is, every army is a set of puzzle pieces.
Yeah.
So, you look at your book, every unit is a puzzle piece, and so you go, okay, I want to create the best puzzle, the best image by putting these puzzle pieces together. And then I want to take this this design I've built and look at your list that you've designed out of your puzzle pieces that you've put together, and I want to see if I can arrange these so that I'm slightly better than you, so I can get that good win.
Yeah. Well, you want to beat them beat them in the big decisions, not the little intricacies, right?
Right. And
Read a play.
competitively, it's not the best one, but I love a 1-point win where every decision mattered in a game. Like as a player, I love that grindy. You're struggling and fighting for every single point because you're both making good decisions. You're both getting good rolls. Everything's going great. If you're trying to get first place, you want that 20 and but those games don't feel as good to me.
But for me, I like the big table my opponent in 2 turns so I can go drink.
A strategy that is definitely not a bad one. And fun,
if you want to drink.
But if I'm looking for like a good fun, it's like especially like on a weeknight
where
I'm
want
like
to play
practicing,
a game.
where you
want to play
that game. And so I want one game to be super grindy, not necessarily grindy in the like we're gonna just go and roll a bunch of things, but like points wise, it's like both of you are like pulling crazy tactics that like aren't gotchas. They're not things that you don't know about, but it's like, all right, I'm going to do this really cool move because I'm going to deploy this thing over here so that you got, you have to make a really hard choice, and then going and making the correct decision on that really hard set of two choices, and that you can look at it and go, I won this game because I made the correct choice at this really hard decision point that my opponent successfully set up for me. And I won this game because I made a really hard choice for my opponent.
That's too far. Oh, but I'm taller.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
I see through it.
can't you not shoot Galatian champ if it's within 3 of a TV?
That's probably true. So we'll go to this thing. If
Yep.
I'm tall, can I shoot through walls?
I knew a rule!
Let me double check it.
You can see through it.
It's 1 inch for Galatian champion, 1 inch to a battle line. 3 inches is -1 to hit.
1 inch to not be able to shoot.
3 inches is -1 to hit. 1 inch is you can't see
so you can
it.
shoot, but you're -1 to hit then.
Yep.
Huh?
I think I rolled 1-3.
Just wanna...
Yeah.
1 -1.
So jumping back to this event, you
That's
said you're playing. You're playing Dragon Stormcast and some other stuff. How have your rounds gone? Who'd you play against? What'd you play against?
So I can run through my list super fast. It's Karazai, the Prime, the Lord Imperator, 3 units of Shield Annihilators, Praetors, and long strikes.
And because I know we've got some people hanging out in stream who don't play Age of Sigmar at all. What's the short version of what those units do?
So my army is an AoE mortal.
Yep.
Pinpoint high pressure damage, high quality, few attacks, but they're high quality.
Yep.
So the Annihilators, their interactions, when they come down, they splash mortals, which are wounds that can't be saved by armor, and then when they charge, they do mortals.
Yep.
So what usually happens is interesting about this list, why I like it so much, is I actually went 5-0 like a month and a half ago out of GT with this, and it's pre-Soulblight, and it's
Yep.
It's a very meta-dependent army, like on how the meta at the tournament is, and it's like, so basically you leave all your Annihilators up in the sky and the Prime up in the sky. They deep strike in, and you're moving
And this is a big hero and a bunch of big
wait, what'd you roll for that?
burly,
5?
Yeah, really hard to
badass
kill.
knights.
Yeah. So and then when they drop down,
4 mortal wounds.
they make their charges or whatever. It gets if it's like if I can get all 3 units to make their charge in the pinpoint places, I can. The goal is turn 1, don't score any points. Turn 2, my opponent has no army.
Yep, because your army is a bomb.
Yeah.
And it's a massive one.
And then you take Karazai to help deal with hordes because he has extra. Karazai is this giant dragon who gets extra attacks for every enemy model within 3 of him. So what you do is when you play into someone with a big block of 40 something, you stick him right in the middle, and you're rolling like 30 extra attacks.
Yeah, it's a lot.
And it gets to the point where it's really egregious. And then there's a unit in the list called Praetors, and they just give ablative wounds to Karazai, so it becomes really grindy. It's about a little positioning, but it's not one of those lists where you're like I have one caster. He has the Arcane Tome. He can only cast 2 spells. He only ever casts Mystic Shields. Who cares?
Because all you need is you taking that artifact to get a little bit of extra durability on your incredibly durable models already to give it that extra. So talk me through your games this event so far.
So this tournament, I'm currently 2-2.
Okay.
Okay. I played yesterday. I played against. Oh my God, I'm drawing a blank on his name. Josh with the KO. Josh.
Fudge these bastards. I didn't say that word.
You just want the
I
vampire
know,
warden, right?
lovely guy. I feel like a dick that I'm admitting that I can't remember his name off the top of my head right now. I have a severe hangover. But he was playing Caradron Overlords.
Yep.
And that was a really good game, back and forth. We had to play the full 5 turns.
That's impressive against Caradron Overlords. For those of you who saw our round 3 yesterday, you saw the pain that Caradron Overlords can bring.
So his list wasn't exactly a meta choice, which was good for me, and I was able to kind of control those things. He made a couple errors, I think. He should have spread out, because my damage is like, well, once the Annihilator's on the table, they're very slow.
Yep.
So it's like,
You can do desecrate their
he
lands.
kind of kept bunched up, and I was able to keep pushing into the same spot.
And then I have a.
And then round 2, I played
Soul Blade
against
one to
John.
have 2 objectives fully outside my territory.
One second.
With Summon Warlord Vampires.
Hey, Scooter, what was
So there's no way you can
score
deny
there?
We're kind of talking it out right now.
Okay.
0.
All right.
You got
Well,
0 out of turn.
we'll hold off on the chat for a second.
He had this one's mine on my grave guard, and I rallied them first, and then I redeployed them, and I got a 6 on the redeploy.
Oh, the redeploy.
So they were out of
Oh,
range.
no. I chose not to attack him. I just had to go right here. Just chose not to attack him. I was going to see if I can combo off to get to him and kill like 3 things. But
Yeah.
Yeah, he went
I
for the
fell
higher
by
risk,
1 wound
but-
and comboed off. Good game.
It's a big loss for Scooter. A handshake.
Good
Unfortunately.
luck in the
Emma-
final round.
Emma
Hopefully
has
it's not
taken it.
death on death.
So
Looks
it's really
like
a
Emma's
question
taking
of
it,
kill
so
that
it's
guy
pretty
with
good.
grave guard.
Now the final
Yeah.
round is a true Swiss pairing.
Because then I would
Combat,
get
you
extra
just
point
rally
off.
again.
I'm gonna have to double check. Nick is the one.
Oh,
Our
roll
head
over,
judge is
roll
the one who's
over,
making all
for
the
sure.
decisions on those.
Yeah, I
I
think-
believe it's
I don't
true
think it's one, 'cause
Swiss.
I'm only,
So,
you did
that'll
4
be really
wounds to me.
interesting.
I only had 2
I
extra.
think
So it'd be,
Emma is
I'd have 16
got
wounds.
enough
If
bodies
he
to
does
handle
16
1, 2,
wounds.
3, 4,
Caleb's
5,
list.
6, 7, 8,
I think it
9.
does.
But she'll
did you spend a
struggle
crown point
with-
that turn?
I played Caleb round 3.
One.
Yeah.
I didn't kill him. Fuck,
4 up.
thank.
And we saw Caleb round 1 as well
Broke
in that
action,
OBR,
take
that
grand point.
brutal
I
OBR
get
on
1,
OBR
that's
match,
enough
which
to rally.
ended with 4 models on the board, which you really don't expect
Finest
from.
hour. So we're going to
OBR,
roll
yeah,
to see if you
they
get
usually
that.
end
I get
with all their
I get
models.
3 back
Yep.
from the rally, and then I
Um,
Deathly Invocation to get another 4
think-
back.
Roll
I
it
think
up.
it's
So
really
it's plus
interesting to
7,
see this new meta
8,
that's brought
9,
Soulblight and
10,
OBR
11,
back out
12,
and like
13,
in
14,
force. I do
16
think that
of
there are
them.
some things in
I'm currently
Soulblight
finest
that
hour with 3
Yep.
extra ones.
are
And then we
kind
have
of
to do a
rough.
That's
mental
actually,
capture.
you're right.
And
that
I'm
is
a big
the fair thing to
Soulblight
do, is roll
player,
it up.
so I'll be
Yeah.
very
3
critical of my own
extra
army
ones.
because if
The
I see
finest
something I
hour,
think is
I'm gonna
actually
stomp
bad
you.
for the whole overall health of
Right.
the game,
Okay.
There's no
I
reason not to
actually
stomp
am
you.
like, I
To
don't want to
save.
do that. I
I
don't
don't
want to be.
stop you.
Listen, I got to spend 3
No,
hours
command
with
point
usually a
forward.
stranger.
2,
Yeah.
I'm not here to make
3,
them miserable.
No, you want to have a good game. You want
5,
both players to have a good
6,
game, and then you want to win.
7,
Yeah.
8,
Yeah, and I won't sacrifice
10,
my opponent's
11,
time
12,
Yeah.
to
13,
win. I
14,
won't do that. I won't sacrifice the
15,
enjoyment of their weekend
16
away.
plus the chance.
This is.
did not
But one
stop.
thing I do want to say about this
Before we
kind of
get to
Westminster
the-
Tennis tournament, it is
I do have a bunch. I do have
vastly
a
more
couple
affordable
spells.
than most tournaments we do. So like my normal tournament weekend
only won
is
two
$500 to
spells.
$600 if I don't fly. This
I
weekend I
can't
spent
do
like
it.
$280.
Yeah. And the space here is amazing.
Yeah,
it's
the
really
stores
really
the
good.
stores are
Arcane
great.
Bolt,
Like
and then
they're
Realm
saying
Spell
stores,
tried to
but
be
then that's
more
because
state
two
beforehand.
2 rooms, 3 rooms, really.
There's
There's,
three
a,
rooms.
there's a magic gathering thing over there, right? Or
So
that's like a
there
card
is-
room.
Yesterday we took up most of the space of the main store and the room we're in right now, where they have the big stream setup that takes up a lot of space because we've got a multi-camera setup and it's really nice. Plus all of a bunch of tables in here. Plus they had a group come in taking over another room running a D&D game for part of the day yesterday. And some people were coming in to do pickup games and stuff, and they still had pickup games and playing some, I think, Magic the Gathering and 40K. Today they have our still around 60-person tournament. Unfortunately, we had a few drops, but you always have drops at these tournaments because some people go, I drove an hour to get in and I went 0-3, and I just don't feel like waking up because I drank too much last night.
Do it.
But, they've got a full Yu-Gi-Oh tournament here today. So you got Yu-Gi-Oh, Warhammer, and there's probably still some space. The third room, which is a large room, is untouched as far as I can say.
So living in New York City, we have 2 game stores in the 5 boroughs. And one of them is Brooklyn Strat, which is like my local. I don't really live near there, but that's where I would go. But they could fit 16 tables, and it's packed. And this space in New York City would be like a $750,000 space a month. You know, I mean, like, it's really impressive. I got to run. I used the gentleman's room. But I was,
all right. Well, it was
wonderful
lovely to have you on here. I hope your round 5 goes really well. I hope you have a great rest of your tournament.
Yeah, it was nice to finally be introduced. Really.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Good to talk to you. And have a good rest of your tournament, man.
All right, thanks, dude.
Mm-hmm.
It says 2 wounds, and then it was 4, right? 4 sixes, or 6 sixes.
So these are 2 damage each then. The ones you failed were 2 damage. Yeah, so 4, and then it was...
So one of the things that we haven't seen that much, because we've had a lot of really nice close games on the stream, is sometimes a game goes badly for one player.
Yeah, we'll just say you didn't get the 1 extra point.
Okay.
And when
the 1 extra point.
And when it does,
so it's gonna be what?
There's a process of talking it out, because you can go and if it gets to a point where things are.
So we got 6, 12,
27
plus 15 is gonna be 27. Plus your 3 is 30.
And then. Yep, and then I don't know if you can score anything else.
No.
Because then you had like your
one
guy
here.
here.
You have to walk off objectives, and I don't do the
I'm putting them in there too. So
I'm not a give me points, guys. I got 9. Right? No. 9 to 30. Great game.
So glad to have you guys both on stream. Unfortunately, you hate to see it happen, but I was just saying,
Oh, the mistake?
The mistake. You hate to see mistakes.
We were talking about, I think even if I didn't make the mistake, I probably would have killed most of Graveyard, maybe not all. But because of the design of her army, I got your objective, it's like there's no
back. You were in a rough
spot. That's the problem with
spot.
summoning armies, in my opinion, is like I'm always at a deficit from the start. It's like, why does GW make these summoning armies? It's like, hey, I'm going to play with 3,000 points while you play with 2. It's like, oh, that's a really good design. I like your design.
So there's a couple of good things that I'm hoping happen. Typically when these rule books come out, about a month later, we see an FAQ come out where they've gotten a little bit of time to look at what happened. Once it gets outside of their internal play testers.
They don't have internal play testers.
Once it gets outside of their internal play testers, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt here. We start to see some of the really nasty combinations.
External play testers barely do their jobs.
I personally think they wait the 2 months, take a look at the tournament rankings, and they go, okay, there's something here that's a problem. There's something here that's a problem.
So none of the problems have been fixed yet. So we will see some changes.
Yeah.
We've got a message in the chat. Emma, congrats on your win.
Oh yeah, good win.
Big skill zombies.
So one of the things we were talking about up here is, personally, I'm really excited to see how Iron Jaws as a faction plays with changes to with the Big Pig.
Yeah.
So since we've got a mic on you, what do you
with the what?
With the Big Pig? The Mogrunta? What do you want the Big Pig to do? What do you want that to roll to fill? What do you want to see from that when that comes out, when we get any updates or changes for your list?
I want it to do what the Gene Stealers do and finally even the playing field and just poop out Gore Grunters so I can also have stuff that summons extra points. That'd be great if it just gives birth to pigs while the game goes on so I can match Zeech and Korn and this now and OBR. It'd be great if I can just here's some more stuff. Like, that's what I wanted to do.
What if when it died, the brutes that are riding it come off and you get a unit of brutes?
Maybe. The problem is, like, they're leaning so heavy into combat. I think the thing's going to be another combat piece. So what's it going to do? Give me more combat? That's all it's going to do. So I wanted to see Games Workshop come out with, like, an ambushing military unit with, like, bows or heavy crossbows or something that for 130 points, 3 guys come out and shoot crossbows, and I can do that. Give me something that makes my army more diverse. Give me a combat army, more combat pieces, changes nothing with my army. It just gives me more combat pieces. Now, if they go crazy and go, hey, it's Ren 4 and it moves 14 inches and all this dumb stuff, well, it's going to get nerfed and GW just put out another pointless model.
Yeah.
You're not changing our army by giving me more combat. You change my army by giving me more tactics.
True.
Right? So, like, I actually think, you know, objectively, the pig is going to change nothing.
What if the ability of pushing through a line and forcing people to Moses?
I don't have that problem. And even with Emma, like, I can walk through her stuff and get to the back line. But
Remember that weird rule in Lumineth where Metrico was
all right.
that's what I think.
Do you have one of these magnetized under your
Well,
structure?
You know I do.
Really quickly,
It might be under your mall
Nick,
structure.
what time does the next round start? The next round is going to start at 2 o'clock. I think we're going to go ahead and sign off here. So
Yeah,
we'll see
I'm
you
gonna
all
put this
back
stuff
here in
away,
an
though.
hour for one of our top tables.
Actually,
going
I'll
for
leave
the
their stuff
the
out
end.
because they're going to use these things.
You know,
I'll just put
good luck to both of you guys who
refresh it.
in your next round. And thank you guys for joining the stream. And
Thank
we'll
you.
see you back in an hour. round 5 of our tournament with two familiar faces. Jacob Brandon running his Beast of Chaos, who we saw on round 2, and Caleb Walters running his OBR, who we saw on round 1.
How big are they?
Impassable, impassable.
They are setting up Mystic Terrain right now,
Let's let you walk through.
and
Walk through that. Yeah.
just getting set up for us. And so it's nice to see two victors that we had earlier yesterday coming in the battle for first place. We have 4 undefeated players right now, including Emma, who was on our last round, and another Soulblight Gravelords player, Will. And so, you know, all 4 of those players have the potential to get first place in this event. I'm Peter. With me is Travis.
Hello.
Jumping on to talk this through. You said you know both of these guys.
I know both these guys. I know Jacob very well. He's probably my most played opponent of any war game in the last decade at least. We played a lot of Malifaux together. We played some 8th edition Warhammer together. He's the one who got me back in to AOS.
Excellent.
I used his army this weekend, and I know Caleb from before when I was playing. I think he started playing in 8th edition. I don't know if he played any 7th. He might have. He probably played 7th. I think him and Scooter both played at the end of 7th.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've known both of them for a while.
These are both fantastic players.
Yeah, these are 2 of the picks you would have expected.
Yeah.
I get those free points.
What is the bottom thing there? Where it says Jake DiBattista?
Oh, that is our most recent sub.
Let's go, Jake. Let's go.
You know, I'm looking forward to seeing how this game goes. Yeah. As we know, the Beast of Chaos with Jacob get to do a fun null deploy where they get to put almost nothing on the board, or nothing if they.
He usually puts like one thing on just to get an easy turn 1 battle tactic or something.
Or to make it so if you've got a teleport or something, you have to not instantly jump on an objective, something like that. And then the rest of his army is a super deadly ambush list, if you haven't seen it. And then Caleb's army has a bunch of recursion, which means when models die, they get to come back again over and over. And they also have a really cool rule where every time they die, for every wound or point of health, the model has that dies, you get to roll that many dice, and if you roll 5s, they explode and do mortal wounds back to whoever killed them, which is spicy.
Yeah, I think Jacob just played Bone Reapers last round, I believe, too.
He played Soulblight Gravelord.
Oh, right. But they have a similar mechanic, right?
They have a similar mechanic, cutting through massive hordes of zombies like we saw on the last round.
Yeah.
And in order to get through.
Come on! Oh, yeah.
This is what we expected.
I'll go ahead and tell you I'm going to put another.
Are we able to switch the thing on the stream? Just because they swap sides like a bunch of...
Yeah, we can do that.
I don't know how, if it's a big pain. Oh, yeah. Cool. Yeah, so, yeah, I actually have not seen the new Bone Reapers. I'm a little bit new to AOS still. I'm not new to gaming at all, but new to some of the AOS stuff. I've played Jacob's List probably six times, I think. I think probably a third of my games that I've played in AOS have been versus Jacob's Beastman Army. So I know that one really well.
Yeah.
But the Bone Reapers are a little bit new. So that'll be good to see. Yeah, the Beastman list is pretty cool. It's kind of like, well, I'd say it's pretty on brand for Jacob. It's kind of, I don't want to quite say it's NPE because it's not like it's not fun, but it's very denial. Like it's based around denying points. It delays the game an entire turn pretty much by not deploying, which goes really well with his Herdstone ability, so it powers up quicker.
Yeah, it makes both players only get 4 rounds in a game that's normally 5 rounds.
Yep.
And there's ways you can play around it and play into it to make it easier to deal with or to mitigate the impact of that. But it's a really unique play style that nothing else in the game does. And it's just it's tough to play into. It's tough to make decisions into an army that
it plays a different game.
It plays a very different game, and it forces you to play a very different game than you're used to playing.
Yeah, and you also like when it does come on, like the tournament comes on every. I might get the details on it. I believe there's one unit that can come in 7 away. Everything else has come in 9, but they all get +1 charge range, I think, or most of them do.
Basically, every unit, when they come on, they have to be within, except for the special unit, we'll get to that in a second. All of his army has to come in wholly within 9 inches of any board edge and outside of 9 inches of any of Caleb's models. They all get +1 to charge, which means that they only need 8s on the dice to get that charge.
It's a big jump, too.
Many of the units have another +1 to charge, which means they only need 7 to get in. And then because he's got a bunch of units, he's got 15 units in the army, that is 15 chances. And then you've got a special unit, which he gets to choose after deployment. I'll give you a secret sneak peek. It's always one of the 30 blocks of gores. Almost always. It might be a giant occasionally. We might see a giant here because the OBR are durable.
Yeah, one time when he played me, he picked a different unit. It might have just been that he had a 30 and a 20, and he picked the 20, I think is what it was, which is effectively the same thing.
The only real reason to do that is if you think you're going to only be able to get a spot to fit a 20 block in where you can only fit a 30. But
I think that's
he's going to pick one of those big units that he really wants to get in so that it's outside of 7 with a +2, which means you only need to roll a 5 on 2d6, plus you'll be able to get a reroll on it. It makes it very, very reliable. As a Beasts of Chaos player myself, I have only failed that 5 with a reroll once in like 15 games. I mean, that round I failed 9 charges in a row because my dice decided that you're not winning this game. But, you know, that happens.
Yeah, Jacob and I had a game like that once, and I think he got like the worst case scenario. No, you made 1, and it was one that needed 2 others, so you just died. Yeah, it was the one that was bad. Yeah,
exactly the same. Yeah, your general gets in, you fail all the saves, even though you're all out defense.
Yeah,
your general's gone, and then it's all that. But
I don't even think we played that game out. I think we just immediately reacted because like this is bad.
Exactly. Thank you for the super chat, Manny.
I'm gonna guess Manny Walters is a relative of Caleb Walters here.
He is not.
Wow.
No, Manny is Manny's he's a great guy. He's a great Age of Sigmar player. Unfortunately, he was not able to come in, but he's been with us here on the stream the whole time.
Nice.
And it's been fantastic to have you here with us, Manny. And it's been a lot of fun being able to chat and interact with you watching the stream. And it's great to see Kilkenny Cat here as well. You were here through all of yesterday. Doing well, joining. To watch Ted and Caleb fight. And,
it's really cool that streaming is becoming a thing. There's one thing that never really happened much in fantasy. I know that it's been a thing in 40K for a while, and by fantasy I basically mean 7th, 8th, 6th edition Warhammer. So what Age of Sigmar used to be. I tried to make it as a thing playing Malifaux. It did not work in Malifaux. It's kind of a horrible game for streaming.
It's a rough game for streaming because one of the things that Malifaux is really fun about is they do hidden information really well.
Yeah.
Where you have a bunch of stuff that you get to pick that you keep secret from your opponent, and if you want to watch the game, it's
the model. It's hard to see too because it's hard to tell what the models are a lot because it's one model and not a unit. A lot of this just so much smaller. Like here, you can tell by this is the size of the unit, how far, even from this far away, usually like what it is a lot better.
Yeah, and we know you got to support Ted. We love having you here. I believe he's in the 3-1 bracket right now, so he's doing pretty well.
What's Ted's? Is there more than one Ted here?
I don't know if there's more than one Ted here.
There's only one Ted. Ted Adams. How does it? Will it say? I will also say, having never used BCP before, I'm a big fan.
Yeah.
I don't have service here. That's the problem.
All good.
I'm going to give it to you.
If he's against Thomas Lang, he's in the 3-1 bracket. So he's
okay. Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he won his first one today, and he's doing pretty well.
Yeah. This app is really nice. That's another thing. Just thinking back to like tournaments from years ago and posting scores on the wall and everyone like fighting through each other to see who they're playing and handing in score sheets. It's just so nice to put it in an app.
Yeah, I'm right down the road.
So
6 aboard. He's going to try and heal himself with his regular. He's healed.
So as we're going into it, it looks like Caleb definitely outdropped because Jacob has 15, and Jacob is going first.
Just there. Okay, just there. Do I still have a command point? I don't.
Okay. Is it just a 5 up at the start?
Jacob chose to go first, or Caleb let him go first?
Caleb made Jacob go first.
I think that's the right. I think that's the right call. Yeah. I wonder if. I know in the last game when Jacob played Soul Blights, it was a similar situation, and he chose to come on first turn. Like he just came on immediately and went in.
You might have to have a board presence, and the thing about like hordes of zombies is they don't. What you care about with Beats of Chaos is getting your extra rend, your extra armor.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Coming through on the
Touchdown.
On round 2.
Yeah.
But if you're going up against something that doesn't really have a save anyways, just getting that extra damage in to try and chip away at this massive damage that you have to do, where the rend doesn't really matter. That's that's one of the few situations you'll see a Beast of Chaos player actually start deploying in round 1.
Yeah, he doesn't do it very much. He said that was one of the few times.
In the woods or no? I mean, if it's majority, if it's like this, whatever's majority, I'm gonna do this. But if it's like up against like a cock, I could do that.
Oh no.
Safe ones, two. Yep.
I'm looking at it. If he wanted to go in, he didn't really. He's not trying to block the board edges. Caleb is not trying to block the board edges, I don't think. So Jacob could get most places they want. I don't think he's going for that. I think he's going to just wait.
Checking in. We missed your battle tactic. What's your Jacob? Have you picked one?
2 units in cover.
Got it.
Yeah.
So Jacob's battle tactic is Aid of the Wilderness. It's a Beast of Chaos specific battle tactic where he's got to have 2 units on an wholly within a terrain feature that is wholly outside of his own. So he should be able to easily get 2 units wholly onto that unit of trees to be able to get this. One of the great things about the Beast of Chaos army is that they have a bunch of very doable battle tactics.
Yeah.
And each battle tactic is worth 2 victory points. So in a GHB, a meta where there's only 4 reliable at all battle tactics, and the other ones are kind of harder to get, having 4 more reliable battle tactics within your book means you've got 8 choices to choose from.
You only need 5.
And you only need 5.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I've noticed, again, being somewhat new to Age of Sigmar. You know, you look at War Skull, see how good something is. You look at point cost, see how good something is. Those obviously matter a lot, but one of the biggest things in power level for a book is what are its battle tactics in the book.
And grand strategies as well.
Grand strategies.
3 points at the end of the game if you succeed on it.
Yeah, like the other army Jacob has played with me a few times is Skaven, and that's the one. Like, it's really good at killing me, but it doesn't have any easy battle tactics. Like, I think they have 1, and then the rest are like all really, really hard. So it suffers a lot in there.
So one fun thing, well, maybe not fun thing, for Jacob is this is one of the toughest, just like actually round 2, this is one of the toughest missions for him to succeed on his grand strategy.
Why? Because of the Herdstone?
No. So his grand strategy.
Did he not take the Herdstone one? Did he change it?
His grand strategy is Rampaging Beast Herd.
Okay.
So he's got to have 2 objectives at the end of the game, and have a Bray Herd model on each one of those objectives.
Okay.
The Bray Herd model are all of his infantry and all of his heroes. So none of the big boys, but everything else.
So all the like beast men stuff.
All of the beast men stuff, all of the goats in his army, those all count. There's a lot of them. It's not super hard to do that as long as he's not off of the board entirely. The problem with this mission is the Jaws of Goliath.
Super special in this army.
So you can see we've got 5 objectives on the board. And starting in round 2, whoever goes second in the turn can pick up and remove an objective from the game. Which means that if Caleb goes second every single round,
you do have to kill him if you...
He can just instantly deny it, right? Because there just won't even be any left.
He can remove 4 of the objectives, leaving only 1 fully denying Jacob's battle tactic, which means that Jacob has to go second at least once and choose not to remove 1, and then he has to own those 2.
I'm only working.
Caleb's is also deniable, as we saw in round 1. It's tough, but Jacob has to kill all 15 horses, and the 20 more tech
I'll
card.
do my special one.
Is that it? Is that what is the battle tactic for Caleb?
So
is it have
Caleb's is he has to have
I'll do
one
my
of his
special,
starting units of those
whatever
4 units, the
sculptors,
5-man
SDs.
horses, the 3 5-man horses, or the 20-man more tech guard, and they have to be at full
Heal,
strength.
of course,
at the
my
end of the game.
guy.
Just one of them?
Magic
Just one of them.
phase. Let's give my bone
Very
shaper
doable
a,
in this army.
You get your heroic again.
Oh, heroic.
I'm gonna try and heal
but-
again. I do that time.
tough.
I'll heal the guy in the.
Really quickly, going to interrupt here for a second. Hey, Jacob, 5-point turn.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're the best, Jacob.
Probably record that.
One of the things about that Beasts of Chaos army, because they don't play round 1 very much, it is a very fast
4
first
plus
turn.
mortal wound protection.
Kilkenny Cat, thank you very much
my
for the
bone
super
shaper.
chat as well. We've been really glad to have everybody here with
4
us.
plus.
And since you guys have been pretty
I'll have to
good
do,
with it, we
stick unit on the
are
table.
going
Think I
to
might have
start a
hit.
poll while we're
Let's go. Who's going to win?
Who's going to win?
4 plus will do D3 mortal wounds from that thing. Nope.
Just leave it as yes and no.
Let's try now. Second spell will do.
I think you could edit it.
Nadirite.
Yeah, okay.
Goes off on a 7.
I'll try and stop that one. 10.
Stop it.
Yep. Okay. I have no more stops.
And then let's just do. Let's do the my endless spell. Goes off.
Yeah.
Let's do now Mystic Shield on my. You have no Ren, right?
Not right now. I will next turn.
Let's do it on him.
So we're starting a poll here. Who do you think is going to win, the Spicy Skeletons or the Goofy Goats?
How many viewers do we have? Like 20? I thought I saw. Or is that
around
just
and kicking if I can.
We got 8 right now.
8? Nice.
So.
And you guys have been doing really well with your predictions. We are at 3-1 for chat for prediction. They went 3-0 yesterday, guessing all correct. And then, unfortunately, today they were like, we think Iron Jaws are going to be Soulblight Gravelord.
That seems like a. So Jacob was explaining it to me, and I was like, I don't see how that seems really hard to win.
It's a tough matchup.
That seems like one of the hardest wins, isn't it?
It's rough.
Yeah. When your whole thing is you go in and kill stuff, and their thing is a third of the damage you do goes back to you.
Yeah.
I'll read it for you when you
And
go close.
unfortunately for Scooter, Caleb's brother, that's what happened.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be
Well, I think Jacob was saying like the zombies alone come out to be about 50 wounds. I think 50 mortals back based on how many he had.
Emma has 40, 40, 40, 20, so 140 zombies on the list, which is it's a lot.
So it's about 50, and I think Scooter's whole army has like 70 wounds.
And that doesn't include bringing zombies back to life.
Yeah.
Or returning half units of zombies back. It was rough.
Yeah. Like your army almost just dies in the process of killing them.
So we
Let
can
alone
see
if
here,
anyone attacks you.
Caleb's moving up, taking that center objective.
I think a big part in this game too is the turn 2 priority roll.
Yeah.
Being able to, because you're going to want to. Jacob wants to go second on turn 2. Because he wants. Yeah, because he wants to get a chance to get a double.
Yep.
And, Caleb wants to not let that happen. So.
And he can still. He doesn't necessarily mind going first.
Yeah. It just helps him a lot to go second,
it
though.
doesn't hurt him to go first. It's just going second gives you that opportunity. Going second, going into 2, gives you the opportunity to make sure that you can't have your grand strategy taken away on this mission.
Yep.
And it gives you that opportunity for that delicious, terrifying double turn.
Yeah. Also, I don't know if OBR have many easy battle tactics in their book that they can do with nothing on the board. Obviously there's a couple in the handbook, but if you don't have a tactic where you can get it with no models on the board, like everyone can do like a cutting maneuver or a desecrate lands, but you don't want to use that stuff early. Usually.
You don't want to use that until you have to.
Yeah,
well,
but you might have to turn 2.
Let me pull up their rules and see what we've got.
Yeah. That was another thing that when I've played Jacob, it's been nice because the Slaanesh book has a couple, or at least one that you can really easily do with none of his models on the board. It's convenient.
All right.
He's got one good one. If there's nothing on the board, which is that his. Oh no, sorry, that doesn't work. He does not have an Immortus Guard. So he doesn't. He's got a couple of good battle tactics that are going to be very good for him, but none when there isn't anything he can put into.
Do you know what he picked for this turn?
I do not know what he picked for this turn.
Oh,
yeah.
What is that?
Yeah.
4.
I'm assuming he either picked.
No, just one mortal.
He's only got one Galatian
Probably
champion.
just cunning maneuver though.
He probably picked cunning maneuver or desperate.
Oh, actually no, cunning's kind of hard because you have to go into the middle one. I guess he probably wants to go in the middle one.
He has pushed into the middle one now.
Yeah, I guess actually, yeah, that makes sense. The middle is actually the safest part of the board.
I will say he has.
Yeah.
4s and 4s.
I'm gonna do the -1 rend. What's the armor save?
It'll be
3
4 up.
doable. He might have also taken.
4s and 4s.
He might have also taken
Minus a hit.
gaining momentum.
Because
it seems like he's killing.
What's your armor
here.
save?
Or Trample the Defiant. No, sorry, he wouldn't have picked Trample the Defiant. Trample the Defiant is make a charge with one of his cavalry units, and then be within range of enemies at the end of the turn.
That actually might be hard because there's only 2 units on the board, and if he charges 1, it's going to die.
Not this round, but I think that.
Oh yeah.
I think it's very likely he'll be able to get that this game.
Yeah.
There's pick an enemy hero or monster and kill it with his Gothazar Harvester. I think his Gothazar Harvester could absolutely, if it gets into any of the Great Bray Shamans, the Beast Lords, or even the Chaos Gargants, take him down if there's any damage on the Chaos Gargants.
Definitely the Bray Shamans.
Definitely the Bray Shamans. Definitely the Beast Lords. They're not.
Oh, they're reversed.
Particularly durable.
No.
So I feel like that one's fairly doable for him. And then, oh, that one's actually hard. Unless he manages to really take the last one that he has that he could get this game from his book would require Jacob to really be dead, which is heal models to 3 OBR units that didn't have any models die in the same turn. So he's got to have 3 units that are hurt, resurrect models in those 3 units, which he can do, but none of those units can have had any models die in the same turn, which means it's got to be something where there's like 1 or 2 models left. He goes with the Gothazar Harvester and to clean them up, and then his horses and Mortek are alive. So that is around 5 at best. But seeing that there's 2 that are pretty doable in his book means Caleb shouldn't have any issues with battle tactics. And knowing that
I'm just thinking of
there are, depending on positioning, 3 to 4 very, very doable battle tactics in Jacob's book. The one he already did.
What do I hit and wound on?
2s, 3s.
I don't have my phone with me.
The 2s, 3s. The claws are 3s, 3s.
All right, so 2s.
Yep. Yes.
Let's fight and try and take a look.
One
we can actually
2.
Oh, did you zoom in?
The staff.
Yeah.
It's just the 2 weapons combined.
Yeah. So 5 up. No, 2
so
damage.
2 damage. Yeah.
6s.
So it.
1. Okay. And then the claws are now 3s, 3s.
2. Oh yeah, it's 3s. Yeah. 3s.
Yeah, I'm gonna
we've
guess.
got the horses here.
3.
I don't think that's what's fighting.
These are 5s also. Nope. Double this. I'm dead. Yep.
There we go. I believe that was a great Bray Shaman. Jacob had one that was a little bit beat up. Yep.
He brought in a Bray Shaman?
He brought in he's got 3 in the list, so
Okay.
it's actually not a big man. It's the one who suffered a casualty.
It was the broken one. He just wanted to get it off the board.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get that filth out of there.
Roll off.
3.
2.
You can have it.
There we go.
What did Jacob roll?
3 to a 2. Jacob takes the thing and gives priority to Caleb. Caleb, that was a 5-point turn, correct?
Big thing is killing your thing.
Yeah.
Caleb, 5 points?
Yeah.
And what was your battle tactic?
It was the sculptors.
The one with the horses?
Where I have both this character and a unit on the objective.
Ah, yes.
Whatever you call
that was one of the ones from the book that we were talking about.
I'm going to take it.
So going into 2 here,
Yeah,
I think we're going to end this vote and see who's winning.
You're like, no, I can't risk thing.
Yeah, I'm going to Warlord, so I get an extra CP. You have a really good CP.
A 3 to 2 vote. They think the Beasts of Chaos are going to go for it.
That's my vote too. She can make it 4 to 2.
It's too late. The vote ended.
Ah.
Heroics.
Jacob
Blue
actually
guy is
decided to
gonna
go
drag
first.
He did.
Yeah, I'm guessing he thinks that Caleb spread himself out a little bit too much.
Yeah.
Dragon
All right. Well, it's about to get spicy then.
So I'm going to pull you from here. So 2d6. Trying to get you out of the Cataclysm.
Really quickly, guys, which objective got pulled? Or did we not pull one?
What's up?
The mission.
What's the mission?
The start of round?
What?
Oh, yeah, since you took it,
Oh, yeah, do you want to pull something?
yeah, let's,
Get rid of this one?
no, let's pull that one.
That one? Okay, that one's gone.
Is there anything on that?
No.
Do you want to just pull that off? If there's stuff on it, it's
No,
not worth
that
doing
one
that.
was an
but
easy pull.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, don't bother if there's stuff on them, but if there's ever one that's pulled and there's nothing on it.
Trying to think of which way to pull you.
Excellent.
Yeah. So I guess he's going in. That'll be interesting.
Yeah.
I definitely he must see something because I would not expect him to
Yeah, I'm going to pull you
take this
this way.
unless he thought
Well,
he
I'm
had an
gonna
in.
Come on, it's
Take
the
the line
closest to
off it. So 8.
That's not bad. Hold on.
Welcome,
Let me see.
Insomniac Painting.
So 8.
Glad to have you joining us here, Tom.
How far it is over here?
Look at me showing off that I know who people's usernames are.
I know who Jake D. Batista is. Does that count?
Yeah,
No,
sure.
It's there.
I thought I knew. I thought I had a good guess on who Manny Walters was, and I was wrong about that. So.
Manny's good.
Where's the
people.
laser line? Get the laser line.
I should have asked you before.
Get the laser line. You can go the other way if you want to go the other way.
Yeah. I'll just put you enough to be right outside.
Yeah, so Jacob's doing the heroic action thing that drags stuff to a board edge, towards a board edge of his choice.
Half of my base, this part crosses this in the middle.
Didn't catch what he rolled, but looking at the measure, it looks like it went pretty far.
It looks like it's
I'll
big.
drag you this way.
Drag that way then.
Yeah. You're going to keep your Cataclysm buff.
That's fine.
Hi, Jake.
The laser line this way.
It's any point of the edge.
Oh, I thought it was corners.
No. That's why I was like, what are you? That's why I was like, I don't think I'm like forced to do this. But if you
So I
take
don't
a
think he's
hand-
rolled the dice yet. He's picking his spot.
If it can go on this side, then you
No,
don't
it's
have to.
it's any point on the edge.
So this side too?
Yeah.
Oh, then you can just go this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
It's
Caleb
not
thought it had to go to a corner.
No, it's
Well, it can go like I think it's what it's any point on a
any
board edge.
point, and then it's a 12-inch range. But if he's doing it with a Great Brave Shaman, which he absolutely is, it's an 18-inch range.
Yeah, I thought I had to go against the corners. Like, dude, I'm gonna close.
Well, they could do it from when they're off the board
Yes,
too.
you can. You can
Yeah.
do it once from any units off the board.
I
It's
was
18
like, I
inches.
guess I should have
And then for every hero that's on the board, you can do a different. There's 4 options. One of them is you hurt yourself for D3, which in my experience is 3, and then you hurt whoever you're targeting for D6, which in my experience is 1.
As is tradition.
Yep. The other one is on your turn, you give somebody a ward, which means they ignore mortal wounds of a 6-up. Actually, sorry, the ward is, I believe, a bubble.
Yeah, I think it's like 9 inches or
And
something.
then the other one is you make a unit immune to battle shock. And then you've got this one, which is
my
the
tactic is going to be
most fun one in my opinion, which is you force your opponents to move closer to you.
Yeah, I think this ability is what makes this army,
It
right?
absolutely is.
Because otherwise, people can very easily block off all your charges, or all your not charges, but places that you can come on the board.
It's very easy to do that, but forcing your opponent to make sure they have 2 screens instead of just 1, because you can pull that 1 screen out of the way. And when I say a screen, I mean a cheap unit that you don't really care about, that's there to take the brunt of some big expensive unit coming in and and killing something instead of something you do care about dying. It forces you to double up, and it forces your opponent to have weaknesses.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It also would be not that hard to potentially block out, block out so that nothing can come in. That prevents any chance of that ever happening.
It's actually a real risk when you're playing Beast of Chaos, is making sure that you know where you're going to deploy after you've seen your opponent's deployment. One of the fun things about being able to deploy everything off of the board is, for the most part, you get to see every single drop that your opponent is doing, so you know where they are and can then decide how much you want to put on the board, which most of the time is nothing, but
you
get that choice. They are doing Jaws of Galay. We are in round 2, which I should update. And the gimmick, the difference on this one is that at the start of every round, starting in round 2, at the start of round 2 through 5, whoever goes second gets to burn an objective. So Caleb was forced to go second and decided to burn the objective that was right behind the greenhouse that's closest to us.
Yeah, I think Jacob will care if they all go away, but I mean, he doesn't care about one of them, especially since it's a, for a more traditional army, it would suck to lose one of the ones that's like easy on your side of the board.
Yeah.
Especially versus OBR are not very fast, right? Like they're pretty slow. Most death armies are slow. So it would suck for a normal army, but yeah, he doesn't really care that it's gone right now. Like you mentioned earlier, he will care if there's 4 of them go away and he can't get his grand strat, but for now it's not a big deal. Man, look at those giants.
Beautiful. Yeah. Let me see if I can get a close-up on any of them.
Oh, man, we have multiple camera angles here?
We do.
Wow. Do we have a top-down?
We unfortunately do not have a top-down.
It looks like it was there and then it broke.
Yeah, they were having some issues with it, but look at this beautiful standoff here.
Whoever told that guy to take 3 giants must be really good at Warhammer.
Oh, it's beautiful. I'm assuming that was you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you know what? I have you to thank then, because Jacob's the guy who told me I need to start taking giants, and I tried some on TTS, and I went, oh man, I need to buy some giants.
Yeah,
which reminds me, I should look and see if they have giants in stock here this week.
15% off.
15% off.
Yeah, they Jacob had been playing with 2, and then we played a couple games, and I asked him how many points they were because I was in my head, I'm like, these are pretty good. And I was like, you fit 190, and I thought he was going to say like 210, 220 is.
145?
And he told me 145, and I was like, you're crazy that you don't take another one. I think you should take 4, to be honest. But
Jacob started with a couple things on the board. I believe he started with a 10-man unit of Gore and a Bray Shaman. It might have been 2 heroes. He actually chose to take the double turn here. I am assuming because Caleb ended up spreading out a decent amount. Maybe because he felt like he could take off Archon the Black, which would be a big power play. And as we can see, he's deployed some stuff near Archon.
I think it looks like he's put everything over there.
Right. Well, he has to put everything on the board now.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I think he's put almost everything over near
I'm not
Archon.
seeing anything deployed nearby. What are you looking for?
This.
Excellent. If you guys need more rulers or gauges or stuff, I've got some over here you can borrow.
Speaking of needing things, I need a water. I'm going to go grab one. Do you need one?
I am good. I don't know where the case of waters we had right there went.
I'm just going to buy one for the store.
Excellent.
It's just that everybody comes in.
Sounds good.
That's it.
I'm good right now. Thank you.
Good. Snake after 14 covered.
So as always with the Beast of Chaos game, it's going to be a big round.
Guarantee that. I just kill Archon for sure. I think I'm going to guarantee Archon death.
And Jacob, what was the battle tactic?
Take an enemy objective with at least 10 guys.
Sounds good.
Take my shit.
Yeah.
So that's another Beast of Chaos one of the ones I was talking about that's very easy to do. You have to pick an objective that an enemy controls,
own it at the end of the round, and have a unit on it that has 10 or more people.
I am Ren 1 now.
With two 30-man blocks of Gores and a 10-man block of Gores, and potentially another summon of a 10-man block of Ungor Raiders or Gores. There's a lot of units in his army that can do that.
So if a giant is within 3 of you, you're another Ren.
And as Jacob is saying, the giants have this aura where if you are within 3 inches of any giant, your armor save is worsened by 1. Because it is round 2 for Beasts of Chaos, the Herdstone, their piece of terrain, it's a small rock that is just to the right of Jacob from this camera angle, buffs his whole army board wide to get a little bit of extra rend. 1 extra rend at the start of round 2, board wide in close combat, and then at the start of round 4, it increases to 2 extra points of rend. So all of a sudden, these large blocks of gore, these 30-man blocks of gores, that don't have any rend, don't have any armor piercing natively, when you combo putting a giant next to what you're trying to kill and the round 2 adding +1, they're cutting through a sizable chunk of armor.
Charges. So we're going to start with the cockatrice in the back. Needs an 8. No. I'm going to start with the 10-man unit, the green guys. They need a 7. Nope. Going to do the big unit of 30. They need a 7. No. I'm going to CP that. I'm going to use my Vanguard.
What's your Vanguard?
It's a CP for a charge.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's one of the
so
core
7.
battalions.
That's good. So that's 11.
And the reason that 9 was an 11 is because his whole army gets +1 to charge on the turn that that unit comes in. In addition, the horns in that unit are +1 to charge natively. So all of the gores are getting +2.
So I can get 2 inches past you.
Yeah, that was starting to look bad with some of those rough rolls, starting, missing a few units. But Jacob's really happy that he got those in.
Can you roll me a die?
Yes, I can. Oh, I need to steal your command point also. Here's a command point stealing.
You missed the CP steal. You got a 4.
Oh, I did?
Yep.
Okay. Then this is for your
3
dice.
up. Yep. So you're always strikes last.
I'm much more hydrated now.
So, you missed the start of the charge phase. We missed the 10-man charge with gores. We missed the cockatrice in the back corner charge. And we missed the initial roll with the 30 block that did not come in from outside. And the Vanguard re-roll gets it in.
Okay.
So we got the 30 block in. And it looks like he left space in the giant meeting. So that's a really, really big deal. His battle tactic is steal an objective that his opponent controls with a unit that has 10 or more models.
Yes.
So right now the charges that are making we're all up into these forces. We've got 2 units in there.
Yes.
Right now we're rolling a bunch of charges to try and get stuff into Arc on the Black. Which
looks like one giant made it.
No. And the 7-inch unit. Yes.
That's a big deal.
Is that, what is that? Is that a big unit on a 7?
That was the 7-inch one. Which
the one that needs a 7?
The one that needed a 7 in total. Which means he only needed a 5 on the dice. He got a 7 on the dice. That means that whole unit of 30 and the Gargant are going into Arc on the Black. And we've got a unit of 30 and the Gargant going into the Catacrys Death Riders. So the far objectives over on the side. Not really what Caleb wanted.
Yeah.
Could have been worse.
+1 wound.
Yes.
+1 wound both units, just in case.
Okay. They're both always strikes last, doesn't matter.
Oh, it looks like you got a couple ASLs off too. It's nice.
Both always strikes last
Monstrous
go
stuff.
off.
Gonna stomp.
That's another big thing in Beast against Beast Herds that I've noticed is getting
One more.
getting a couple of those so you can just not have to choose where you fight.
So 1 mortal.
Yep.
And I'll Titanic. No, I'll roar over here. Roar. Yes. No
And I'll roll your big unit.
Yep.
No, actually.
Oof.
Your always strikes last, so order doesn't matter.
Did the 3rd giant make it? Where's the 3rd giant? Doesn't look like he made it, but 2 of them are in. 1 into each.
I don't even see the 3rd
I think he's
giant
back
right
here.
Yeah, move that real quick.
The other. Yeah, it's right behind that
I can
thing.
see it. There's just, unfortunately, our third camera is not connecting, so we only have 2 cameras.
Yeah.
But Jacob got both things that he wanted, or all 4 things he wanted. He wanted a giant into each unit he charged into, and he got a unit of 30 gores into each unit he charged into. What he needs, he's feeling pretty good right now.
Yeah, I mean, if he wipes both of these, he'll probably just be very far ahead.
I believe he's only going to get a 4-point turn here.
Yeah, but I think he'll just be very far ahead in terms of killing stuff that he can hopefully wear him out.
Even if he doesn't kill the Death Riders, which I'm certain he will. Even if he doesn't kill the Death Riders, if he can pick up Archon the Black, that's a really big deal. And because of the Strike Last ability that the Gores give out, Caleb doesn't get to
What's your bravery on your unit?
interact. They just get hit.
Yep.
So the Gore Always Strike Last ability is really cool. Basically, when you have a unit of Gores, which are your standard goat men, basically the far side of the board here is engaged, and there, I don't believe, is anything into into this closed side near Caleb. I think most of Caleb's army is just fully free.
3 is
and the
48, 49. So 25 twice.
Jacob's trying to pick up these straggler units.
25 minus 1.
How many points are those 2 things? It's a big chunk, right?
I don't believe the Catacrys Death Riders are more than 130, but Archon is, I believe, a 300.
8 so far.
2 to 300 point unit. I'll pull up the points on those right now.
Okay.
Six more.
6 more?
Yep.
So Archon the Black is 370
Roll this 3
points.
times.
370?
370.
Okay, so that's a big chunk.
That's a fifth of his army.
Mhm.
And the Death Riders are 107.
Okay, so this would be over a quarter of his army if he gets them both. So it's a big chunk.
-1.
Yeah, he didn't engage Catacrys, the 20 block, or the Gothazar Harvester.
Just 1 damage.
So as I was saying, the Fight Last ability, if the unit of Gorers has more models than the unit they charge into,
3 horses.
they get to roll a die. If they roll a 3 or higher, that unit doesn't get to fight until until everything else is fought.
And it's 5 up normally?
No, it's 3 up.
Okay.
So it's you just have to have more models than what you charge, which means even 2 Gores going into a single hero can do that.
Is it models or like count as models? So like monsters count as 5.
It's just models.
Yeah.
That's actually a really good question, one I hadn't thought of.
Because like the count is it just for objectives that those count as 5 other models? Does that count as 5 or?
Let me pull that up actually. Yeah. I'm gonna check the Gore ruling. I mean, in any case, at best it was 30 into 5 here.
Oh yeah. I'm just curious for myself.
Unit's gonna go.
Yeah, I think the Gores are so good.
Fewer models, okay.
Fewer, okay. Accidental Stannis Baratheon sighting.
You find a tower.
Find a tower.
Probably should kill you. 91. So this is 20. So 20, 20, 20. I have 4 20s and then 11 on the end.
So while you're doing that, I will have one of my minor griefs about this game. I do really like Age of Sigmar. One thing I think that they could streamline is there are some times where you need to roll so many dice that it gets excessive. And like Jacob really likes his casino dice, which I will think is part of the problem here because they're so big it makes it more difficult. But like, yeah, I mean, it's going to take a decent bit of time just to roll these dice because there's so many. I had an opponent yesterday who had a big unit of Gits guys that shoot, had 120 shots.
Yep.
And he asked me, he's like, oh, do you want me to roll it or do you want to just use a dice app? And I was like, yeah, let's use a dice app. It seems way better. And he said no one had ever asked. He said no. He said that no one has ever let him use the dice app before, which is crazy to me because I was like, this is so much better. Why would you? Rolling 120 dice is like a lot, and it's just cumbersome and like, why?
Yep. So I've checked it up. The monsters counting as on objectives, it specifically states that monsters count as 5 models
10,
on
13
objectives.
on the force 20,
So
and then
I'm not going to
11
go ahead and pull up the specific rules for
13
all of the
on
different
that.
varieties
3 more
of
dice.
monsters counting as things.
Yeah.
Which is
And then the
counting
last
as
11.
Your Gargants count as 30 models, but
Mhm.
there could be some cases where you'd need to have 40
more?
gores,
Yep.
which you can't have charging into a Gargant for it to matter unless you bracket
there we
it.
go.
But
And
in
those
your
are all at
standard
-2.
situations, nope, those
Minus
monsters count
2.
as one
So
model.
my
That's cool.
2+ goes to a 4+. I'm
And
feeling I'm dying here.
I like the flavor of it, which is that
Force
the
here.
goats are just coming out of nowhere and they smell bad and they're
Decent
kind of
roll, but
crazy
that's
and
still
going like,
not enough.
ah! And you're like, what am I doing?
1, 2, 3.
Looking at it, it looks like Jacob did on the order of 30-some wounds here. That I think they were. I heard him say 4-up saves. So
20, 21.
I don't know the exact number, but
6s, like a monster.
8 6s?
yeah, it sounds like he's probably
Alright.
dead.
All right, so he's dead.
Not enough. All
Question I have is, what's the mortal wound protection of him?
right. Nothing.
Okay, and how many wounds does he have?
6.
6. Let's see if I roll hot fire. 5, 10.
Oh, maybe not. I'm not sure.
No, he is dead. What is happening here?
Oh, it's the
is
mortals back.
Caleb is playing as the
4, 5.
I'd have to look up the name of the sub-faction.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5. 1 left.
Oh.
He needed 6?
He needed 6 to pop the Beast Lord. So one cool thing about Caleb's army is when
He's
he
pretty
has-
easy to heal it too.
When he has models
Okay.
die,
Then your Gargant piles in.
it's actually
everyone else
not that
go,
easy
Yeah,
to
piles
heal
in.
in Beast
Everybody
Chaos list.
Just moves up
No?
to 3.
No, because their bravery is hot garbage.
Oh.
6s and 7s.
Moves up to 3.
I guess the more important thing is it looks
I only got
like
a
from
full
here
point.
that nothing is near the beast, so still he will have several opportunities to heal.
He will.
Yeah.
But when any of Caleb's models die, they get to
So I
roll
get
a
a
number
pile
of
in
dice
then?
equal to their wounds
You're
characteristic. 5s do
Oh,
mortal
that's right,
wounds,
'cause
and
you charged me.
unfortunately,
Yeah.
he just missed killing what I'm guessing was one of the was Jacob's general. It could have been the other Beast Lord.
There's only
Yeah.
4
It was what? Probably 16 dice that he needed 5-ups on. He needed to do 6.
Something like that, and he got 5, which is
So it's pretty coin flippy.
pretty coin flippy. But
Yeah. Probably 60-40 that he gets it, but
yeah,
is it 16 wounds or knock on the block?
I don't know off the top of my
Okay.
head.
We are
Yeah.
going to
I'm gonna guess 16. We'll just.
complete a.
And you know what? If we're wrong, we're wrong.
Yeah.
He's
It-
not on the board anymore.
Yeah, I mean whether it's 16 or 18 or 14, the odds of doing 6 out of there, like it doesn't change more than a couple percent. It's like I said, it's around a coin flip. It's certainly not ridiculous either way that he lives or doesn't live, but it's definitely nice for Jacob that he lives.
You'll get back 3.
All right.
Oh, you'll get 6 back.
So what just
3 plus
happened
3.
here
Who does
is
that?
They just do that.
They
That's
just
the
no
faction.
banner. Oh,
That's
just
the
a
faction.
faction.
the allegiance ability that Jacob is running.
All right, let's do a death
is the
charge.
All Herd. And in the All Herd, your gores matter. At the end of every battle shock phase, Jacob gets to add D3 plus 3 models back to every
since I have 2
one of his
stops
injured units.
anyway,
He rolls
I'm
for
gonna
each
sack a
one
stop, try and get rid of
separately.
the Shrieker. 8.
Done.
So what happened there is he rolled his battle shock, lost 3 models,
And healed back 6.
and
Try to do
went,
his
all
single
right,
spell on the
I'm going
dumb.
to heal 3, so I don't have to pick up
On
any
a
models,
10?
and then I'm going to roll D3, and he rolled his 3 to get 3
Yeah,
monster back.
that's a really good ability
It's
too.
a very strong
The other
ability.
thing that's actually kind of interesting and cool about it is it's an option.
Mm-hmm.
So this has come up a couple times when Jacob and I played, where he had it was going to be down to like one guy,
I'm gonna rally.
and you can choose not to do it.
5.
So he chose not to do it because I think one of the times it was like it was already fighting something for me that was going to just get a chance to farm depravity off of it, or just like an easy eye for an eye target, and a case where like it was dead to rights anyway. So just like he can every once in a while he might speak, I just want this unit to die, so I will choose not to do it and let him die. I believe so. Actually, I need to read that now. I'm pretty sure this happened to me.
He has to bring the 3 back up, I believe. I could be wrong about that. I haven't played All Herd. I've been playing
we're gonna try
Gav
to rally.
Spawn and Quake Herd.
Actually, I'm not gonna be able to look it up because I don't have the book on my app. but I'm pretty sure you don't have to do it.
2 6s. Nice.
But what is it before the battle shock or after?
End of the battle shock.
It's end of the battle. So I guess.
Put the one guy back. Oh, because they got yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he'd have it. You can't decide whether the unit lives or not, but you can decide whether more guys come back. So that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
It happened to me before where it was like he wanted the unit to be smaller, so I couldn't farm as much depravity off of it.
So what's happening here is Caleb is using his army's insane recursion abilities, and he went from 1 horse left in that unit all the way back up to 3.
Okay.
Well, it's because it died and came back at half strength, right?
No, it didn't fully die. OVR does not get that ability.
Oh, no.
If you put down
He didn't kill them all?
If you put down an OVR unit, it's gone. He dropped 4 of them. Left 1, and now it's back up to half strength. And that's what Caleb needs to do to stay in this, especially with Archon the Black being gone, because that is almost all of his spell casting. And with 2 casters left in Jacob's army, I believe, Beasts of Chaos have some unreliable but very, very powerful spells, and so Jacob, Caleb really wants to try and keep those around to make sure he can deal with that. In addition, Caleb's Endless spell is very powerful into Jacob's Beast of Chaos because it turns off their ability to use Inspiring Presence to
It was
keep
last
his
turn.
stuff
So you have
around.
9 to start.
So 9.
Who had it? Oh, I guess someone else can. Not who had it, but who else can cast? Does he have other casters?
He's got a Mortis and Bonus Shaker still.
Okay.
A foot hero.
That's it. So far, right? Yeah. That's it.
Then I go up 1.
Yep. So you're at 8.
Let's see if I steal one of yours.
Yep.
Nope. And he has to use his free thing.
So keeping the ability to get that.
Oh, that's the other one. He uses his
to keep that spell that prevents Jacob from preventing his low bravery models from running away is a big deal. So losing one of his 2 spellcasters hurts a lot. I will say, I think that the 20 block of Mortec Guard, backed up by the Gothazar Harvester, could be the key to this game for Caleb. Especially if he can choose the engagement.
You're 2-inch reach, right?
1.
Because the Mortec Guard can chew through the goats, and when the goats hit the Mortec Guard will explode and come back on a 4-up.
Damn.
If they're near the Gothazar Harvester. And when the Mortec Guard kill goats, the Mortec Guard will come back on a 4-up. So it's very, very important for Jacob to take out the Mortec Guard, the infantry guys that Caleb's moving up right now.
So that's probably the next target.
That's absolutely the next target.
6.
And good to have you here, Takarai.
But it can run and do its thing too.
How close do they need to be to that thing?
Things need to die within 6 inches of the Gothazar Harvester. I'm not actually sure what the range of putting stuff
shooting phase. It's not shooting. It's just in the combat phase.
Back
within 6.
is. I'll pull that up right now. But I do know that every time a model dies within 6 inches of the monster, the Gothazar Harvester, that's when it gets to roll a die to see if it's a 4.
Okay.
And that works for both players' armies.
So, interesting. So Jacob's got a pretty good shot to pull. I think he could pull the skeleton guys one direction and pull the harvester the other direction with the brace on and then get them far apart.
Fine. Let's
So it's something dies within 6 inches. Is it me that's quiet or the other one?
I'm guessing it's
hold on
me.
1 second. Am I the quiet commentator, or is it the other person?
4 and then 9.
I'm going to just boost sound on both of us. Okay.
All right.
So it looks like it's you who's a little bit quiet. Thanks for letting us know. So, as I was saying, it looks like the range on both abilities is 6 inches, and it's not wholly within 6 inches on either one of them.
Is it each model needs to be within 6 though?
Nope, just the unit. So the
Okay.
model that dies has to be within 6, but the model that comes back doesn't have to be within 6.
Right. So I guess my question.
All right. Every model that dies within 6 inches of the harvester
Yeah.
can bring a model back to a unit within 6 inches of the harvester. The model that comes back doesn't have to be within 6.
So yeah, so that'll be a pretty big roll then if he can drag those things like 7 inches away.
And the model we're talking about in particular is this big boy right here. Let's actually get another view on it because we've got a better angle at this way, I believe.
Let's try them now.
Look at this beautiful monster right here.
Nope. So I'm going to leave them where they're at.
What a crazy model.
Yep. And as Jacob walks back in the way, we're going to zoom back out and get a better table view. But just while I'm in here, so you can see the remaining caster. If I can get the focus right on this. Right there with the red gems, protected by Catacross, the man himself, and a nice big bubble of these Mortec guard around the harvester to bring them back.
So it looks to me like he completely shackled the harvester, so it'll be very hard to pull away. I guess he could pull. He would have to do it to like you'd have to pull this. What are they nailed? Mortis guard.
Yes.
He'd have to pull the mortis guard away first, which would open up a hole in the circle, and then pull the harvester back the other direction.
Well, he can't pull 2 units in the same phase.
Yeah, so it's not going to work.
He'd have to try and pull the Mortec guard out of the way and then hit the other side.
Yeah.
And that's all dependent on Caleb not winning priority.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if Caleb decides to go first, that'll change the board state.
But it seems to me like Caleb saw the pull away coming, and that's why he circled it around there.
Yeah.
So that was a good move.
We're getting some fighting in. Death Riders on Gores.
Twos. Can I stop rolling all these ones? Fours.
Yeah.
3 minus 1.
Made 2.
Just one more.
That it for them?
What is this? Is this a character?
No, it's a 1 guy. I'm leaving him split to keep you from piling in with the 2.
Gotcha.
I just wanted to keep you there.
Okay, so getting an update. The 5 cavalry we have over here is actually 2 units. So to the left of the tree right now, we've got a unit of 3, and to the right we have a unit of 2. And then back here behind the obelisk, we've got a full unit of 5. That's just screening the back and protecting from, I'm assuming, the summoned unit of cores that can come in.
This and 11, 4s and 3s.
So let's see if we can get a little bit of a better look in here.
Yeah. I think I heard Jacob say he did something to protect the giant with his pile-in.
So this guy right here with the axe that's closest to us, just past the giant, is out of coherency, which means it's going to die automatically at the end of the turn. But that is done intentionally to prevent the 2-man unit of horses from piling in around and getting to something juicier. It's a sacrifice of a single model to prevent damage going on to something much, much more valuable, which is an advanced casualty-taking technique.
So he just took off the guy next to it instead.
Right. Yeah, you can just... Because the rules say that you can't move a unit, so it ends outside of coherency.
But you can remove
when
models.
you die, you can absolutely end outside of coherency. It just means that 1/2 of the unit, whichever half you choose outside of coherency, is just going to be wiped. At the end of after you roll bravery.
Yeah, and I guess when you first off, it's 1 gore, so not a big deal. And especially when you can heal it back.
True. And then, exactly.
I can move him over slightly too. Yeah.
But it didn't look like there were very many gores left in that unit. I think I counted 8 or 9.
Yeah, they're probably all just going to die anyway.
Out of the 30, we've got 2 more horses going into them right now.
Here's where I'd like to roll a little bit better.
Yeah.
slightly better with just 1/6.
Let's get a close up on these dice for you.
Nope, still under average. So 6.
The Bone Boys are the crematorians, the ones who explode with mortal wounds when they die on a 5-up for every wound of the destroyed model.
4s. 4s is better.
Fire, baby. 6. 6.
There you go.
You got him. You got him perfectly.
That is exactly the unit of Gores, which is rough because of the recursion on those. If he had had 1 left, that's a big deal.
So is the giant going to be able to pile in and fight, or no? I guess I guess we can tell in a second. Doesn't look like it.
He's gonna hit the 3-man unit.
He is.
He is? Okay. So he can hopefully wipe the small unit back?
They do a lot of work. He's got 3 rend on a bunch of his attacks.
Oh, yeah. Those giants are awesome.
If he's within range of one of the heroes, I believe it's 6. No, it's 3 inches of a hero, which I'm not sure if he is or not. Extra attacks.
Pretty big, too, when you have a couple, because there's like 3 different profiles, right?
3
Yeah,
profiles.
so it's 3 extra attacks, and like one of them is like a 4 damage, right?
Yeah,
the headbutt.
One's a 4 damage with a bunch of rend. One of them's a D3 damage with a bunch of rend. And both of those are only 1 attack each, so getting that extra attack just by being near a hero.
It's a big percentage jump.
It's a massive percentage jump.
He has,
Man, he's really lucky he took 3 of those.
6 close,
Yeah.
2 kicks, 2 headbutts.
So 6.
I'll admit, I'm probably only going to be taking 2 of them in my list because I'm only likely to buy 1 box.
Yeah, I think I would take 4.
I think I'm going to stick with so I've been running a lot of Tzeentch Enlightened on foot because the ability to turn off your opponent's they have an ability that they just turn off your opponent's ability to use command points in the combat phase, and it messes with so many people's plans.
Yeah.
Because you forget about it yourself and are like, all right, cool, I'm going to announce my attacks, and you pause because you're so used to doing that, and they're like, I don't get to. And so you combine that with some of the other debuffs, like running 6 Morgorite Chaos Spawn that drop your attacks.
I got A5, Caleb.
Is this the priority roll? Yep.
4. Okay.
I believe Jacob just won it.
Hold on a sec. What was the points going in? I got 4, and how many? 4?
Yeah, I went 5-5, 4-4.
Excellent. And then who won priority here?
I won Prino.
All right.
All right, so this is probably the turn that might decide the game.
Jacob has decided to take it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that was really much of a decision. I think he had to, right?
Most likely.
I think I killed him.
You were -1 to hit when you swing. I don't know if you did that.
Oh, with the dudes? No, I didn't. Sorry.
I do not know.
I don't know. It's facing the wrong direction.
Put 2 wounds on him.
It won't matter for the objectives because they only hit the 5.
There is no camera that's pointing at it, and.
All right. Do you want me just to go look? This feels
No, it's
important.
fine.
I don't know. It feels important.
Yep, I'll pull it later. I'm going to do eye for 9.
That's impressive.
My heroic.
Let's see if I steal a command from you.
Yep, go for
You
it.
go 2. Let's see if you go to 1. Yes, you go to 1.
That one.
1 command.
1 command. Still 1 more Vanguard.
6 out of 5. 6.
Harvester reaches 6, right?
Yes.
Okay. Heroics. Going to. My general heroic will be to heal. Heal Jabroni. Yes. Heals 3. More heroics. He's going to drag the Mortec. So I take D3. I'm going to take 1. I'm going to sack a guy. You can shift this to units. Mortec, you go.
And yeah, Nick Jackson, max value does have a Kirkland sponsorship. That is known.
Unfortunately, I do not believe Kirkland sponsored Warphammer, so we are not able to stand up and walk over to the table. And by that, I mean I am making up an excuse so I don't have to walk over and see if that's Kirkland.
No. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Turn it. Turn it. No. What are you doing?
Hold on a second. We're gonna.
Let's move up 4 inches that way. Here's my dice. Take my
Jeremy.
Yep. So they're going to go 4 inches that way. You can move all your guys.
Fastest guy can go right there.
Yep. So I think all of these guys.
All right. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to go move it. I'm just going to turn it around so the stream can see it.
Jeremy, it's under the dice tray.
So 9 guys.
Jeremy, it's under the dice tray. Jeremy, look at the camera and say hi.
You don't take from the front of my line, though, right? You're not going to take from my front of my line, are you?
What do you mean?
Because I was only 2 inches away from my front. You're not going to take from like this guy, but you'll take from these?
Yeah, exactly.
Give me 1.
Yeah.
Okay. So then 4 inches from here.
Yep.
Can't be break.
So 11 guys are still going to be within range of the harvester.
Well, plus these guys are here.
So there's 20 in the unit?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Now that I have kicked the other judge away from the table because he was trying to figure out where his terrain, his objective markers were on the table, jumping back into here.
In the dramatic reveal, actually, you might need to zoom in on it. Dun, dun. Oh, more. Zoom in more.
I'm paying attention to the dice.
Oh, okay.
Which spell was that, Jacob?
Mystic Shield.
Mystic Shield.
Did he get it or no?
He got it with a 10, making those gore a little bit more durable.
Is there anyone that can cast Mystic Shield more than once?
I don't know. I believe Nagash used to be able to.
Yeah, I know he can't anymore.
His War Scroll got changed.
Yeah, they changed it. That's like one thing I know, because you can't do the 8 Arcane Bolts anymore.
Yeah. So we got some boys moving out.
He's next to the giant. He's going to put up the ward save. D3. It's going to go over the giant. I didn't realize that giant was there. Giant is 14 away, so he's going to need a 6-inch charge to get those guys.
So as we are hitting about an hour into this round, just doing a table check, it looks like nobody's finished really early, which is what I love to see. I hate to see a blowout game in round 5 of any tournament. So it looks like everybody's playing some good Warhammer so far.
Some good old-fashioned honest Warhammer, right?
Exactly.
Oh, I'm going to redeploy. I'm sorry. Right here.
They're in combat.
Oh, they're in combat. Sorry.
Yeah, good. You're good.
I saw the move. Like, I want to redeploy.
Yeah. Can give you a redeploy on the.
So it looks like Jacob is going to go in.
He's going aggressive with it.
Get a redeploy. Wrap the harvest. I need to get that checked. Because this is going on. Yeah.
He said he's going to do eye for an eye because he lost the 30 block of Gores.
So you can redeploy that if you want.
Okay, which I will.
Yep.
Redeploy. It's the free one, actually. It's 2 inches. Put me back in
Did Caleb go for a redeploy?
He just went for a redeploy. He got a 2 on it.
Okay. That probably doesn't change much.
Most likely not. He said something about getting them back in line. I think they might have been pulled out of position a little bit, and that's pulling them back in a little bit more where Caleb wants them to be.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess Jacob probably went for the drag thing because if you roll a 12, like it'd pull him real even with the circle around him, that'd be far enough.
The Harvester is going to do a lot of work here. My guess for what Jacob is going to be able to kill easily is that the behind Caleb's hands here, we have some Cavalos Death Riders. That is not a unit of 4. I'm not actually sure if that's a unit of 3 and a unit of 1 or 2 units of 2. I think it's 2 units of 2. That is my guess for what is most likely going to die, because both of them are in combat with the Chaos Gargant. We have another Chaos Gargant that has the ability to make a long charge. 10 Gore that have the ability to make a charge to try and make them fight last, and the Cockatrice is outside of 3 of them.
Yeah.
Which, even if it fails, it will have the ability to go for it. In addition, this Cockatrice is within 6 of possibly the Gothazar Harvester, definitely the Mortec card.
Well, they have +1, so they can't really fail.
Gotcha.
The units still get +1 into the turns. Beast Lord. That's
I believe the Cockatrice failed the charge. We've got a Beast Lord that's just made the charge.
the green unit in the back over there.
This is the 10-man unit.
They fail.
Snake Eyes.
The other Beast Lord. 7.
Okay. Well, I guess that was probably the best unit to roll Snake Eyes on of the options, right?
Actually, I disagree. I think that the 10-man unit of Gore's getting in to try and make that small unit that he's just put 2 heroes and 2
Give him the ASL.
To give him always strike last would have been better.
He does have the cock.
I think that was the Chaos Gargant that rolled a 3.
He's debating whether he use the reroll here or save it for the big unit.
That'll be my CP. So I'm out of CP right now.
No CP?
Yep.
He's
reroll 6.
He's using it here.
Yeah, 6. This is a 6-inch thing, so 6 to that guy with the half-inch too. Yeah.
Okay. I believe the reason he used the 6-inch here is because not having the extra rend from the Gargant would make it much less likely that the Gores
I panicked for a second. I saw that one.
That the Gores, who have a +1 to charge, so it's already reliable, will be able to pick up that Mortec Guard. If they don't pick up the Mortec Guard, the Gothazar Harvester makes the Mortec Guard do work to the Gores. And that's his remaining 30 block of Gores, which is very
always
important.
Strikes last, and the guys up there 2 up. Yeah, it's always strikes last, the Mortec. Yes. So both the 2 things I charge are always strikes last.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah. It's 1 big unit. I did 2 different things. One has a slick horn helm, and then one's a
Sorry about that. The thing I missed here is the one of the Beast Lords that got in has the artifact helm to make the unit of Death Riders fight last on a 2-up, which was successful.
A couple people
and
I'll get the pile in too.
the other question
Giant's
is,
gonna pile in that
Caleb,
one, and the other guy's will pile in.
chat wants to know who Catacros's -1 to hit is on.
They killed him.
The -1 to hit was on the 30 block of Gores that died.
Monster stuff. Thank you. Gonna roar.
So it looks like, I guess not that much got in. So that Cockatrice up there double 1s the charge too?
I believe so.
So did he make 2 double 1s?
4 up. Yes. D3 mortals.
The Cockatrice might have
1 mortal.
needed a 3, or might have needed a 4 and rolled it.
Okay.
I think that was the Mortec got 6-ups to only 6-ups hit.
Yeah.
3 there.
Yeah, no problem, Steven.
What's the rand over here?
It is 2, 3, 4.
Let's see if we can get a better angle on this.
He's trying to squish a guy. He needs a 6. Nope.
Just the Gargant.
So, first swings. The clubs are 3s and 3s.
You didn't.
So you want to all defense them?
Yeah, the Gargant got in, right?
You're within range.
The other one.
I'm gonna extra. You charge me, so extra rend.
Okay.
Or plus 1 wound.
Yeah, these guys are both big personalities in the Age of Sigmar community.
Okay.
Well known by many, many people.
When does that
Lovely to
end of
play
charge?
against.
I have to do the rend now. Start the charge.
Start a charge.
Yeah. Or when you complete the charge, and then 5 up, mortal wound, protection over here.
Saxus, good to see you back.
All right. 3s. 3s. 4 at Ren 2.
4 rend 2 is going to be
5s.
5s.
Yeah.
Yep.
2
Cast
each.
1. So 6 damage so far.
Yep.
Just save those right here.
Yep.
Go ahead.
The kicks, 3s and 3s. 1 at minus 3.
Minus 3, so 6 up. 4 fails. How much?
D3, 2 on that one, and then the
2 more.
headbutts. 4s.
So this is what I was talking about with the
One more,
extra
that just
attacks.
goes straight through.
Yeah.
4 damage.
Looks like the Chaos Giant's gonna smoke.
5 up mortal wounds. Let's see how I do.
Yep, that unit's gone.
I passed 1.
Well, that might have been one unit,
3, 4, so I lose the 1.
based on how many dice he's rolling here, right?
3 9.
Oh, sorry, that was the ward save.
On the 4th. So
Oh,
10.
Yep.
that makes more sense
You know
then.
what, maybe I was incorrect. Maybe that was 1 unit of 4.
Well, let's just do these.
Okay. Cool.
Excellent. This is one of the top 2 tables. I believe this is table 2. But whoever wins this game is fully within the contention for first place.
I mean, you're basically guaranteed at least second if you win this, right?
Right. Emma and Will are playing in a Soulblight Gravelord mirror, so it's possible that that game is a very grindy matchup that ends in an 11-9 win, which means that if there's a big game here, it's possible either one of these players could really spike the points.
I would also say that's probably not the most exciting game to watch on a stream.
Yeah.
Just because that's just a bunch of zombies poking each other back and forth. And
we ended up polling the players, and Emma and Will both said that they didn't feel like it would be an interesting game to watch, so they decided they didn't want to go on stream. And we also thought that it would be really fun seeing 2 players that we had earlier on who won
Come back,
games and have that story of these guys coming and fighting. It is Verkos and I don't remember which one Will's is. It's not Verkos.
So let's put this on now.
It's Dragon, Neferata, and Skeletons.
Guys, give me 3 5s. How about 2 5s?
Emma's running 140 zombies. Will's got a bunch of Skeletons, Graveguard, Dragons, and Neferata.
Oh, so they're pretty different lists at least, but
They're
yeah.
fairly different lists, but it's still going to be a grinder.
Squish him. Need a 6. Nope. Just go straight to the headbutts. 1 hit. Nope. Kicks. No.
Come on.
Club.
Say there's a chance.
3 at Ren 2.
5s, there's a chance. No.
2 each.
So 6. Still a chance.
And he's gone.
Now he's gone. 3 on the other guy. Let me roll 3 5s. How about 1?
Nope. You just put it back on the base switch?
Yeah, just keep putting it on him.
Yep.
Let's see if I can get her. No. Do you know what that looks like to me?
Looks like Dead Horseman.
Looks like Dead Horseman.
Slide down 3.
Which
Looked like there was a bit of a flub towards the end, but he still managed to kill them all anyway, so it didn't really matter.
It was close.
Yeah, it was close, but in the end, they don't ask how, they ask how many, right?
He's going to squish a guy on a 2 up. Yep. Just auto kills 1. So you get your 4 up res.
So I don't get a ward?
No.
Okay.
Stuffs you in your
4 plus
pants.
Nope. And then 5 plus. Let's put it on him, I guess.
So the real issue with why that dragon is so scary is I don't know if anybody remembers the 2nd edition
Age of Sigmar, where they came out with realm artifacts for every single realm.
You are
So there was
save
an artifact called the Ethereal Amulet from the Realm of Death that gave whoever you put it on, and it was a generic artifact that anyone could take, and ignore rend. You can't get bonuses to save, but you can't lose them. They gave it back to the to Soulblight Gravelords, which means that 3-up save dragon is always a 3-up save dragon.
Yeah, that seems like the edge of. Because I think previously there's a bunch of stuff that has that rule, right? But it's, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, everything else that has that rule is a 4-up armor or worse.
I believe so. It is Legion of Blood.
Kicks.
Saxtus. Will is running Legion of Blood.
Kill.
Oh, sorry. You say make Avangori cheaper.
4, same thing. 5 CO. Let's do one more. And then come back up. 3, 1 die.
So what's happening here is the giant is kicking some
Big old unit.
some more tech.
I'm gonna use my other Vanguard.
We're getting.
Don't I get attacked?
He got the cockatrice ability on the
True.
Mortec Guard, right?
What we're seeing is the explosions from the Mortec Guard dying. And
Yeah.
bouncing back into the Gargant and then trying to resurrect some.
So if he wipes the whole unit, or when does he roll to come back? Is it like the end of the battle shock? Like.
Let me pull the specific. Roll a dice each time a slain model within 6 inches of this unit is removed from play.
Okay, so it's
if
immediately.
The slain model is within range of 1 unit. All right. Roll a dice every time a slain model within 6 inches of the Gothazar Harvester is within play. This only works for 1 Harvester at a time. You can't stack them. And then on a 4-up, you add a model back.
Made 1.
I mean, Will is the reason it's a blood net list. Jake. That man is a premier Soulblight Gravelord player.
She rolls for the res immediately. Okay.
Yeah.
So 6 guys.
I made 2 wards.
It's actually 8.
Yeah, no, I rolled 8.
Oh, you rolled 8.
6 guys. Yeah, sorry. I made 2 wards. You kill 6.
Next tech
We have
is.
2 attacks. Just
Also, I'm going to beat Will one of these days. I almost had him last time.
2s on 2s.
How many did he kill?
Extra hit.
Three.
Those will all hit. Break. Yeah.
I don't have a good angle on it, unfortunately, and I
Yeah.
don't want to interrupt their flow to ask.
Yeah, we'll ask at the end.
Yeah.
made 1 damage.
Yep. Save ward, crematorian, res.
Crematorium is the mortal's back.
It's the mortal's back.
Okay.
And then
So you can do those and come back. Wow, that's a nut kick.
And because it's as damage is allocated, even though all of the damage is allocated at the same time, it piles up. I believe he.
So how many did I get rid of?
I don't believe he'll be able to pop the whole
unit.
Also, that is 8 dead gores, which is 24 fewer attacks.
Alright, so.
He probably should have attacked first with the gore, no?
Killed a 22 times 3.
I think he was worried that if he attacked with the gore, it would kill the Gargant, and then the armor would drop. Whereas the Gargant will lower the number of attacks with the gore, but the armor penetration is still going to be there.
When you the crematorium thing, is it just pick another unit within 1 inch to do it to, or?
Well, he'll be able to choose which ones he kills.
Yeah, but and how far away is it when he does that?
Pulling it up right now.
Yeah. I guess that's a good point. Yeah, those 8 wounds on the giant would have been worse than 8 wounds on gore.
Yeah, and if the gore going through at full strength had hit,
Yeah, they're gonna be more.
13, so 33?
Yeah, 33. Nope. What's the rend?
2.
33 attacks at rend 2.
5s.
Yep.
It is a unit within 3 inches of the model that died.
Okay.
So it's done properly. Each one explodes model to model, not model to unit or unit to model.
And 4s, basically?
That's interesting too. So the ones you pull make a big difference. If you pull from the back, you might not. Pull from the back, you might not be able to hit anything, depending on how big the unit is.
That's why he's spread out in such a strong line like that.
Makes sense. Makes the positioning important.
Yep. And the other thing that he's doing, which is a bit of tech that's very cool, is so with large unit coherency, as they're rolling this, with large unit coherency, if you string them out with a triangle on either end and then just a single chain, as soon as one model dies at the end of the round, the whole thing goes away. But as models are dying near the Gothizzar Harvester, when they come back, you can add them as the triangle at the end of that line, every single model. They'll still be within 3 inches of something that they're exploding into. And so the line will shrink in triangles so that when you end up, if you roll properly, you'll have 2 triangles at the end and a strong line, which means you won't break coherency.
I followed half of that, I'm not going to lie. I think I get it. I will also say that is one of my least favorite rules in Age of Sigmar. The random, you have to have 2 guys in the end.
It's complicated. It makes sense because it prevents things from doing, strong, weird lines unless you have special gimmicky rules like this.
It makes a lot more sense to me now after you saying that, like why it comes up.
But that's the kind of weird, super niche minutia that I love. That is very much not what most people enjoy.
Yeah, because you're saying it's when one of the little triangles at the end dies, you have to move all the way until you get down to, is it 10 models or 5?
5 models.
Because you won't have everyone within range of 2 anymore. You have to make another triangle.
Yep.
Interesting. I guess you could also make an extra triangle halfway down if you wanted to stop the chain reaction.
This is one of the things I do with a lot of 10-man units of 32 millimeters. You do triangle, triangle, 1 triangle, and it's a really good way to get 7, easily get 7 along your front line instead of 5. And it minimizes the risk of losing extra models. You might lose 1.
Can you say that again from the beginning?
All right, if I do a triangle of 3, triangle of 3, 1 model, and a triangle of 3, your front line on that unit is 7 instead of doing 2 ranks of 5. You get two extra models on the front of your force.
Okay, but you're safe from ever.
You risk. Depending on how the models die and how you pull. If you lose 1 model, you might lose an extra 1 or 2. But most of the time, you're not going to just lose 1 model. And then if you lose 4 models, you might lose an extra 1. So your risk is really small. And your frontage is much larger, and it's easier to do. I actually do agree with that. One thing I would like to see is some of the flying units have rules that change it so that they can be within 6 inches instead of 3 inches. I would love to see something like.
You don't have a GV on here, so I could just say cunning maneuver.
I would love to see something along the lines of, a unit of 3 Croxagors.
Killed a unit too.
Are in coherency if there are 6 models. Some of those big burly elite units that are in 3s, or maybe a unit of ogres only have to be within range for 1 of 6.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty good rule.
And you could do that pretty easily. That would be a fun little design space to play in. I'm going to interrupt the game for 1 second.
At least 6 guys, no matter what. Maybe another 3.
Hey Jacob, did you score the center objective?
I did.
Excellent. So Jacob did score the center objective for a total of 5 points that battle round.
Because
putting it 14-9.
Yeah, he still got 5.
Bottom of
5, 6, 7,
3.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Do we have any idea how many skeletons are left?
I believe he said there were 7 left before they attacked in.
So you only have 16.
12.
Before who attacked again?
Before the skeletons attacked into the cores. So we might have gotten a few more back.
12, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Oh.
Just count all yours. Just do it in 5s.
And you had 9. So 9.
Plus 4 more. Or I went to the 12 plus 3 more, so 12.
Yeah.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21.
Did you get? When did you get the 3 more?
When I did the last.
The attacks.
Yeah.
Okay.
When you lost your 4.
Yep. Okay, so no, you got it. Yeah. So never mind. I only got 3 points. Because that guy.
Actually, that is a.
When did you? No, I would have got this because I would have just peeled this guy and he's one of the res guys, and now I can redeploy.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine. I was just like.
Because I was like.
I'm like looking at him like I'm tied. I
Yeah.
think. Okay, that's fine.
Archon
'Cause he was
is
the guy that would've died.
Archon is dead.
If you knew the.
Yeah.
If you
I
did
thought
the
I was
math-
up like 5.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why I
you're
was
good.
like, I just
So I'm not
didn't
really
look
that
at
worried
it.
about it. All right, let's just do cunning maneuver.
He got
That's fine.
put forward a little bit far
heroic.
in round 1.
Let's
Jacob
do,
won the roll-off, decided to take priority,
4+.
pulled Archon really far away from the rest of the army, like a 7-inch pull, and put 30 Gores and a Gargant into him, and managed to take him down.
50-50 either way. Heal on 8. Kill that guy.
So
That's good.
we've got a Gothisar Harvester on one side,
8 or 4.
about a half a squad of Mortek Guard, which we all know is more than a half a squad. A unit of Death Riders and Catacross, and on the other side we've got both Cockatrices, 3 Gargants, of which some of them are hurt, half of a unit, roughly half of a unit of Gores, and a full unit of 10 Gores. There's a few heroes running around as well on Jacob's side, so it's anyone's game at this point.
And a 3+ Bone Shaper.
Yep. Got 3 more.
That's 2.
Yeah, it's a good game.
It's fine. That's that. And
We are
doing
sitting at the bottom of
cunning
3.
maneuver. All right. Spells. Let's just do his 1 spell.
I believe the Mortek Guard hit on 6s last turn.
Shooting.
Yep.
Oh, this thing. Catacross's thing. -1 to hit. Let's do it actually on this guy.
Okay.
He's pretty crazy good. Let's do also a 3+.
See if you get it.
Yeah, 3+. No, I don't. Doesn't matter. And then let's do some movements. He has 4 wounds left. Outside of 9 of the Cockatrice, unless you want to redeploy him.
No, I'm not ready. You're fine.
I might go in here just to get that objective.
Well, it was top of turn 2, but agreed.
All right. Then let's go into the shooting phase. 4 shots, 2s on 3s onto your unit. Actually, yeah, 2s on 3s on your unit.
You have to shoot.
Caleb still has his Bone Shaper sticking around, though. So he does still have some casting in the list, and he's got the Endless Spell, which I do not believe is on the board right now. So that could come into play and play for a big deal.
Just bring them back here.
Okay, into the giant. Gotcha.
Whatever that looks like. 6 on your giant.
What was your tactic? Oh, your cunning maneuver.
Cunning maneuver. None.
Cool.
Okay. Extra rend on him. Oh, start the combat phase.
Monster stuff.
When does he shoot?
Start a combat.
Start the combat.
So you do yours first, and then I do it.
Extra rend. I gotta do mine. So let's just try to do a 3+ roar. Nope, you good?
Okay. I'll roar the Cavalist Death Riders.
Is that their War Scroll spell, the Shard Storm?
Now you do start combat stuff. If you want to spend CP, you can risk it. Or you wait for the cock.
I mean, I already spent the CP to do -1 rend, and I already spent the CP to do -1 rend.
Oh, so then it doesn't matter. Cock.
Sorry.
Yes.
So which unit?
The guys.
Oh, yes, it is.
1/6 up.
Ooh, that is a very good
Cool.
spell against Jacob's
6
list.
up ward.
Goes off on a
that was ward again,
5,
that's
blow
the-
up, miss.
picks
blow
his
up,
big
miss,
unit
and
of gores, rolls the number of dice equal to the number of models in that unit, and every 5 does a mortal wound.
Charges or the extra rend on these guys.
Yep.
Can't do it. 'cause
Can't do
it's-
it. I
can't do
warned
that.
you.
You
Yep.
warned me. So
Yeah,
I'll go there first.
good call out on that one.
And actually, really want to get rid of as many of those guys as I can. So let's go here first, actually.
Okay.
I could blow up a lot over there. No, let's not. Let's go here first.
Yep, I think that's better.
Pile them in.
Yep.
6 guys piled in.
We're going to keep it nice and close on this combat so we can see what happens.
Kind of move him over a little bit more.
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yeah.
5. All right. These are 2s
Yep. 6 comes back.
and 2 6s.
4s.
4s. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 8.
8.
-1.
Yep. Back to 5s because of the Mystic Shield. Amazing.
3.
And 6
Great
boards.
roll.
1 more.
2.
2.
Team of 5.
Yep.
Horsies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2s. 4s. Give me 3 more.
3 more. No rend on this, right? Yep. 4s. 1. 6s. 1 more.
Take the 6. Take it.
Okay. Giant. Gonna try and squish a horsey on a 6. Nope. He's gonna pile out away from these guys a little bit, just like that. -1 hit, so 4s. Hitting the horses. Everybody's hitting the horses. 4s. 3s. 2. Ren 2.
5s.
2 damage.
Okay, 2 so far.
Kicks. 4s. 3s. 1 more. Ren 3.
6s.
Nope. 3. 2 there.
4.
And then here's the headbutts. 5s. No.
Okay. 6s. Goes through. Oh, that was really cocked.
Yeah.
So
Get a
kills
horse
a guy
in.
and,
Yep.
and a 1. Kills guy.
Yep.
Blow up on you and put
Yep.
a wound on the next dude.
Yep.
Blow up on your 5s. 1 below.
1 blow. Nope.
7.
Yep.
So it looks like 7 out of, I want to say 12 off the top of my head on that Gargant.
Okay. And then
Big boy.
yeah. Well, yeah. I might as well swing one by big guy. Take out a bunch of these guys before he swings. Just extra rend. 2s. Extra hit because that's 6.
Yep.
3s. It's 3.
Yeah, 7 out of
What's
12. So that Gargant's sitting on 5 remaining.
5 minus 3.
They just go through. So 6 is twice.
10
right?
damage.
Yep. 6 is twice. Nothing. 1, so 9 damage. You're at full, right? 20 guys?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So
Oof.
these wounds don't matter. I don't have to track the.
And then 2s.
Yep.
All hit. And then 3s. 2 wounds minus 2.
So yeah, this is what I was talking about with the Gothazar Harvester.
1, 2 damage, right?
Yep.
He threw everything into that unit of
it was
Mortek Guard, and
9
it is
total.
back up to full.
6, 9.
It's a tough position to be in.
pile in. These 3 are going to just slide back a little bit like that. So only 4 are going to fight. So 12 attacks. 4, 4. Uh, 5.
5?
Yep.
Minus 2?
Minus 2.
2 pass.
Yep.
And then 6s. Passed 1.
One more. Might get a guy. Nope, that's 2.
No
Cool.
blow up on you and come back? No.
Yeah, got a guy.
You know, I'm assuming he was probably just trying to get the point advantage to get 1-2 more. There was a real chance that he goes in and hits hard enough to really, break through, and he wasn't actually going to be able to get into the Gothazar Harvester. Caleb did a really, really good job of screening it out and making it so he just could not do that.
So you're minus 5 guys? Yeah, minus 5 guys. And then I guess a couple have to hit the giant.
You're right. It is definitely a rough choice, but
Yeah. Okay. So 1 in the
I mean,
giant.
we'll see if that's what
unit.
decides the game.
Minus 5.
Yep. 1 in the giant. 6s. 2 hits. 4s. 1 minus 2. It's extra rend.
So 6 twice. Nope, 1 more. 8.
And then we have 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, and then 1 more. 6s.
Yep.
So the good news is the cockatrice did get
Nice that you double.
the
Well, it's way more guys too. There's only 6 guys last time.
did
So 10 hits?
get its ability
Yep.
off.
Yep.
4s. Give me
6.
6.
If this
6 is twice.
gore unit survives,
3.
which it looks like it might, if there's any banners in there,
You can res your guy.
he's going to get D3 plus 3 back at every battle shock phase, and he gets to rally
Pop's
on
gonna
5
pile in, but
ups.
he's not going to fight you. He's not going to swing. Just slide over, basically. All right. That's it for me. Last CP will be to save them, obviously. And then they heal D3 plus 3. They get back 4.
So it's 5-pointer.
Yep.
Looking at 14-14 going into 4.
Cool. Turn. 6. I win. I will give it to you, and I'm going to take away this one.
Okay.
Giving away the double here is very interesting.
Go ahead and pick it up now since it's easy. I'm scared we're going to tie. I played 1 practice game in this, and we fucking tied. You know, it's like.
So my co-commentator had to step away for a little bit, so missed what happened.
Okay, yeah, let me know what happened. I am going to need to leave shortly after, but I did want to check
That's
back in.
all good.
What happened?
So, as you can see, we got a 5-point turn from Caleb, just catching people up if you're in here. That Mortec unit is back up to 19 models.
Okay, so going in seems to be not great.
Yep.
Gaining momentum.
Jacob gave away the double to make sure that there are only 2 objectives on the board, which means that the to keep it to 1-2 more for 1-2 more
means everything.
Caleb has to branch out and can't just keep going into.
4 more.
Can't just keep grinding in this middle here. But his 30 block is down to only about like 8 or 9 models.
So they're probably going to die this turn.
Very likely.
Interesting.
There is 8 wounds on the Gargant in the middle, done, so it's got 4 health left. The Cockatrice is, I believe, unhurt, and the saving grace for Jacob, the reason he's got that stuff remaining, is because the Cockatrice got off the only 6s.
Is there a better one?
So I think at this point, Jacob is probably realizing that he's not going to kill everything.
Yeah.
He's kind of boned on that, and he's the reason he probably gave away the double is so that he can just try and win on points. That's his play now, is to scrape high points.
Yeah.
So I want to hear, because I think they're trying to decide battle tactics.
I'm going to kill him with the Garthazar.
Okay. Kill a monster.
Yeah.
Okay.
Harvester has to kill him.
Okay. This will be interesting.
All right.
You are down to only 5 CP now?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units.
Yeah.
It's
I know.
you get 2 and then extra 2, 4.
Yeah, 4. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because you're going.
Yep.
Unfortunately, I do have to head out, so I'm going to have to be well, I won't be watching from the rogues. That'd be very dangerous. But it was fun commentating this, and I will. I'm sure by the time I get home, I can. I'll look at our Discord chat, and someone will tell me whether or not Jacob won.
Well, it was an absolute pleasure to have you here commentating with me, which is, you know, lovely to have you. I know you had the bye this round, which is why we brought you on here. So
sure,
you know,
it was fun.
And it was great that, you know, I got to have such a good co-commentator with me for this round.
Sure. I'm going to go say goodbye, Jacob, too, so, just so he knows.
Sounds good.
All right, bye, Jacob.
Bye, Travis.
Good luck.
It's going to be very close.
Yeah, this has been a really fun round game for round
phase.
5.
Yep.
Let's do drain vitality.
Yep.
On an 8.
9, because the arcane.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. All right, let's do some movements. Retreat the unit here.
It's a CP, though, right? to do
Yeah.
this?
Yeah, you're right, Jake. This is the last really doable battle tactic from the OBR book that Caleb has. So he's got this one, and then
Down to 3. Yeah.
I believe he might have one other that he can go for. He might have saved Desecrate, I believe. We'll have to see what happens for round 5.
Or do you want the -1 to hit to go?
Oh, I got to do the -1 to hit thing too. So we'll do that actually on your barely wounded giant.
Okay.
And then let's do 3+ the thing to do mortals. Nope.
Never.
It's like, come on, man.
Never.
Like, let's do something. Movements. Is he out though? No, he's still in. I gotta retreat him too. 2.
Where's he going?
I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Let's do this. Let's take him.
Yep. 3 in
outside
front of me.
3.
Yep.
Let's do that. Let's do now shooting. 2s. 3s. 2 on to your guy.
5s. 1, and then they're just 1 damage, right?
Yep, this one.
Another 6. No. 9. 3 left.
3 left. Okay. Let's do now charges.
Yep.
Harvester.
Yep, not double 1s. Yep. Perfect. Boop.
Okay.
You obviously want to stay outside 6 of that. Yep.
Let's do now here.
Yep.
3.
3 CP. Or you're down to 2?
Yeah.
Being down to 2 CP is actually very, very impressive for OBR. They normally have 6 or 7 a turn.
Let's re-roll it.
Okay. Down to 1. 6.
So outside of 6 of you.
Yep. Cool.
Something like that.
Yep.
6 dice.
Yep. One,
Give me
two.
2 more loads.
2 more. 2 left.
2 left.
That is a very hurt Gargant.
Okay. All right. Oh, charges over here.
Yep.
5, not enough.
Yeah, not enough. That's
Okay.
it.
All right. Monstrous. We'll do 3 plus
I'll Roar Stomp.
roar.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Your roar.
Stomp is for 2 mortals over there on the horses.
2 mortals.
Yep.
Here. 2 6s. Pass 1, so 2.
Got 1.
So 1 goes on him.
Yep.
I roared you. I'm gonna do extra rend on you. My last one.
I roared at you too.
Oh, you roared me too.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Stomp there, Roar there.
Then I will.
Oh, cock. Nope.
Hey, pocket kill unit now.
Free. You're
Nice.
free.
Jacob really
do
needed to
damage.
get that.
All right, so
I'm just-
let's do the.
Jacob, I'm just
here
talking
first.
about you. Behind your
Twos.
back.
This one.
This one. Freeze. 4 or 3 minus 2.
Yep. So 6s. Made 1.
4 damage.
4 damage. 6s again. Gotta make 2 of these. Did not. He's dead.
I got the
Roll a die. Falling over. I got a 4. You got
6.
6. You can have him hit my guys.
Back here?
basically. Oh, you can hit back there. Yep.
Yep.
So 4 up.
Do what?
All right, D3.
D3 mortals.
Yep.
2. Kill him. Yay.
6s.
Yay.
Nope.
Oh, I thought he had only 4 on him.
No, I count up.
Damn.
Okay.
Okay.
That's him. The giant over there is gonna go.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll do
So you got your
the
tactic.
5 aboard.
I'm gonna try and pick up a guy. Nope.
So I think Jacob's path to
I
victory
will
is through the
slide
hero that has the
this way.
2-up
So if you
strike last
come-
helmet, and Gargant's doing Gargant
you have to go that way.
things. It's a rough path to victory, but I don't think he's out of the game yet.
I can use the CP. I have 3. I'm gonna use 1 over here for sure. Where's my stick? No, I can use it into the next turn. All right, 3s.
He definitely needs to take down the Harvester, though. You're fully right on that, Steven.
1, rend 3.
6 up.
Yep. 2 damage.
Okay. So we got 2 so far.
Kicks. 1. 1 more just goes through for 2 damage.
Okay.
And the big ones, yes. 8 damage.
3's wound.
Yeah. 3's, he's 3's to hit, but he's 4's to hit on the headbutt. He's 3's across the board except for the headbutt.
And that kind of roll right there is exactly why the Gargants could keep, no, the 2 Gargants
So
could
1,
keep Jacob in
2,
there.
and a wound.
Yep.
So 1, 2. Pick up this one.
Yep. So 2 splashes.
Just 2 splashes.
Yep. He's only got 2 left.
Okay. 6 guys die or 6
6 dice.
explodes.
Need
You have 2 left, right?
2 left, yep.
Come on, get lucky. Yeah, I got lucky.
3?
3.
Yep. 2 6s. Nope. Got him exactly. Another die. 5. He'll fall on you. 3 more mortals.
3 more. 5s. 3.
So yeah, the cockatrices, the remaining Gargant really do need to do some serious work here. And the 10-man unit of course is not to be ignored, especially as we are in round 4 and everything has 2 points of rend natively.
That was me. So down here.
Okay.
Dooders.
I need to kill this unit bad.
The other thing is Jacob has set himself up to try and go for the double. It's really a question of how much material does he have to capitalize on that investment and opportunity that he's set himself up for.
You're only run one, right? Because you haven't spent anything on them. So
no, I didn't spend anything.
And you can't do anything special, so I'd stay at get to a 4, the CP, a 6 up ward. How are you splitting the attacks?
Just the 5 here.
5 there, and then 15 into the other.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'll all defense.
Where are you defensing?
The unit.
Unit.
Yep. Because if I live.
Actually, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna do 2 over there.
Okay.
And the rest in the unit. So
I don't think that changes my decision. Yeah, you're good. Keep going.
just thinking, like, because you could just flee and still do your stupid.
Yeah, as long as one lives, I'm happy.
So just 2 over there.
Yep.
3 hit.
Yep.
4s. None. And then. So this is 2, so 18.
So 18, so
1, 2,
36.
3, 4.
They still have 2
5,
attacks,
6,
right? Yeah.
7.
Agreed. It's a rough battle plan for Beast of Chaos
11,
as well.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and then 18.
That being said, we have just hit the final power spike for Beast of Chaos.
I got it. I got
So every single one of Jacob's models just got better as this round ticked over.
Twos. Let's take that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fours. Way under average again. All right, so give me 6, 12, 14.
14. 6, 12, 14. These are 4s and then 6s. Five. Peel the 5 back here.
How many died?
5.
5 total. 5 dice.
That might have been his last CP.
3.
I'm not actually sure. I
4.
Missed that.
So you just heal that guy?
Heal and resurrect, because it's 4. Heal the wound.
Can he resurrect them?
He can.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. He had one because he couldn't spend it on the harvester.
Is it the attacks into the skellies? 2.
Minus?
2, 1. Or 2
Minus
actually.
2.
It is 2.
So 5s both fail.
6s.
6s.
1.
And then 5s to you.
Yep. Explosion, no. Res a guy.
2.
I only killed 1.
Oh, you only killed 1?
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
okay, just 1.
So nothing, yep. Cockatrice. 1 more. Rend 2.
Phil.
2 damage.
Phil. 5s to hurt you. 1 hurt.
Where do you want it?
On
Unit?
Unit.
Okay. No, 1 more.
And then come back to life.
Yep. That's
Yes.
good. Yep. So you just.
I'll put the 2 over here.
Yep. You can't pull those 2. You'd have to pull, because they have to be within 6 of where
Gotcha.
they were. So those 2 are here.
That's fine. Just
Yeah.
pull them and then.
Yeah, so put 4 over here.
No, I'll just pull them and then do the mortals because I did a mortal.
Oh, okay. So you want to do it that way?
That's fine.
Yep. I guess because you want to do the mortals. Okay. Command point there. Obviously. D6 plus, D3 plus 3. 4 guys back.
So that is massive. We had any of the Gores survive.
Tactics is going to be cunning maneuver. This was Wayne. Double heroics. Healing here, yes, for 2. And then the other heroic is going to be I'm cutting maneuvering with this guy, sorry.
Okay.
The other heroic is going to be, let's do...
See if I take a command point from you. Yes.
Yay. So we're both at 1? Yeah.
Yep.
He's hurt. He's going to try and heal. Yes. 2. He's at 1. Beastman heroics. He'll put the ward back up. That's it. Sure, I'll drag you.
That's your heroic?
Yeah. Take 1 mortal, I'll put it on the guy. Riders, move 8. You're going to be in combat with the dude.
With you?
Yeah. You stay outside 3 of the giant, but you go within 3 of the dude.
So jumping on with me right now is a fellow teammate of mine, Andrew.
You're heroic.
Andrew, we are at the bottom of 4.
Yeah, Pete, tell me what's going on. I see a tied game in front of me. What's the board state, though?
Actually, I need to update some
Oh, we have an
points.
update.
Gotcha. Yep. Let's do a command point.
But yeah, while he's doing that, any recent chatters? No?
We're going to go some good conversation here.
Excellent, yeah.
Jake and Steven are chiming in. Caleb is up 4 points after the first half.
And what battle round are we in?
Double damage.
We are in
to
battle round
the
4 on the second half.
Yeah, bottom.
9.
There's a lot of material that is missing on the
You don't
side
need to
of
explain it.
objectives.
I can see what's going on.
So they're going to take double
Wow.
damage in melee.
The big spice that happened is that unit of Mortec Guard went down to about 6 models, and it's back up to 19.
Boner boys doing their thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the other wizard, I don't think really wants to cast anything. 'Cause he's too far.
So one of the things that might matter that people aren't noticing is there's a little bit of a staff sticking out from behind there.
Okay, movement.
Behind that fortress. That guy is giving out an aura of... nope, on the right next to the
You have
wooden
1
thing.
generic? Stole mine?
That little hero is giving out an aura of 6-up ward,
Like you
which
have 1
is...
CP.
Wow.
Sorry.
It's doing a lot versus the explosions
Absolutely.
of the crematorians going back in.
Yeah, I experienced the Bone Reapers for my first time at this event, where it was a lot of explodings on 5s and 6s. So it's very much, I'm familiar with the 40k realm of Space Wolves rules, where they start with 10 attacks and they end with 15.
Yep.
After rerolls.
Oh, yeah. So let's see if we can get a good...
Do we know what battle tactic Jacob is going for?
He's doing cunning maneuver with the hero who has the D10 next to him right there.
Absolutely, yeah. Cutting maneuver you really only pick when you know you can get it in the bag.
Yeah.
So we're looking at a 3-point turn?
Right there.
So he's going to score his tactic. He's holding 1. Is he holding 2?
Sorry, I gave Caleb an extra point. It should be a 3-point turn, tying the game up. There are only 2 objectives on the board, and it is going to be very, very difficult for him to
These guys are going to retreat.
clear the...
You're doing a great job working all these buttons and gyro sticks. I don't know if the chat has seen this yet. But yeah, no, so...
Yeah, check.
So my gut feeling is Jacob can at least tie him. If he can get his tactic and hold 1, it'll be a 17-17 at the end of the round.
He's going to tie him, and then it's going into the double to see what happens.
And the final round. It's only 5 rounds in this game system.
So it's a matter of whether or not he can steal the objective back.
Yeah. And also, depending on who wins the Prado, which objective gets disappeared.
Yep.
Because if they have been choosing, because it is always a choice to remove an objective, they will end with 1 objective on the whole table in battle round 5.
And typically when you're playing this mission, You don't actually pull the objective mats up off the board because it can be a bit of a pain.
Absolutely.
But, you know, the gentlemen that our competitors are here, anytime one of the objectives that has been gone...
It definitely makes it streaming a lot easier.
They've been pulling them off just to make that clear, even though it's been a little bit more, you know, we're asking a little bit more of them.
That's absolutely fine. But yeah, so I think I got, thanks to you for the update and playing with the cameras. I believe I understand the board state. So yeah, we're looking at a tide, and then it'll be a who's the last man standing, king of the hill situation. Or a goat on the hill, if you would.
Yeah. So the other thing that's of note is chat has gone 3-1 this tournament so far in predicting who's going to win.
Oh my gosh, we have lucky chatters in the chat.
So you want to get
so they went, and it was I believe a 3-2 Goofy Goats to Spicy Skellies. So they are rooting for Jacob, and we have a bunch of them rooting for Caleb as well. There's been a lot of love and support.
Yeah, and both these players are phenomenal, nationally recognized on the ITC leaderboards. I know, or if I won't misspeak, but they're both excellent players.
Oh yeah.
Because Caleb has one Nova Open, or was it his brother?
I believe Caleb won an Open already and has a golden ticket.
Yeah. Because I know Scooter, yes, Caleb got Adepticon earlier this year, and Scooter came runner-up at the LVO this year.
Yeah.
But yeah, Nova Open, speaking of which, is a local to us tournament. It's a charity event hanging out in the District of Columbia with a new venue.
Oh, yeah.
5. Ren 2.
5.
As part of the team that's helping run it, it's going to be a really fun event.
Oh, that's right, you are a part of that team.
Oh, yeah.
3 can explode on me.
Yeah, I would love to see most of the players here. A lot of chatters could come up to the Nova Open. It's going to be a good time. Which is a qualifier event, I believe, because it's happening before Atlanta and... or is it after?
So I got 5 guys.
No, it's before.
Yeah, so it might be the last qualifier before the Atlanta finals.
I'm helping run the event, not the Age of Sigmar side of it, so I believe there is a golden ticket.
Yeah, there should be.
I don't know.
Ah, I see. Gotcha. Yeah, because you get the 4 back. I see. Yep. You get to go here. So it's the 2 plus the
As we're
6.
hitting the a little bit of a lull as we're getting some pile-ins here. Anybody in chat got a big event coming up for a gaming event or a small gaming event? Any kind of event that you're excited about?
Yeah. Would love to know where we can see you next. I fortunately have a list of events in my little book right here. So I believe we'll be making this announcement at the end of this event to tell our players where else you can find on the UTC circuit. So here at Tables and Towers, there's a collaboration between several stores for holding different events, and it's all published on the Goonhammer website, if I remember. They have a calendar. So this is from the Goonhammer calendar. We have our next UTC event at this venue at July 1st, which is also an Alzheimer's charity event, if I remember.
Trying to squish a guy with giant.
And then we'll be at the Fab Forge August 19th in Pennsylvania for the next UTC event.
That's going to be fun. And no, he's not. He's
Oh.
running the destruction version of it. Gargan, Kragnos? This week?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah.
Oh, someone's talking to me. No, I'm not running Rodigus and his best friend. I'm running Destruction with a Kragnos, double War Stomper, and 2 little babies, or lads as we call them, the dads and lads. Finished a 3-2 for this event, which is right on the trajectory. Yeah, you always want to come into an event with your expectations. And yeah, the average, if you go to stats or just kind of know the meta, is Gargants are not top tier, but they can squeak out some wins. No Galatian champions, but we can certainly death grip and hurl body all yours.
Hey, 3-2 had fun. Can't ask for any better.
I had a blast. Always have a great time at this venue.
And just spicy saves, boxcars. Talking a bit about what's going on right here, it looks like the
Giant will go now.
Cockatrice survived on explosions back into it.
Oh my gosh.
The gore, the 10 mana Gores on the far objective did a bunch of damage into some of the horses. They threw their mortal wounds onto the other Cockatrice, I believe. And we're doing some more pain into that unit on the far objective.
And while they're rolling dice, can you do like a wide camera and tell me how many units Caleb has left? So obviously Catacross.
All right. So we'll.
So I know we don't have the top down.
So yeah, unfortunately we don't have the top down. So given the wide angle here, there's actually nothing on the bottom half of the board really. So we've got in the center here, we've got
Catacross, Mortec.
right here, Mortec right there.
That's a Harvester? No, that's Catacross.
Oh, sorry, Catacross, Gothazar Harvester.
Oh yeah, they're stacked up a little bit.
Mortec Guard.
All right, big turn, Caleb.
Yep. Right there.
Four.
I believe there he is, hiding behind Catacross.
Little wizard guy.
Is our little bone shaper.
I think I can get you off for this turn. It's an interesting.
And then we swap over, and Jacob's back is unfortunately in the way.
But I'm assuming there's some death minions on that far corner.
Actually.
Yeah. Are those not stalkers? Oh no, those are the green bases of the goats. So yeah, it looks like we have control at the top, so it will be a fight in the middle, depending on what objective gets pulled. It's an exciting finish. And this is the top table, right?
This is one of the top 2 tables.
Going to.
That is the wrong direction.
Yeah, we're gonna have tied up. Battle Shock, I'm assuming, is next.
I believe. Inspiring Presence. They've already gone back for Battle Shock.
And
I think
Deathless minions are fearless.
Give me 1 second.
Yep.
Jacob, you won priority going into 5?
No, he gave it to me.
He gave it to you.
Yep. And that's the back objective's gone.
All right, the corner. So it is a fight in the center, which is Caleb would want that.
Yeah.
So Caleb won the roll off. Gave it away so that he could control which one got pulled.
I think he could get a 3.
Made it so that Jacob cannot get his grand strategy.
Oh, that's another big deal.
Because Jacob's grand strategy requires 2 objectives held by him.
Oh. So
since Caleb already made that decision, I was able to talk about it. But,
wonderful. Thanks for catching me up. So just projecting the score as is always you want to be doing when you're at these high-level games. So Jacob is at a 17. He has to fight for control of the center, which is going to be a tough order with Catacross standing there.
Catacross isn't a monster. He is only 2.
But he's going to stand there. Oh, yeah, you're right. They could outnumber. But so Jacob could theoretically hold 1, hold more, and tactic.
Give me 1 second.
I wish we had a table boss. That'd be great.
Yep.
But regardless, so we're looking at a 3-point swing.
As the table boss, give me a second.
You want me to turn you down?
No.
You got it.
Other heroics?
It looks like they don't need me. These guys don't.
Oh, that's right. You can hear them. I can't.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a clutch round 5.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a.
Here's the big deal. The Harvester has been pulled away from the Mortec Guard using the Ritual of Ruin.
Oh.
Which means that even though I believe he might still be on the objective, we would have to go and do a specific measurement.
Yeah, he doesn't get the regeneration potentially.
There's still some Mortec that are going to be
that's wild.
I believe within 6 inches, but there are a lot that are not going to be. So he's going to be able to get on there, and he might be able to pick up the Mortec Guard. If he picks up the Mortec Guard, that
double damage on the
Caleb's grand strategy, which means that Caleb's taking away Jacob's grand strategy is negated. Additionally, if Jacob can put his Chaos Gargant
yeah, like I said,
on the objective.
Jacob's going to do everything in his power to control that center. So he's going to hold the 1. He's going to try to hold more. Puts him up to a 19, depending on tactic. Could be at 21, and we've already discussed he can't get a grand strat. So we're projecting Jacob to finish at 20. At 19 or 21, essentially.
I think Jacob's either going to get 19 or 21. I think Caleb's either going to get 19, 21, or if he is able to get his Mortec Guard back up to 20 models.
And survive, yeah.
He'll have.
Yeah, so we could see a tie on the top table. We never see that.
Also, I see Bill Keeler in the chat.
Oh, hey, Bill.
Yep, one of them.
Great seeing you. We had a fantastic game against each other, I believe.
At the same Colonial Carnage down in Williamsburg, Virginia?
Yes. Yes, I just don't remember how time works.
It's been a long weekend. You've been on talking all weekend.
I have.
But yeah, Colonial Carnage was a great event. And yeah, Jacob was there. And yeah.
Oh, no, wait. Bill was doing the Gargans. I didn't play you. I played somebody else. It's been a long weekend. I don't know why they let me on talking again today.
Well, thank you for coming to the Williamsburg Colonial Carnage. I was there. I don't know if I saw you, but thanks for coming out.
That was a redeploy.
Oh.
I don't think he was able to get that far because the cockatrice was fairly far forward, but a redeploy to get a little bit more board presence and make it harder to go directly into the Mortec guard without pulling categories in. Desecrate is the battle tactic.
So yeah, Jacob can hold that. So he's going to end that at 19, or 21 with the tactic.
3 here.
Depending on the control of the objective.
3 there, they get bonus. I'll go over here first. Cock, big cock, 9. I'm gonna come down. Yeah. Come all the way down. Giant. 3 is good. Just have to go straight in.
Out of 3.
I was gonna end up outside 3. I had enough movement to move up.
Okay.
Yeah. These guys, they need a 3. Everybody was 3 or wags.
So as we're getting in here, we're at about an hour left in the tournament. We're starting to get some results in. We still don't have a result from the other 4-0 table.
We do not. I checked in on them maybe 20 minutes ago. They were in battle round 3.
Oh,
and there was a lot of zombies on the table.
How about Neferata and Big Dragon? Either of them gone?
I did see them on the table, I believe.
Okay, so that's a close game.
Yeah. And that sort of game will, similar to this, it's going to be a close one.
What's funny is I was looking up that right as you asked, so perfect timing, Manny. Yeah, so it looks like they're still going. We've seen a couple of interesting updates in the 3-1 bracket.
Who have you been tracking?
I was just looking at who's done. There are Carl Ong and Mike Vaginos went 4-1.
Excellent. Congratulations to Mike and Carl.
Great to both of them. And then, let's see here. Yeah, there's a couple of other people who've done well. There's a lot of 3-2s and who have done well, and a lot of great results.
If I kill the dude,
there's one very handsome 3-2, that Andrew Simmons. Nah, I'm right in the mid pack, right where you expected Gargans to be.
I will.
No, I had a great weekend. Did a lot of slamming, did a lot of grappling.
Excellent. I haven't played against Gargans with the world of the suplex, and
You don't see them very often right now.
I can't wait. I'm super excited about my Seraphon.
The Seraphon, yeah.
Bring some Carnosaurs for you to throw around.
Stomp. 2+ stomp you on your unit.
Ooh.
So you're considering the Coalesced for your upcoming adventure project?
Saurs have been not competitive for so long.
And yes, correct. Their math is looking really good.
That it's really easy to just swap to Starborn. If I'm not feeling the Coalesced, so I might as well just play Coalesced.
I would too. Yeah, it's always good to start with them. And who doesn't love dinosaurs?
Right. Plus my lore for them is that they're from the realm of metal, so I'd like to do some metallic sheens to their scales and stuff like that. So it's easy for that to look Starborn or Coalesced.
I don't know if I've seen them. I've seen your beasts, I've seen your spiders, but I have not seen your Seraphim yet.
It's been a little while since I've been playing them.
Shaman will go first.
And thank you, Insomniac Painter in the chat.
3 at Ren 3.
Can I spend a CP on him?
Yes.
So just do 5 up.
Yep.
What was your rend on everything?
Everything's 3 minimum.
Okay. So
And the Beast Lords are 4, the Giants.
just going back, so he's
Yep.
going to have extra rend.
Yep.
He'll have.
Are we still? Have we passed the turn to Caleb yet?
We have not. We're in the combat phase for Jacob.
It's going to still be a little crunchy. Yeah, I didn't know how far.
Yeah.
Or how much longer you wanted me to.
I mean, you're welcome to sit
ramble
around and hang out.
No,
I'm trying to, we're trying to make those tough decisions.
Yeah, it's after. Yep.
And then over here,
Yeah.
I think he's trying to pick the Gothazar Harvester up before he goes into the Mortek Guard.
With the Gargant, I would imagine so.
Which, great decision there.
So the Gargant did hit the charge.
I think the Gargant's on the Mortek Guard, and in the back we've got the Beast Lord, and
2 ups go to 5s.
Oh yeah, that's a lot of bodies
that
on
looks
there.
like some. That's the resurrected Gores that went back from
And those
the
are
30 man.
2 Cockatrice?
There's 2 Cockatrice into the
on the
Mortex.
Yeah, that's what's in front of me. Cool. I'm just making sure I understand what I'm looking
How
at.
many does he have total? 10.
So we have 2.
And Cockatrices are not monsters.
They are not.
So they are.
Counts as 2.
2.
Yeah, it's a lot of bodies on the objective.
Let me see something real quick.
So if I make my count correctly, I've got 1, 2 from Catacrys,
One of his commits do these things.
3, 4 from his other hero. 1, 2.
So you have 2 more?
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna use the bottom profile.
I think we've got 16 OBR on the objective.
Yeah, so he's stronger on the bottom.
But he's not hurt.
I know, but he's within 3 inches of a hero.
Oh, does he hate heroes or something?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
All right, so 7 attacks from those companion guys. So it needs 6s.
And a lot less
4.
Yep. Who are you hitting?
on the Guardian.
Yeah.
I will not all defense.
Because you didn't roar him. You didn't roar him. So
No,
minus
I
1 Ren.
yeah.
Okay. So he's a Ren 2. Needing 2s. 3 minus 2.
They just go through. They're just 1 damage each, right?
Yeah.
6s. None. 2 left.
And then the shield.
Yep.
1 6, so 2.
You get 4 attacks with that.
Yeah. Well, there's the next one's even crazier. 2s, so 2 more at minus 3.
They just go through.
4 damage.
Dead.
Okay.
Roll die.
Timber.
6.
Oh, Caleb gets to pick where it falls.
Ooh, a baby Timber.
We're gonna hit both of us.
What's the range?
3.
3. And it's all units?
Yeah.
So I can put on this unit, him and him.
Oh, that's fine. Yep.
Kind of deal?
Yep.
All right, so they're going to suffer D3.
Yep. Go for it.
The unit suffers 2.
6s.
His little bone tokens. You saw those
Oh, yeah.
in the local chat. He made those on Friday, I believe, or Thursday. Caleb always doing his little
Character.
dry erase
One of
tokens,
the characters. Character on the left.
Takes 3.
which is Turbo Dork Gaming
They have
on
6.
Instagram or Etsy.
Yeah, something like that.
1.
1. He's
Yeah,
got
he's not too
6.
hard to find.
Nope, he's got 1 on him now.
No, Turbodork Gaming. Turbodork's paint line.
Turbo Dork, it's Dork Dom, yes. Yeah, Turbo Dork is phenomenal paints.
Those are the color shift ones.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, Giant was the.
Stop giving out free advertising.
I was filling the void.
Hey man, I'm making jokes.
Filling the void. All right, so that's removed.
That was Catacross.
King of the Hill situation.
So now I'm just gonna do these guys. They're all gonna pile.
And so since you have the ears on the table, how many are left to activate? Like maybe 2 more?
I do not believe the cockatrices have gone.
Okay.
Because the damage that's on the cockatrice was done before.
I think I'm
I think I think something went into the. I know something hit the harvester already. I believe it might have been
the guys on the
green
green
base.
bases.
12. Yeah, because they fight through each other.
And because this unit is in the Galatian Veterans Battalion, they can fight in 2 ranks, even though they have 1 inch reach.
So Gargant death we just saw was Catacrys into the Chaos Gargant.
Catacrys into the Chaos Gargant.
The alpha for my 1 CP.
And
3 guys get all out attack. It's going to be both the Beast Lords.
It's going to be exciting.
That doesn't matter anymore. Never mind, because everybody's +1/+1 anyways. So no CP. They're just all going to attack.
All right.
So 11. So 33.
So 33 attacks from the 11 guys that are going into the Gothazar Harvester.
And I believe after, hopefully for Jacob, the Harvester goes down, we're going to see the Cockatrices go into the Mortec Guard, which I do not believe have activated, because I think if they had, the one of those Cockatrices would have been gone.
10 at rent. 3, and then
It is possible that that guy right there, I believe, is the Beast Lord with the helm that made them fight last on a 2-up.
You're absolutely right on that. It looks like there's a fight last mechanic.
10, 11 more.
11 more.
Yeah. Okay. So you're 5 up, 6 ups.
5, 10, 11.
Yep.
All right.
Do you have any more on you? You have 4 on you.
4.
6. I need to do 6 more.
5s.
Yep.
Sixes. So still kills him.
Yeah.
Let's put all 10 in. He has 3 wounds left.
Yeah.
And how many wounds does this character have left?
2 left.
2 left. Let's go after the 2 wound character left.
Okay.
That
5.
they do, I think, the unit of skeletons has more than either of those Gores did. So I think the Gore charge fight last went into the Gothazar Harvester, and the
Garthazar Harvester is getting picked up.
Slap my cock. Slap my cock.
And the Slitherrack helm on the hero.
The artifact.
The artifact went into the Mortec Guard.
All right, and I just saw the little wizard do a pile-in, so he's activating.
Wizard is going into the Cockatrice.
Oh yeah, baby. Digging deep.
2s.
All right.
But the
3s. 3 at -1.
Just straight 6s. 2.
6 damage.
Yeah.
Oh, they're 2 each?
Oh, there's tons of fight last and tons of debuffs in the Beast of Chaos book. If you like playing a debuff army, they're very, very fun with it.
So now I'm just going with everybody.
And a lot of different ways to like enable that. Some of their spell lore and the War Scroll spells have.
Yeah, reducing attacks, fight last, moving things around.
Having your opponent's movement, retreat, run, and charge. If
A lot
you
of
roll
control.
3d6 and beat their bravery on that 3d6.
I mean, the +1 to hit from Leadership of the Alpha goes to 3 things.
Yeah, I like the spawn list as well.
And then both
Yeah, I have a. You saw my spawn list the other day with a mercenary Gargan in there. A lot of Zangors in my lists.
Yeah.
I'm a Zeech player at heart.
Yep.
2s, 3s. All of it.
I think if you're playing with the Gav spawn, 6 Chaos spawns or 2 units of the Marguerite or 2 breaks of the Marguerite spawn are the way to go. I've been running 3, but with the battle tone changes, the list I've been running got completely wrecked. And then I think I tend to either lean heavily into 2 6-blocks of Bulgor to drop on 1, or going into Zinj Enlightened for some additional shenanigans.
Again, 2 back.
2.
6s. Nope.
And then get back up.
Yeah, my
Yep.
my Chaos Rambling list is the Gargant, 2 Shamans, Spawn is the battle line, the Zangors, and then a big brick of Enlightened. Just a, oh, and there's a little Gargants as well. So I just have a
forgot about
a
those.
giant death ball of minus attack, minus to your save, no CP usage, no inspiring. This is a little murder ball.
Yep.
Push it in the middle, and then play flanks with the Shamans and the Zangors.
I think Bellicor as an ally will depend on the meta. If you're seeing a lot of meta where you're seeing like a good
Death Stars, yeah.
a lot of Death Stars, a lot of 600-point models or units that matter, then Bellicor's a big deal.
Yeah, and he's also a 12-inch moving, flying monster
with rend immunity.
Yep, so he can slap around, grab tactics.
I'm really against Bellicor in my lists because I don't own him.
Yeah, Bellicor. Yeah, sometimes it's that they call it that hobby lag.
Yeah.
Nah, I love my Bellicor.
That's why I didn't run Croak in my Seraphon list. I was very against him because I didn't own him.
Do you own the new Croak, the beautiful plastic?
Changed this weekend.
I think I saw that in your goodie bag. Yes.
Yeah, I bought it from a buddy who brought it this weekend, and I'm picking up my box tomorrow. I'm so excited. I've mentioned that like 8 times this weekend because.
Like I was saying, it's the Sarah fun. It's y'all's time to shine. The last time you got your book was 2021.
Well, and at heart, I am a small child who is getting fancy new toys.
And then we'll do 3 into.
Yeah, they definitely owed a new book.
Weekend cock. One more.
All right, so are we still in Jacob's turn?
We are still in Jacob's turn.
Yeah, the scoreboard hasn't changed. Okay.
Right. Well, that's not always the best thing. I mean, the reason that we're still sitting here on this turn is that they put this turn.
It's
has,
a lot
I
of
think,
crunchy combats.
I think it's everything that is remaining on the board
I would
is
agree.
in combat this turn.
I would agree. That's what I'm seeing.
We are down to about half an hour remaining in the round, and we still do not have an update on the other table.
Ah, yes, the Emma and Will table.
So I believe at this point, we'll give an update for that before the stream ends.
Oh, for sure. We'll make an announcement.
I don't know. I don't believe we're going to update who is. We'll update on the stream which of the 2 winners is on top. Although I think the store might update that.
Definitely above our pay grade.
That is above my pay grade. I am not.
But also, this game might finish before they finish because it is a death on death. It's gonna be a grindy game. But yeah, so if it's information we have available, we can maybe share it.
But I don't know. I don't know if we updated when we got the last update for the 2 of us. Last we've heard, the dragon is still on the table, Neferata is still on the table, and there are still a lot of zombies on the table. They are at the very least in the middle of round 3, possibly into round 4 at this point, and it is. Direct quote from one of the other judges who came and gave us an update of razor thin game. So it's going to be very exciting to see how that one turns out. And having this game be razor thin as well, that's exciting. You love to see competitive, close games.
Sigmar is in a great spot.
At the top end of a tournament.
Yeah, I want to say all my games this weekend were very close.
Now, this is a big deal.
Tell me what's happening.
First of all, the board state. Second of all,
oh, the Mortek Guard are gone.
No, they are not.
Oh,
they are mostly gone, but there is
still there's a single little guy.
One.
So I'll get the
the all herd recursion.
This guy. So he's like on the edge. No. 6. Oh my god. Because the edge of the thing's like in the middle of the woods. It's a 4-point turn.
1-2 battle tactic.
You need to find 4 points, and I don't think you can res all the guys.
That'll be his finishing 21. All right, passing the turn.
On to Caleb,
who needs to regain control to hold 1, hold more, putting him at 19. He needs to find a tactic to equal 21. Because as we've already discussed, it sounds like both of them could be failing their grand strats.
So let's sit a minute here and see if we.
D3. 3. 4.
Yeah, the Gothazar going down is a big deal.
He has to spend 1 to get an extra attack. He has to spend his free 1 to get an extra attack.
Tiebreakers is a great question. We have had a few ties in the events.
No, I mean the specific tiebreaker rule is it's either on whoever gets their grand strategy, or it's on whoever
amount of tactics.
Gets more battle tactics. I don't remember which one of those takes priority.
That is typically how it is.
I don't believe either of them is going to go to grand strategy, and those are in one or the other order. So it will be on more grand battle tactics. And then you can hit a point where you do get a true tie in Age of Sigmar. I will state, if either of these players gets a true tie, they'll most likely drop down to second. At some point, it goes to strength of schedule. Most of the time, it
For the
does not get.
you're now discussing the overalls.
Yeah, talking about the overall.
Or the rather, the
in
ranking within the tournament, not inside of the game.
Internally, the minor victory goes to, I believe, battle tactics, then grand strategy. But I'm going to message the other TOs and double
check in
on that
with them. But yeah, as it states in the on the mission as well as the packet, we could have a tie at the table if that's what you're asking about. But as it stands for the tournament rankings, a tie at this table should not affect the overall winners of the tournament. But
in terms of what happens placing wise overall, if these two manage to get a perfect tie on this game.
Oh, you have this. Yep, you're looking at the tournament results.
If they get a perfect tie in this game, there is no other player who has 3 wins and 4 wins and a tie. So the two of them would be roughly tied for second and third, and I think it would unfortunately go to strength of schedule at that point, which is based off of how well their individual opponents all did.
So for clarification, we will have 1 5-0 at the end of today.
I do not see both this game and the Soul Blight Gravelords game going to ties. I really hope that's not the case.
So
if it does,
no, I was asking for 5-0 finishes.
There are 2 games that are looking for 5-0. There's Emma and Will, who are the Soul Blight Gravelords, that's a close game, and there's this one.
Yes. So if that's what I was transitioning into. If this table does end in a true tie, we would have a 5-0 winner.
From Will and Emma, hopefully.
Correct. And then these would be, depending on strength of schedule, second, third.
These would be second and third. Which, because we have awards for...
yeah, I'm not sure what the awards are for.
We have a few different awards. I know we're doing something for Best Order, Best Death, Best Chaos, and Best... Destruction. Wow. Destruction brain got me on the word destruction.
Finally, 2 mortals.
Forgetting my allegiance of the weekend. But yeah, so you're kind of saying if it ends in a tie, Jacob could get Best Chaos.
He's very likely getting Best Chaos. Chaos is tight.
Well, that'd be incredible. That'd be incredible to see. And I think I see one of our head judges coming up behind us. So maybe we have an update for y'all.
We're going to mute our mics for a second. We'll be right back.
Okay. Charges?
Yep. You're in. You can drag guys behind. Yeah.
Make sure you just barely
Yeah.
touch whatever.
Yeah.
Stay outside of 3 of you.
Yep.
Okay.
So the official answer is
sorry.
Yep,
grand strategy.
Well, no, it's now.
Is
So
this
cock, Catacross.
single game tiebreak, then battle tactics.
Catacross.
But we'll see what happens.
Just sliding in. Go more if you want.
All right. How many units are models are in list?
There are 8 more guys. You killed 2.
Actually, stay back.
Well, you can't back up.
Well, in combat with him.
Yeah.
I'm gonna swing here first.
Yep.
Well, no, I'm not. Need to though.
Yeah, because I think I can.
Let's just go here.
Yeah. Yeah. If you come down, I can hit them with him.
4, 8.
Who you hitting?
What's his armor save?
4 up.
4.
Yep.
All right. So let's hit him with retinue, I believe. The retinue is -1, so it'll be 3s on 2s. And then we'll do 2 of the shield. Not going to make a difference. 2 of the shield into him as well. 2 of the shield, the retinue, and 2 shield into him.
Yep.
2 shield and
the glaive going somewhere else?
glaives. Doesn't really matter, right? You have no more commands, or do you?
I have one more. I have the one for the round. I'm just going to save it for these guys. They get back 4 to 6. So.
Yeah. Then everything else into them, I guess.
Okay. Yep.
All right. So the retinue, 3s.
Oh yeah. +1.
+1.
So sitting here going into the combat phase, we're going to see if Caleb and Catacross, the man himself, is able to clear these ghosts
He needs
off his spot.
He is a man with many souls, of many generals and warlords throughout time and realms.
Shield is to him.
Yep.
With all the wisdom he has acquired through his many deaths in the lore.
Speaking of many deaths in the lore,
1.
one of the things that's interesting here,
Yeah, no, -1.
it is entirely possible that the best thing for Caleb is for the unit of gores that's in the trees to pile in, get some amazing rolls,
no, -3.
pick up Catacross, so that he gets to roll 20 dice for 5 ups and spike some rolls to kill more goods. I say this mostly because it's hilarious, knowing it's probably not going to happen. But
Cock will go.
you know,
Do we know what battle tactic Caleb has tried?
I think he said desecrate.
3 at -2.
Okay. So he'd be desecrating the woods over there.
Yes, the woods over here.
Interesting.
Oh no, sorry, he's desecrating that house right there. Which is why he has the 3-inch gauge on
I
OBR.
see. Little bony boys.
And then
Wow.
Explosion. 4 back.
actually, once 4 guys, then
That's death for you. Always doing that shuffle, recursion, die, come back, and places you don't want them.
Yep.
4 explosions, 5s.
But that does take him off the objective.
Ooh, none. Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, he's
up to
foregoing
three
the objective, trying to get that tactic. 'Cause what's that? With the cameras, can you give me a count on how many are on the objective?
So unfortunately,
I see a lot of
what we're
ghosts.
seeing is under there. I count. There's a little bit on the other one. I want to say 5 or 6 there, and
total of 3.
3. Can't kill me. Don't matter.
2 or
all I'm gonna
3
do
by
is
Catacross.
inspiring them, like the 2 guys that have to swing can't kill him, so that won't matter. I'll get back 8 guys between the 2.
Yeah.
So I'll keep the objective. So you'll get 2 for the round.
Yep.
And I think that's a 2-point game. Yep.
All right, I think we just heard it from the table.
So literally that.
0, 2, 2.
And
yeah, I made
there,
a huge mistake in the very beginning.
Which
there
one,
we
the
have
Archon
it.
coming up?
Have we seen the
I
handshake?
was like, that was really aggressive.
Yeah, I wasn't
So-
thinking. I was just like, I never played your army. I didn't think about the pool.
Yeah.
I think they're
I
finished.
never
They
played
are
against
skipping.
they're
I was
done.
like, that was
Yep.
really
That is
well, 'cause
19 to
I was gonna
21.
take it a lot
Grand strategy
slower
denied by both
than
of
what
them.
you did
And a
to wait for the plus 2
fantastically
random
played game
turn
by
4.
Jacob.
Absolutely. He always,
'cause
it's a
I'm
master
fantastic by
class.
Caleb
I
as
practiced
well.
this Friday, and this is about how it went. But I think I'm pushing for a win versus a draw. Because I just wait for the last turn, and then this kind of happens, and I go in. If I don't get it, then we tie. And then
Are we doing player interviews or?
I've been doing short player interviews after him, yeah.
you win.
Yep. I'm gonna turn myself down and walk over there.
Yeah,
Sounds
2-point
good.
game.
Bro,
That's the handshake.
That was hard.
A well played game by both of our players. You know, I know you guys have had 5 days, sorry, not 5 days, 2 days of 5 games, some tough rounds. Congratulations, Jacob, on going 5-0 at this event. Congratulations, Caleb, at going 4-1. You guys want to say anything? We got to the
a great game.
the viewers.
Boo, death, boo.
Yeah, boo death.
Boo
The
death.
freaking OBR soul blights
Boo,
are the
8-hour
worst
games,
armies.
boo. Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, I'm already at Zeech yesterday.
Yeah.
Literally, what are you talking about? I played my first game against OBR versus OBR, and I was like, I hate
sucks.
this.
Yeah.
Nope. And then my second game was the Soul Blight game. I'm like, I really hate this even more.
Caleb, I believe in your after-game interview after round 1, you said, "Nah, I'm going back to Zeech after this."
No, I hated it.
Glad everybody is, here watching. I do not believe we have an update yet on the other
Just the fact that I can't touch
round.
cockatrices
Give me
from doing
1
anything.
second.
Yeah, since you don't have any shooting, it's really hard to handle them.
And I kept failing my 3+ do mortals. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, you only got it once, I think. I think you got it once. Yeah.
I cost my game though, throwing my Archon away.
Yeah, that's a huge. Well, it gave you a.
Give me a caster.
It gave you better board control because then I have to kind of go for it. So, because I won that prio turn too. If he's not way up here, I keep at the bottom. I get to start taking away objectives.
Yeah, but then he's bringing back an extra 3 models every
Yeah,
turn.
yeah.
And casting.
Yeah.
Quite powerful.
No, I know the casting's really good too.
He's the only one that could touch the cockatrice. But
well, nothing would have been on the board turn 2, and you would have lost.
I'm talking about 3, 4, and 5,
yeah.
when things are because if I move my Archon enough in a bubble up here, his spells are 24 inches, so it's very much the.
Well, the only guy I had on the board was that one wizard.
No, I'm saying after.
Yeah.
If you gave me turn 2, then I kill him no matter what.
We had a question from chat. They wanted to know specifically, Jacob, what were your matches going to the 5-0?
Lizardman, old Lizardman.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, new book not available for this one.
OBR, obviously here. Soul Blight round 4.
Mm-hmm. You had the Slaves to Darkness Cabalist that was round 2.
Round 3. Oh my god, I am struggling. I can tell you.
Do you want me to pull it up for you?
Yeah, pull it up for me. That was the round 3 is always the worst. I don't remember.
It's the last game.
I remember drinking.
Yeah.
I remember consuming alcohol at some point.
Bill Hennessy, who was
Night
running
Haunt. More death, yes.
Night Haunt with skeletons allied in, which is a real interesting list.
Yeah, I don't like this at all. This is
the
just
death is crazy.
Well,
I mean, I'm playing my guys come back too, so.
Yeah, but not that much.
It's not as much,
Do you guys want to leave mics on for right now, or you want to turn them off, or?
Oh, it doesn't matter. I was shocked at the come at you thing. I was like, oh crap.
That's the best thing.
Yeah. So
The come towards me.
as we're waiting for Wallace to come over to see if he wants to sign off, see if the other game ends, so we can give anybody in the chat a thing about that, an update on it. Is there any other questions you guys have? Anything else you guys want to know? Also like to congratulate the viewers, a 4-1 record this weekend with their predictions, getting 4 of their predictions correct. And great having you guys here. If you guys want to keep asking me questions, I'm happy to keep answering them. Stuff about the event. Otherwise, it looks like that last game, the most represented faction this tournament, I think, was Soulblight Gravelords. We had, I think, Avangori, a bunch of Verkos, some Legion of Blood. We are still in round 4 for Will and Emma, so it looks like it might be a little bit before they're going to be able to get through it. Sorry. What was that?
What was the total score?
You won by 2, and I think I had 19. No, you had 21 and 19.
21
neither of you got grand strategies.
Neither of us got grand. He missed his tactical last turn.
Mm-hmm. We are getting those Gargants lined up for you. Get a nice shot here. These are some beautiful bright red Hornet Gargants, and I particularly like this one on the left with the arrows in its back.
Yeah.
Great paint scheme. I've got Nick jumping on with me, who was the head TO for us. Did a lot of the leg work and back work, back breaking work getting this event set up.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to thank everybody that's on stream for watching what we were doing here. We initially were supposed to have 70 people, but we ended up having 62 after drops and everything. For our first GT, this is incredible. It's an incredible feeling, especially for our team, but mostly the local community. We did all this for the local community as well. I want to give a big thank you, and I hope everybody in the chat agrees. Peter decided not to play in this specifically so that he could be your commentator all the way through these 2 days, and we think he did an absolutely fantastic job. So I want to thank him. Thank you, William. He did so much work. Also, we also have to thank Jeremy Hauk, who had to give up his running to try to get first in the ITC to help us judge this event. And I'm sure he'd rather have been playing and possibly take the top rung. But we'll see. But otherwise, I want to thank all the players especially. We had a really good turnout, but it wasn't just a turnout. We also had extremely great games. Everybody had fun. It was an extremely good time, and I want to thank everybody.
Thanks, guys. And just if everybody one more time will make fun of Frank right here for being a KO player who did terrible things to his opponents because he plays KO.
He mostly had bad things done to him, so. Yeah. He got touched inappropriately.
So, it was awesome being here. I had a great time casting. I loved having all of the interaction from you guys talking to me because I can talk for a long time, but it's a lot easier to talk if, you guys are asking me questions. And absolutely the highlight of my weekend was a bunch of you all saying, hey, I'm a 40K player. Tell me tell me about this. What's up with this? What's up with this faction? Asking about other stuff that wasn't just necessarily the game we were watching, but asking, and then asking, hey, what's going on with this? And giving me the opportunity to talk about this game that I love and this community that I love. And the big takeaway here, in a lot of ways, is that this kind of stuff gets to happen because people come out and make this stuff happen. Mm-hmm. And if any of you are in chat and are in the East Coast area, I guarantee there's going to be a lot more tournaments like this up and down the East Coast area.
Yeah, we have a very big scene. There's a lot of things to travel to, but most, including the person on the screen, are very closely related to, affiliated with Nova. So August, late August, early September, Labor Day weekend, Nova is, if you haven't heard of it, you're probably new to the thing, but Nova is the East Coast dominant biggest event, and the AOS scene is incredible, both from a narrative standpoint, a GT standpoint. My personal favorite is doubles. If you're interested, please sign up. We love you.
So this one is at Tables and Towers in Westminster, Maryland.
Westminster, Maryland?
It is a fantastic venue. It's a little bit out, not really near anything major, but that makes it a cheap event to go and stay at, which is great, which is what Joe Pagano, who was on here in round.
Yeah, we had a lot of people that travel because in the end, Westminster is only 30 minutes from Baltimore. And for those who actually travel a lot, you'll know that BWI is actually a pretty cheap airport to get into. So we actually had quite a bit of traveling, international travel as well.
The Nova Open is in D.C., and I believe Goonhammer, I don't have all the details on that one because I'm not affiliated with it personally, but I believe Goonhammer is having an AOS event here at Tables and Towers coming up in the next few months. And I know also Tables and Towers, which is this venue, does RTTs once a month, which is small one-day tournaments, 3 games in a day. I would say if you're interested in the game, do a pickup game, get a game or two so you know the basics of the rules. But the best way to learn, like, your faction and get to meet some of us, get some good games in is play a game or two, get the basics down, and then come in and play with us. The one-day events are also not necessarily as competitive at this one because a lot of players like to take the weird lists that we're not sure if work or not to those one-day events just to see if they work. The AOS community is overall big, warm, and welcoming, and we would love to see any of you at events. And those of you who we've already seen, we'd love to see you again. With that, I'm going to double check one more time. Unfortunately, I believe the Will and Emma game is still going on, but I'm going to sign off. I believe we're going to end the stream here, and thanks for being with us this whole time. It was great to have you, and hopefully we'll see you in person or see you again on future streams. This was a lot of fun, and I'm hoping to be invited back if I did a good enough job to come stream for you at some point in the future. This was great. Glad to have you all, and have a great rest of your weekend.